Mr. Justin Wall down there, Barry Clydesdale and the team, who do a brilliant job here on Lake Ruatanava throughout the regatta season. They will be making sure that you all get a fair start through the 2,000 metre course. This first race up, of course, is a preliminary race. It will be, I would imagine, rode on final day, I would think. Of course, they're just going for lanes, of course. They're just racing for lanes. And again, we will come on air the minute they go out of the 2,000 metre blocks at 4 minutes past 8.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. We are proud to say our Milford KiwiSaver Plan Conservative, Balanced and Active Growth Funds have all been the #1 performers in their respective KiwiSaver Fund categories over the last 10 years, according to Morningstar's latest independent survey. And now, we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow in their pursuits of outstanding results. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.
until they get a little bit closer, we can't identify it. It could even be that first race. So it's a preliminary race of the Mixed Exhibition Club Coxless Quads. Just don't know whether they'll go through in row finals or not too sure. The crew on the outside's got an advantage over the rest of the squad. It is a quad, so the first race should have been an 8, so I take it is the exhibition quad. And only 2 of the 6 crews gone to the start. And it's coming out of lane number 3, which is North End Composite with Vision Island. Vision Island, of course, was coming from Washington State in America. Richard's got a team of 4 here. I think it's 4, maybe a coxswain as well, maybe 5. We welcome you along, guys. We hope you enjoy your rowing here on Lake Ruataniwha at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals. North End, the 2 North End crews together. It looks like Canterbury Union and North Shore haven't put their crew in. The second race, or the race number 3, is on its way. The men's under 22, the real tough grade at New Zealand rowing, almost close to the premier grade. A lot of these under 22 rowers. We're looking at 2 heats of the men's under 22 singles. We're looking at the first and second to go straight through to the final. The rest will go to the repechage. So she's going to be cutthroat up front today for the heats. Swinging along very nicely, the composite crew, North End and Vision Island. They're down inside the yellow buoys now. It's clipping it along on about 34.5 by the look of it. They've just hit the gold buoys now. The 2 sets of colours, the 2 American buoys stroking in the 3 seat, and then we go the 2 and the 3 at the North End. Down towards the 100-metre buoy line, the demonstration crew, the composite crew from North End and Vision Island. Down towards the line they go, and they'll get the buzzer. They've been pushed along, only about 3 lengths back to that North End number 2 crew. Good to see you still got your hand in, Mike under Hayden and Mike Goldsmith, and of course the North End composite crews under the guidance of Jazz McIntosh, Georgia Cockburn. A fine display. Right, as we're talking about the under 22s, they're most likely premier rowers. A lot of them will be so close to premier rowers, it's not pine. Down in lane 1, we have a Dunstanam number 3. Lane 2, we have Dunstanam number 2. Lane 3, Cure Boating Club. Lane 4, Avon 1. Lane 5, Waira 1. Lane 6, Waikato 1. Lane 7, Tauranga 2 out of 7. And lane 8 is Waikato 4. Right out wide, lane number 8, Waikato. Waikato getting along really nicely. Back on his left-hand shoulder is the crew from Tauranga 2. He's back off the pace quite a bit. And Waikato number 1 is right in the firing line too. So there'll be action here. They want to eliminate the repechage if possible. Wairau in the middle, Avon, Cure and the 2 Dunstan crews down on the inside. But it's Waikato out wide, Waikato 1, Waikato 2. It looks like Waikato 1, Waikato 1, Oscar Ruston. That looks like the guy that has a little bit of advantage over the number of 4 of Ben Oliver's. Right out wide, trying to stick their nose in between the 2 of them. Tauranga, he's feeling the pinch a little bit. Just ahead of Tauranga, we have Waikato. It's Wairau. Wairau's just ahead of them, and locked up with Wairau is Avon and Cure. They're all locked up together, and slightly ahead of them is the number 2 crew from Dunstan Arm. Number 3 crew not far off the pace at all. The only one really to drift off, and then he's only drifted off by about 3 or 4 lengths, is the Tauranga Sculler. We go back to the leader. We're in the third 500. It is Waikato. Waikato number 1. Got the advantage over the number 4 Sculler. Pressure going on the 4 Sculler coming in the middle. I tell you what, there's nothing between Cure, Avon, Wairau and Dunstan Arm, all in the middle of the course. We're looking for 2. The rest are going to have to go through an extra race on Repecharge Day. Waikato number 1, he says it's Oscar. He says goodbye to the rest of the field. He's trying to bring his number 4 crew with him. But there's some real pressure going on. 4 from Dunstan down in lane number 2. Dunstan's number 2 crew. That's Henry Clotworthy from Dunstan. Matthew King back in the squad for Dunstan Arm. He's putting some pressure on his number 2 crew. They're all vying for that second position. Waikato out wide. We get a better look of it. He's back in about 3rd or 4th. It's all coming. It's Dunstan up into the second qualifying position. Pressure's coming on him then by Wairau. Wairau's trying to put pressure on Dunstan's number 2. Dunstan number 3's trying to put pressure on Dunstan number 2. We can see Waikato 1 will go through, that's for sure. Who's going to take the second berth straight through at this stage? Dunstan number 2. Henry Clotworthy, he looks as if he's got a slight advantage. Look out, Henry, they're all coming at you, Cure Boating Club, and your club mate down on the inside. Dunstan 3 on the inside, and wide out wide, still Waikato. Waikato still in the hunt. Oh, Waikato are going to go 1-2. Down towards the buzzer they go, and it's Waikato number 1. He will go straight through into the final, and he'll take his club mate with him. He was up a little bit further than I thought in that last 500. He looked like he was starting to drift, that he'll go through as well. And then we go through to the Repecharge. The 2 Dunstan crews locked together with Cure, Wairau just back there, and just a little back to Avon and Tauranga. Waikato showing their colours early. The big club out of Waikato. There was second race up. Again, we're looking for the first 2. You've got Waikato 3. Can they get 3 crews? And Waikato 2. Can they get 4 crews into the final? Tauranga 1 and 3. Lane 4 is Auckland. Lane 5 is Dunstan Arm number 1. Lane 6 is Wairau 2. And lane 7 is Auckland 2. They've gone through the 1,000-metre peg. It's coming out of lane number 5. It's coming out of 5, which is Dunstan Arm. Jack Pearson, he's one of the big boys out of the Dunstan Arm rowing sheds on Lake Dunstan. And it looks like Jack, he's had a really, really good season along with his row mates. We've just seen a couple of them in that first heat of the under-22s. This is the class that the selectors look at, because this is the grade. They want the young fellas that can move a boat. Jack Pearson sitting out in front. He's not under a great deal of pressure coming into this last 500. On his right-hand shoulder, though, there is the crew from Wairau 2. Liam Collin from Wairau 2 going along really well. Tony will be pretty happy with his boy out there. He's in a qualifying position. Oh, no, it's not Wairau. Wairau's back in 3rd. It's Jack Pearson has got a crew in front of him. It's the crew on his left shoulder. It's Auckland. It's Ryan Gass from Auckland. So Peter Mills and John McDermott doing the coaching, and Jack Pearson about a length and a half down. So it's Auckland, Dunstan, and then down the inside, Waikato 3. They're not going to get 3 crews straight through to the final. These 2 crews in the middle of the course are just coasting along, keeping everyone behind them. They know exactly what they're doing. Very experienced scullers. The 2 fellas sitting in front, the Auckland sculler, Ryan Gass, and Dunstan Arm, Jack Pearson, quite clearly will go through. There's a little bit of a challenge coming from lane number 1, which is Waikato number 3. That's Jack Henry from Waikato number 3, trying to put a little bit of pressure on them, but they're clearly out in front by 2.5 lengths, these two scullers. Through the 100-metre buoy line goes the Auckland sculler. He brings Dunstan Arm with him. This is a tough grade, the under 22, one of the toughest grade at New Zealand rowing. Then we go down the inside, Waikato. That's the Waikato 3 crew. And then from there we go to the middle of the Tauranga. And just inside Tauranga is Waikato's 2. Out into the middle of the course is Wairau 2, Wairau 2. And in the middle, there's your 2 that are going to go through and qualify. Now we just move straight on to the women's. Exactly the same. There'll be 2 heats by the look of it. 1 and 2 will go straight through to the final. The rest will be out the repecharges. If you don't make the repecharges through to the final in the repecharge, you've got to be realistic to say that you're not good enough and you'll be out the back. You won't be out the back for another chance. You'll be out the back. D-rigging boats. Now just remember the message we gave earlier on, the mums inspire us all with their golden moments. The nominations, if you're putting a nomination in for mums from your club or your mum yourself, you do it online and it closes today. Just another look, if you're looking at thinking of buying some new skiffs, pop across and see Vera at Rowing New Zealand Lazaro Boats. And don't forget, they are the kind sponsors of giving away 2 single sculls at Māori Club for the under 17 girls and boys. We've got Waikato 3 and 2. We've got North Shore and 3. Cure Boating Club's been scratched out of 4 by the look of it. Waikato 1 and 5 and Cure Boating Club 2's racing. So again, one of the top grades at New Zealand rowing. We go out to lane number 6. And that is the Madison Neal from the Cure Boating Club off the Waimak River. Under the guidance of Alec Kennedy, of course, and she looks as if she's in front by about 1.5 lengths advantage over the crew from her left-hand shoulder, which is Waikato 1's, Shalai's Turnberry. These 2 crews have opened themselves up a little bit of a gap over the rest of the field, and when I say a little bit of a gap, I'm thinking quite a big gap. They go back to North Shore, which is about 4 lengths away. And then we go back the same distance again, another 4 lengths back to Waikato's number 3 crew. In the last 500, no pressure going on the leader. She's got a comfortable lead of 2.5 to 2 3/4 lengths as they head down towards the gold buoys. Just interesting to know exactly what tactics are going on out here with coaches, whether they're wanting their crews just to qualify or whether they do want a faster lane. You've got to remember, guys, that if you get rough water and there's any delays and you don't get through to all the heats and repecharges, it goes on the fastest times. And sitting out in front, we'll just see if we can get a little clock on the Cure sculler. This is a pretty good row from a very small club there in Kaiapoi. They get rowers from Kaiapoi and Rangiora, and they row on the, I think, the Waimak River. Down towards the 100-metre line, mind you, they've got a star-studded coaching lineup with Alex Narman and the helpers out of the Cure Boating Club, and this is a pretty good performance from the young lady. She'll go down and take it out by a goodly 3 lengths clear of the crew from Waikato number 1. And then we go back in Indian file. We go back from there. We go back to North Shore and then Waikato 3. And only these first 2 going straight through to the final. I just got the final clock on her. She was on 33. Your second heat has Waikato 4 out of lane number 2. Then we have Wairau 1, and then we have Star Boating Club 1, Dunstan Arm 1, and Waikato 2 out of lane number 6. Jenna Lee Markcroft for Waikato 4, Lexi Tipson from Wairau, Mackenzie Tuffin from Star Boating Club, Emma Spittle from Dunstan Arm, and Emily Gordon for Waikato number 2. I've just gone through the 1,000-metre peg, and it looks like we've got a clear-cut leader again on one of the outside lanes. Out of lane number 6 it is. That's the crew showing the Waikato colours. Very, very prominent early in the regatta, the Waikato colours. She's got an advantage of about 2.5 lengths over 2 inside her. I think it's the Star Boating Club. We should be able to pick the Star Boating Club colours up pretty well. And then squeezed up between those two outside crews is the Dunstan Arm sculler. And then right down on the inside, we have Waikato on the right-hand shoulder of Waikato's Wairau. So we go out wide to Waikato's number 2 crew. Oh, gosh, she's got the rating well down. She just has a wee gaze across to her left. We take a look. That's the Star Boating Club, Dunstan, another 3 or 4 lengths back from there. And down on the inside, we have Waikato. That's their 3 crew, and that's slightly ahead of Dunstan. And then just back off the pace from her again is the crew from Wairau. So we go back to the leaders. We'll be coming into the Golden Boys shortly, and we'll... It would only be about a length and 3/4 between the 2 crews. There's no need to try and win the race at this stage. But again, like I say, times... Morning, Kirsty. Like I say, if you struck bad weather and things are reduced, you can go on times. We've seen it before. So they're in the yellow, boys. These 2 crews just pushing along. There's down to about a length between the 2 of them now, so there's a wee bit more urgency coming from the Star Sculler. Comes out of Wellington, of course. I think they row on the Wellington Harbour. Down towards the 100-metre buoy line she goes. The Waikato Sculler's quite happy to not quicken it up and just keep the pace there. The Star Sculler just a little bit quicker with the hand speed. And she will go and come up alongside her as they go towards the buzzer. She's just shortened a stroke, the Star Sculler, a wee bit. I don't think the Waikato Sculler's worried about it. She hasn't adjusted her stroke at all. And they go down and get the buzzer, and Star will take her on the line over Waikato. Those 2 will go straight through to the final. And the rest, unfortunately, Waikato 4, Dunstan Arm and Wairau will go into the repechage heat, which I would imagine will be rowed sometime tomorrow. Women's Intermediate Cox 4, New Zealand Championship, New Zealand Intermediate Cox 4. Progression is 1 and 2 to the A final, tells us there's 2 heats. The rest will go straight through to the repechage. First heat up, out of lane 2, Cure Boating Club have scratched their crew. Lane number 3 is the Avon Composite crew with Dunstan Arm. Lane 4, we've got Oamaru. Lane 5, Mercer. And lane 6, West End. Avon Composite with Dunstan Arm, of course. Avon off the Avon River in Christchurch. Dunstan Arm off Lake Dunstan in Central Otago. Oamaru out on their own off the little harbour, and their club rooms here on Lake Ruataniwha. Mercer West End out of Auckland. Mercer, I'm not too sure. I think that's just south of Auckland. It's north of Bluff, I can tell you that. So it's coming out of lane number 5. It's coming out of 5, which is the colours of Oamaru. Gosh, this is a good roo. We know Oamaru's got a very good intermediate squad and a very good... it's not Oamaru. And a very good novice squad, I was going to say Oamaru have got as well. So it's Mercer. Beautiful balanced crew swinging off big long oars. Gosh, I've got a beautiful pick up of the water. They're doing it really easy. I'll get a clock on them for you. They're on 33, so it tells me they're doing it really easily. So there'll be a lot more horsepower in this boat. Mark it down for the final. So Mercer just sitting out in front. Coxon sticks its head up and has a look to make sure she's got that skiff right in the middle between the two buoy lines, heading right down to the western end of Lake Ruataniwha. Go back 3 lengths, no, not quite, 2.5 lengths back to Oamaru, and another 2.5 lengths back to the Avon Composite crew, and just only about a half a length back to the crew on the outside, which is West End. It's sitting right out in front as Mercer. That'll be the first qualifier, barring any accidents. Oamaru, what a good row from them. Like I says, we've got a really good intermediate squad, Oamaru. They do a lot of their training up here on the lake. They've got sheds, so they know the shortcuts. So if there's any shortcuts in this lake, they'll know it. Oamaru will go through and take the second buzzer and go straight through to the final as well. A good row from then. Unfortunately, the other 2 crews will have to go through the repecharges, which is the Avon Composite with Dunstan Arm and West End out wide. Beautiful water conditions here on the Lake of the Two Monsters. Somebody's pretty happy that they've gone straight through to the final, that's for sure. If you've been doing a lot of work at training over the last month or so, it's always good to eliminate. You don't have to go through the repecharges because you start to get a little tired at this time of the year. The second heat has Aramaho Wanganui out of lane number 2, Petone out of 3, Auckland out of 4, North Shore out of 5, North Shore 2 out of 6. Aramaho Wanganui out of Wanganui, off the Wanganui River, I would imagine. Petone off the harbour in Wellington, Auckland out of Auckland, and North Shore 1 and North Shore 2 out of Auckland as well. If you've just come in off the highway and you're on your way, if you're going down south to Southland or going up to the Mackenzie country and you're wondering what's been going on, you can come in and have a wee look and take a look at this absolute brilliant lake here, one of the best rowing lakes in the world, and you'll see that you're at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals. That Mercer crew went through in 7:52, 6 seconds clear of Oamaru. Then we went the composite crew, West End, and Cure was scratched. Second heat just gone through that 1,000-metre peg. It's coming out of lanes 4 and 5, eyeballing each other. There's only about a length between the 2 crews, and they have opened up the gap. 4 is Auckland, 5 is North Shore 1. The 2 Auckland crews up against each other. They have got a commanding lead over the rest of the field, which is, it looks like Aramaho Wanganui that's up into 3rd position, and then another 3 or 4 lengths back to Petone, and then quite a wee bit further back to North Shore's number 2 crew, back off the pace a little bit. So 7:57 for that first heat. We'll just try and compare that with the second heat. and just see who's got the fastest time out of there, which is going to be Mercer, or in this case it looks like we've got a leader just starting to open up the gap a little bit, which is the crew from Auckland. Peter and Alex do the coaching for this crew. We'll give Isabella, young Isabella, in the coxswain seat. The coxswains do a brilliant job, and this is national, so I'd imagine a lot of clubs will have their best coxswains here. There will be learner coxswains here, but you'll find that all the crews that have got a chance of taking medals on finals day will have their top coxswains in it, or should have their top coxswains in it. And they do a brilliant job. In the good old days, they used to get chucked in the water all the time. They used to get pushed around. They used to get growled out by the crew. But they're big shoulders and big heads, the coxswains. They know how to hang on to it. They're a wee bit easier on coxswains today than what they were going back a few years. So no change to the leaders as they head towards the yellow buoys at Auckland. Auckland over the crew from North Shore 1. There's been a little bit of a push coming through that last 500 from down on the inside, Aramaho Wanganui. We're looking for 2 to qualify. They got up within maybe 3/4 of a length of North Shore 1. North Shore, just be careful, the tandem rig boat of North Shore's. There's a real pressure going on from Aramaho Wanganui. North Shore still got their nose in the hunt by about 3/4 of a length. If you're a novice spectator sitting around watching the rowing at the Nationals here, when you heard Millsy say a tandem boat, you'll take a look at that North Shore boat. You'll see the two in the middle of the boat together, which normally you don't see them. You'll see them split 1 to 2, 1 to 2. Aramaho Wanganui put in a big push over that last 500. They picked up a good length, a length and a half, and they're up within a length now. So that goes good for them in the repechage. Auckland takes it out over North Shore. They're the 2 qualifiers. We'll get the time up for you as soon as we can. The women's novice double sculls, race number 9, heat number 1, 1 and 2 going through to the A final, rest to the repechage. So it tells us there's 2 heats. We've got North End out of 1, Waikato 2 out of 2, Canterbury 2 out of 3. Counties Manukau, first call for you this morning. That's their number 1 crew out of 4. Clifton, first call for you this morning. That's the 2 crew out of 5. Waikato 1 out of 6. And Wellington 2 crew, first call for you this morning out of race number 7. All vying for a position to get into the finals at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals on Lake Ruatanipa. We're just still waiting to pick up that time for that second heat of the women's intermediate. First heat, not quite at the 1,000-metre peg. We're right in the centre of the course. There is a crew that looks like they could be sitting in front. Coming out of lane number 4. Lane number 4 is filled up by Counties Manukau. This is the women's novice double sculls, first year rowers. Most likely any mistakes to be made have been made up until this regatta. We don't want any mistakes coming from the novices here. Counties Manukau, Zara and Hannah. Kirsty Dunnell does the coaching for Counties Manukau. He's got crews down here, and you'll hear Kirsty later on in the commentary tower along with Ian. Actually, we've got the old team on, really. They're sitting out in front. And like I say, you see the novices at the start of the season. You see the odd mistake being made. A blade dig deep. We're out of timing a little bit, but at the time they get to here, we don't want any mistakes. And we're going through. This crew's sitting away out in front. What have we got the rating on, Kirsty? Look as if it's fairly low. We'll look as if we're around the 30, maybe 31 tops. Beautiful rowing conditions. They won't get water like this on the Counties Manukau. These two girls look really good as they head down. They're well clear of the rest of the field. We're looking for 2 to go through. Novice double sculling, first year rowers. The girls look quite tall, unless their seats have been packed up, but they look tall girls. Oh, we just saw the very first blemish. I won't tell you what it is, but I'm sure Kirsty Waters would have seen it. Gosh, those water conditions are really good, and this county's Manukau crew is sitting right out in front. This is where you want to be and watch all the action being pushed in behind you. We're looking for a second qualifying. It looks like Clifton number 2, but there's some pressure going on them from the left-hand side of Counties Manukau. That's Canterbury number 2. So it's in those centre lanes, but this Counties Manukau crew is sitting away out in front over the rest of the field. Oh, there's trouble at the back of the field. The top, well, it looks like Wellington 2 are in a little bit of a bother. Oh, no, it might not be. It might be Waikato 1. They caught a huge crab outside there and put their boat. Their boat was heading towards Ashburton. They most likely thought they were rowing on Lake Hood. And then we have to go a long, long way back. So these novice girls, it's North End 1 and Waikato 2 on the inside. And then we've got Wellington 2 right across the far side. We'll go back to the leading crew. And this is very, very comfortable indeed. Counties Manukau. They'll go across the line and get the first qualifying berth for the girls' novice double sculls. It looks very much like Clifton has just started to go ahead of Canterbury 2. Canterbury 2 had a chance of getting them. And it looks like Clifton are just better. They've got 100 metres to go. They're not as tall girls as the Counties Manukau girls. They're neat and tidy. They've obviously done a really good job, just slightly a little high at the catch from the Clifton crew, but they're obviously good enough. They're going to go straight through. And unfortunately, Canterbury on the top side of them is Waikato. The 2 down the inside, North End, Waikato 2, and the one back further, Wellington, will all go through the repechage heats. We can tell you that the second heat of the women's intermediate 4 went through in 7:50, so that was considerably quicker. Considerably quicker for that second heat of the women's intermediate. So Auckland look as if they're the ones that you've got to beat in the final, unless something comes out of the repechages that haven't been at full. Right, that second heat with 2 to go through the women's novice. Got Wellington's 1 crew down in lane 2, Aramaho Wanganui in 3, Clifton's 1 and 4, Canterbury's 1 crew in 5, Aramaho Wanganui's 2 crew up against each other in 6, and Oamaru in lane number 7. Coming out of 3 and 4, oh, there's absolutely nothing between 3 and 4. There's a slight advantage to lane number 4, only a half a length advantage. 4 is Clifton, 3 is Aramaho Wanganui, and again these 2 crews have opened up a big gap over the rest of the field. We're just waiting for that time to come through for that double scull and just see how good that Counties Manukau crew was. Oh, it's the inside crew that's got the advantage. It's Aramaho Wanganui, Carolee and Ruby. They've got about a half a length advantage over Clifton, which is Francie and Casey from Clifton. There would only be a half a length in it, but they're clear of the rest of the field, so they really don't have to race each other unless they want to go for time or even lanes. If you want to get one of the fast lanes, you may have to keep that pressure on by the look of it. Gosh, this is a nice crew down the inside as well. With Counties Manukau crew look really classy. This crew looks pretty good as well. are getting out off the end of the handles. Their blades are nice and low to the water as they roll them over and they pick the catch up. They're just a little bit quicker than the Counties Manukau with the hand speed. Or the Clifton crew. Aramaho Wanganui, Clifton crew still only that half a length behind them as they go through the yellow boys, and they really want to wind it up. Clifton trying to wind it up, get a little bit closer to the leaders, and they're doing a pretty good job. They're down to about a half a length now. They're coming home a lot quicker with hand speed. Aramaho Wanganui, Bow Girl looks across. They've realised that they're going to get under a little bit of pressure. The heads are down. Look at that Clifton combination. The heads are down, and they are really going for it. They may only have a couple of races for this regatta, so you can push it all the way. They're giving more. Oh, the Bow Girl from Wanganui looks across again. She's asked for more from the Stroke Girl, and they keep that half-length lead, and they go down and get the buzzer. Oh, great row from Clifton. Then go back to Aramaho Wanganui's number 2 crew, back in the middle of the course to Canterbury, back out down the inside to the Wellington colours, and across the far side we have the crew from Oamaru. 8:04 was the first time of the first heat, and they were 29 seconds ahead. So Counties Manukau look as if it's the crew in the novice women's, and an 8:04, 29 seconds ahead of its rivals. Men's club double sculls. Now we've got a lot of entries here. It's the first 3 to go through to the semi-final, the rest of the repechage. Lane 1, Waikato 4, Lane 2, Dunstan Arm 3, Lane 3, Waikato 1, Wakatani 1 and 4. Hamilton's been scratched. Aramaho Wanganui in 6, Twizel in 7 and North Shore in 8. A men's club, this is a big grade, and we're looking at 3 to go through to the semi-final. So it tells me there could be 4 heats. And doing it really nicely, sitting out there in lane number 3 is the crew from Waikato. So it's Waikato, and right alongside them is Wakatani. So these 2 crews have set themselves up to go through to the semi-final. There's only about a half a length between the 2 of them. And we're looking for the 3rd qualifier. It could come from down the inside, could come from Waikato 4, or it could come out wide, 2 out from there. It could come out to Aramaho Wanganui. Who's it going to be? It looks more like it could be down on the inside. Oh, there's nothing between them for the 3rd qualifier. These 2 crews have sorted themselves out as they come down to the 100-metre buoy line. There'd only be a half a length, less than a half a length. It's down to about a canvas. Wakatani's trying to put a little bit of pressure on the crew from Waikato. Waikato are going to hold them off. They're doing it really easily, the Waikato guys. There's a half a length back to Wanganui, and it looks like it's across the far side. Aramaho Wanganui are going to take that 3rd qualifying spot into the semi-final. Big push came from Waikato 4 down on the inside, but couldn't close the gap on them. There's your 3 qualifiers. Wanganui. Waikato, Wakatani and Aramaho Wanganui, your qualifiers. The rest of the field not far behind, so it's going to be interesting repechages. That second women's heat went through 25 seconds slower, so it looks like the Counties Manukau crew are setting themselves up for a gold medal, barring any faults, of course. So the second heat of the double scull for girls went through in 8:25. Right, your second heat of the men's club double sculls. Avon's out of 1. Otago Boys High School out of 2. Canterbury 2, just slightly ahead of the crew from Hamilton 2 and Fashion Island. And we can expect them to be just back a little bit because they haven't done an awful lot of great work. We haven't done a lot of work over the last 5 weeks. But boy, it's good to have them here. Down in the middle of the course, Dunstanarm. This is Roland and Harrison. They went exceptionally well at the South Island Championships here a couple of weeks ago and at the Canterbury Champs. They go through the 1,000-metre line. Oh, it's the 100-metre line, Millsy. And they're bringing Oamaru with them. This is Patrick and Cody from Oamaru, Ivan and Shane, who do a great job with the Oamaru Rowing Club out of their little club rooms there. Otago boys will qualify as well, so that's good work, Henry and Ben. So Lauren's done a good job with Henry and Ben to get them through also to the semi-final. And unfortunately, to go through the repechage, we have to have Canterbury, Hamilton out wide to Hamilton 3 and Fashion Island. That second heat of the men's club double scull, heat number 2's gone through in 7:01. So Nelson went through in 7:01. Dunstanarm number 2 crew was second, and then when Wellington qualified. So Dunstanarm look as if they've got 3 crews going through to the semi-final of the men's club double sculls. Fourth heater well down through the course. Wellington have got a scratching out of lane number 1. Then we go West End 1, Mercer 2, St George's. First call for you this morning, St George's out in the centre course. Canterbury 1, Auckland 1 and Waikato's number 2 crew. Last chance to get through the semi-finals, guys. It's coming from the white of Canterbury Ore. This is a bit of a line-up here. The 3 crews sorted themselves out. Canterbury with their nose in front of those 3 crews. On their right-hand shoulder, Canterbury goes Auckland. So they are about 3/4 of a length down. It's the challenge is coming from the left-hand shoulder. It's coming from St George's. So St George's trying to put some pressure on Canterbury. They've got a nice tidy little lead of about a length and a quarter over these 2 crews. St George's has got a length and a quarter over Auckland. Then we come down the inside, Mercer. That's Mercer's number 2 crew. They've got a slight advantage of about a half a length over West End. And, of course, Wellington 3 has been scratched if you've got a day shoot. And then Waikato 2, right across that far side, are just off the pace and not in the hunt at this stage. They'll have to wait and go through river charges. Inside up to the yellow buoy line we go, and it is Canterbury. Pressure going on Canterbury. Canterbury is St George's. St George's up within maybe 3/4 of a length of Canterbury. And then another 3/4 of a length back to Auckland. These 3 crews have sorted themselves off. The only challenges can come from Mercer 2. So Mercer 2 trying to put a burst in to pick them up, but they're a good 2.5 lengths down, and we're inside the yellow buoys, inside a 100-metre buoy line. The Canterbury go now. Now for St George's. Now for Auckland. As they head down inside that last 30 metres. These 3 crews sorted themselves out since we picked them up going through that final 500 metres. Mercer will be encouraged from their row. They'll know that they're in with a chance right in behind the semi-finalists. Good row from Mercer, West End. They will have a chance through the repechage as well. The third heat went through in 7:06, just slightly a little slower. Dunstanarm's number 1 crew went through in 7:06, 7 seconds back to Oamaru, and Otago boys were the third qualifier. Right, we now go to the club grade for the women.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Than what I am. There's nothing coming down through the course, so I think they've just let them go now, so there's obviously a little hold up there for the women's club double sculls. This is the first heat coming up. We can give you the time for the heat 4 of the men's club double sculls. They went through in 7:13, which was a wee bit slower again, which was Canterbury in 7:13. St George's were 2.5 seconds behind them and another 2.5 seconds back to Auckland. So they would be the 3 qualifiers. Out of lane number 1, we should have Waikato 4. Lane number 2, Rotorua. First call for you this morning, Rotorua. Welcome along. Lane number 3 is the Bay of Plenty Coast. First call for you this morning, so welcome you as well. Clifton's out of 4. Dunstan Arms 2 out of 5. Hawke's Bay 2 out of 6, Dunstan Arms 1 out of 7, and Waihopai. First call for you this morning, 8, and I think first call for Hawke's Bay. It's the Women's Club Double Sculls. This is most likely the biggest number of entries in the regatta. I think there's up over 31 entries for the girls' double scull. Very, very competitive grade at regattas in the North Island, very competitive grade in the South Island as well. We can just about, they're most likely gone through the first, they're nowhere near the first 1,000 metre peg. We'll be able to get an idea of what's going on out there. Lanes number 4 by the look of it, 4 and 5, and then we go out wide to the outside lane. So 4 and 5 is Clifton and Dunstan Arm 2, and then we go right out the outside to Waihopai. We'll just check and see that it's not one inside Waihopai. No, it's the one inside Waihopai, which is Dunstan Arm. So it's Clifton, Dunstan Arm 2, and Dunstan Arm. Women's Club Double Sculls. We're looking at only 2 to go through here. Even though there's 4 heats, we're only looking at 2 to go through. Certainly got themselves sitting out in front as that crew from Clifton. Swinging along really nicely. That's Robinson and Pulford from Clifton. Greg and Jason do the coaching of this combination. They'll be quite happy to see the girls heading towards the 1,000 metre peg sitting in front. The right-hand shoulder of them, Dunstan number 2 crew. That's Maggie and Lola. And Simon, of course, he'll be happy to see his number 2 in a qualifying position as well. But we've got a long way to go. Who's got the strongest 1,000 metres? They're not quite at that 1,000 metre peg yet. It's still Clifton sitting in front. Right-hand shoulder is Dunstan Arm. Oh, out wide. I think they might even be ahead of Clifton. The 2 crews right out wide, which is Dunstan Arms 1, and they're bringing Waihopai with them. So those 2 crews right out wide are in the firing line as well. In fact, they could even be sitting in front of Clifton. Dunstan Arm, that's Olivia and Bella, which is looks like a new combination from Simon out of Dunstan 1. Olivia and Bella Breen, Olivia Ovenshaw. Waihopai, of course, is Jack and Norman out there, which is Danny and Scott do the coaching of Lila and Ella. Off the Aridi River down south, that Waihopai crew, it's just back off the pace. It's right in the firing line, but it's just, there's a big distance back from the leading crew. It looks like Dunstan Arm have got the lead over Clifton. They're well inside that 1,000 metre weir now. This is the third 500. This is where the old legs, if we're really starting to push it, the old legs start to feel the pinch a little bit now in these sculling boats. Clifton really clamping it along. I'm going to get a clock on them for you just to see what they're doing, but they're up with a really high rating. I got them on 36.5, Clifton. That tells me they want to try and get, they want to pull the ripcord on the parachuter when they get to the buzzer. If they do, they're trying to pick up Dunstan Arm. So Dunstan Arm, well, I don't know. There's absolutely nothing between them. It might even be Clifton. It could be Clifton or Dunstan Arm. These 2 have sorted themselves out. And then on the right-hand shoulder, as the sun comes out, that's Dunstan Arm's number 2 crew. They've moved up into 3rd place now over Waihopai. I think Clifton, yes, Clifton are definitely this fast rating of Clifton. I'm going to get a clock on Dunstan Arm just to see what they're doing as a comparison. Oh, they are a lot slower. They're on 32, so they're a lot considerably slower. Clifton crew really clapping it along. I had them at 36.5, and they haven't changed the thing. All of a sudden, the stroke girl looks across. Gosh, they've got a good 2 lengths. We've got a better look at it now, and they've got a good 2.5 lengths over Dunstan. These crew have opened up a length of about 5 or 6 lengths back to the second Dunstan crew. They'll have to go through the repicharges, and then anywhere we go, then we go back to Waihopai. And then we go Rotorua down on the inside. Inside them, Waikato 4 on the right-hand shoulder. Rotorua, we've got Bay of Plenty. And the one in the middle we haven't mentioned is Hawke's Bay 2. Inside the Gold Boys goes Clifton. They're still keeping this high rating up. If not, I think they might have even dropped it a half. But they're still on 36. Dunstan were on 32 last time we clocked them. They're now on 34. So they're quite happy to sit there by the look of it as they go down with a 100-metre buoy line to go. Clifton through the 100-metre buoy this time now. Dunstan arm through that 100-metre buoy. Oh, there's a good length and a half now. Good length and 3/4. Then we have to go back to the Dunstan second crew. There's your 2 qualifiers. Just be aware, guys, if the sun really comes out and clears up, it has been very, very severe down around the Mackenzie country and Central Otago and Southland. So if the New North Islanders have got slip, slop and slap, we suggest you put it on. Make sure you're wearing your caps and your hats and you're taking on water because it could get up, the heat could get up to 29, 30 degrees here in the Mackenzie country in a matter of a half an hour. It'll have to go, Dunstan 2 will have to go through the repechage along with Waihopai. Down on the inside, a little race of their own between Waikato 4 and Rotorua. And then just slightly back further from that is Bay of Plenty, and in the middle of the course we go Hawke's Bay. We'll get a time for these heats when we can for you. Second heat, which is well down through the course, has got Canterbury 2 out of 1, Hamilton 1 out of 2, Wakatani, Waikato, Canterbury 1, Hawke's Bay, West End and Waikato 2. Again, we look as if we've got a couple of crews that have gone to the front and going to watch everybody else. Oh, we go out wide again. We go to lane 5 this time. We go to lane 5, which is the crew from Canterbury 1, Georgia and Toby from Canterbury 1, Josh doing the coaching for them. And they have got a commanding lead, Josh. They've got a good 2.5 lengths lead over their opposition, which is out wide. Two from there, it looks like West End, the white colours of West End. And then on the right-hand shoulder of the leader is Hawke's Bay, but they're a good 4 lengths back from there. Don't think that is West End out wide. We're just trying to identify the colours, but it's Blue Blades. Must be one inside them. It might be Hawke's Bay. Could be Hawke's Bay that's out wide, but the leader's definitely Canterbury. Waikato. Canterbury girl looks across. No, it's Canterbury looks across. We go 2 lanes out from them. It is the crew from West End. It is West End, Canterbury, West End. Inside them we go Hawke's Bay, but ahead of Hawke's Bay on the left-hand shoulder of his Waikato 1. So there's your first 4 crews. We have to go quite a wee way back now to Hamilton, Wakatani, nothing between Canterbury 2 and Wakatani, and then right out, really out wide is Waikato's number 2 crew. So we're looking at 2 to go through only. Second heat of the women's club double sculls, following up the boys. We've got the first heat, time has gone through in 7:50. Oh, that's quite a tidy time. That Clifton crew that had the Bumblebee rating, they've gone through in 7:57, coach. That's a pretty good time. You can see, if you're a novice spectator, when they talk about the Clifton crew in the first heat, how quick their hand speed, they're getting more strokes per minute in. You can see that against the Canterbury crew, who are way down and getting less strokes per minute. Oh, they've just had problems, Canterbury. They're going to have to get it together. They've got to be in the first 2. Oh, they've almost been picked up on the line. They're going to pull it together and get through. And then the second qualifier is going to be West End. And unfortunately, on the left-hand shoulder of Canterbury, Waikato, they just about pulled it off Waikato to go through to that semi-final. Oh, gosh. We're at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals, guys. All sorts of pressure goes on. Down on the inside then, we've got the Canterbury 2, and then just alongside them 2 out from there is the crew from Wakatani, and then right out wide in the yellow boat is the Waikato's number 2 crew. So just about disaster for Canterbury. We'll go on to heat 3. We'll get that time for you for that second heat as soon as we can. Nelson out of lane number 1, Hamilton 2 out of 2, Waikato 3 out of 3, Avon 2 out of 4, Aramaho Wanganui out of 5, Aramaho Wanganui's 2 crew out of 6, Auckland out of 7, and Twizel out of 8. There's no mucking around from the commentary tower today. They're halfway down the course by the time we get to the end, so the starters are doing a pretty good job up the start. 4 and 5 again. We're looking at 2 to go through. So 4 and 5 is Avon 2 and Aramaho Wanganui 1. And that's so long as the starters have put them in their right lanes, because we can't see colours now because of the sun. There could be a little bit of pressure come on Aramaho Wanganui from the Auckland crew. The Auckland crew is well up in the firing line as well. They'll need a big final 200. There's nothing between Auckland and Aramaho number 1 for that second qualifying position. Oh no, Aramaho number 1 is clearly up in the second place at this stage. Been some good racing this morning. Avon 2 still hanging onto this leg. Aramaho Wanganui still about a length and a half down off them on their right hand shoulder. We're looking for those 2 to qualify. They're looking on the left hand shoulder from Avon, who's Waikato 3. I think you'll find they're up into about 3rd position. They are locked up with them with Aramaho Wanganui's 2 crew. Then we go to Auckland. Twizel feeling the pinch. Twizel on the very far lane, right back off the pace a little bit. Or the bow girl on Avon out of this very tall squad that row off the Avon River in Christchurch. Aramaho Wanganui look like 2 tall girls as well. They're a good length and a half down off the leaders as they hit the 100-metre buoy line. They go. These are for 2 qualifiers. There's a big race going on for 3rd, 4th and 5th. We come down the inside and it is Waikato 3 and there's 2 crews on the outside. Aramaho Wanganui and Auckland. Down towards the buzzer they go. We're looking to try and get ourselves through to the semi-finals as we can get ourselves through to the finals, as we can get ourselves on the dais here at the 2025 New Zealand Rowing Nationals on Lake Ruataniwha. There's the second qualifier, Aramaho Wanganui's number 1 crew, and then just nothing separating those crews again was Auckland, Aramaho number 2 and Waikato. There's a Nelson combination down on the inside that we never picked up, and right out wide is Twizel. And that second heat of the women's double sculls went through in 8:11. Whoa, that's considerably slower than that Clifton crew. And just as we said, that Clifton crew went through in 7:57. That second heat has gone through considerably slower, so it looks like Clifton's the crew that we've got to sort of look out through for the final. But in saying that, we've got another heat well down through the course. And don't forget the coffee. Erin is down there with her coffee, and the row shop will have a coffee going as well. It must be getting near coffee time. So we go the fourth heat to try and get 2 through. Star Boating Club in lane number 1. Dunstanarm, that's their number 4 crew in lane number 2. North End's 1 crew in 3. Dunstanarm's 3 crew in 4. Waikato's 5 crew in 5. Wellington 1 crew in 6. And Avon's 1 crew in 7. 1-2, we've got a crew sitting in front, showing the colours of Dunstanarm. In fact, it looks very much like Dunstanarm going 1-2. So it's Dunstanarm, it's the inside crew that's got the advantage, so it's the Dunstanarm. I'm just not too sure. We'll just check that out. It's Dunstanarm and it's Waikato. So Dunstanarm sitting in front. This is out of lane 4. It's the number 3 crew. It's Neve and Emma. Well, this combination's going along pretty well indeed. Emma Bryant in the bow seat, Nevo Doherty in the stroke seat, and they're going to go straight through the semi-final, and I think that might surprise Simon a little bit. But it's certainly a good win, and they look very tidy together, that's for sure. I think that's a new combination that's sitting out in front for Dunstan. Waikato chasing them all the way, and Waikato are going to go through as well. A strong-looking crew from Waikato. They'll be your 2 first qualifiers. And then we come down to Star Boating Club, a good row from Star Boating Club. Dunstanarm's number 4 crew just back off it a little bit. Ahead of them is North End. And then we go right out the very far side. It looks like a crew from Avon, just inside them, Wellington. And ahead of them is Dunstanarm's number 4 combination. 8-12, the second heat of the third heat. Avon number 2 went through 8-12. So again, we've got Clifton with the fastest time of the 4 heats, depending on what Dunstanarm's time is. Men's Senior Coxless 4, the preliminary race. And if you're a novice spectator out there and wonder what Millsy's talking about, preliminary race means that it is virtually a straight final, but it's still rowed on heat day, so as they can get lanes, because the fastest lanes are the centre lanes, and everybody likes to get the centre lane. So even though they row it today, and you might say, why don't they just row it on final day? They have to row it to get lanes, to see who goes in the lanes. Up until now, they are just taken out by the marble, and also it gives the breaks between races, of course, where they can't row it on the Friday because it concertinas the program up and it makes the races too close for a lot of clubs. This is starting to get up in the levels. The men's senior, the next level down from the open class, which got Auckland, St George's, North Shore, Avon 2, Avon 1, Avon 3 in the centre together, Waikato 1, Waikato 2 on the outside. Very competitive race, and it's Avon. It's Avon over Waikato. And then down on the inside of that Waikato, it looks like coming out of lane number 3 is North Shore. So it's Avon in the middle of the course. It's their Avon number 1 crew over their number 2 crew by only about a canvas. They're trying to bring with them North Shore. And then on the top side of the 2 Avon crews is the Waikato crew. It's the 3rd Avon crew, I think. No, it's the Waikato crew. So it's Avon number 1 over Avon number 2 by a half a length. Coming straight down on them, North Shore. North Shore only 3/4 of a length from Avon's number 2 crew. These 3 crews will go to the 100-metre buoy line locked together. Avon 1, Avon 2, they're going to try and put a dead heat. We'll need to bring the cameras out. It's like going to the Addington Trots in Christchurch. They will be dead level going into the cameras. Oh, I'll tell you what, and they're not at full tit. The crew down on the inside, that's the Avon number 2 crew. They are only just coasting, and so is their number 1 crew. Just about took the wings off that duck out there. Down to a half length, and look how easy that number 2's crew is doing it. Then we have North Shore, Waikato. Down on the inside, we have St. George's, Auckland on the inside, right out the far side, Waikato 2, and the crew is Avon 3, and they're just out for a Christmas training row. Right, that fourth heat of the girls' double scull went through in 8:14. So Clifton, the coaches of the Clifton crew, will be very, very pleased with the time of their crew in the girls' club double sculls. Now, if you need any oars fixed, I'm sure the guy with the oars are over the back if you have problems there, of course. And, of course, there is the boats. You can take a look at the boats. There is Mr. Whippy when he gets up and running. And, of course, there is the food up over the back. So don't forget, take on a little bit of water if the sun gets too hot. Make sure you got your hat on. Keep your clothes on. We don't want no streakers at the rowing. We've never had them before. And, of course, you can go and see Vera over there with Rowing New Zealand's Lazaro boats. And you can have a yarn if you're an under-17 rower and try and talk your coach into going and racing in the under-17s at the Mardi Cap Regatta coming up. For Lazaro donates a boat to the winner of the under-17 single girl and the under-17 single guy. So pop off and see Vera regarding that or anything you want to know about their boats. It's just a preliminary race again, race number 20, which is the Women's Senior Coxless 4. Again, we get the same situation. I just see if you're a novice spectator and you want to know what goes on with the preliminary race. I've just told you what it is. They're racing for centre lanes. The fastest lane over late 8 lanes will go into 4. So if they are the fastest in the preliminary race, they'll go into 4. In the final, and then it'll go to 5, the next fastest, then it'll go down to 3, the next fastest, and they get slower as they go out to either side. So when they come down through the course on final day, you should see the leading crews coming as a narrow effect and the slower crews going out to lane 8 and out to lane 1 flaring back to the arrow effect. But, of course, we saw in that last race that the Avon boys weren't at full pace by the look of it. And we have a crew out wide, which is another Avon crew, which will be Avon's number 1. It's Avon number 1 women's crew that's sitting out in front. Very, very strong in Premier and senior rowers. You'll notice the Avon crew got a tandem rig boat, and again for the novice spectators, that is where you've got the 2 and the 3, both oars on the one side locked together instead of having a bow stroke. Different reasons why that should be done. Generally it is a power reason. It's one side will be a little stronger than the other, so the stroke side in this case, the bow side, the 2 bow side girls would be slightly stronger than the 2 stroke side girls, and they boat the boat this way so as they can even up that power. And Avon will go through and get the buzzer, and they will get the lane number 4 tomorrow. Then we come 2 inside them. Avon, we go to Waikato's number 1 crew. So Waikato number 1 crew will get the second fastest. Third fastest will go to one in North Shore. And then Avon's number 2 crew. And then we go out to Waikato's 2 crew. It just depends on what sort of effort's going in to get these centre lanes. North Shore. And then the Warrior Composite with Dunstan Arm across the far side. First of the big 8-packers, guys. Race 21 of the program. They're due to go out of the 2,000 metre starting block at 20 minutes past 9. They are smack bang on time. Men's Novice 8 first year rowers preliminary race to get lanes. We've got Petone in 2. Hawke's Bay in 3, Avon in 4, Canterbury in 5, Hamilton Composite with Nelson, and the Oamaru composite with Timaru. Not yet at the 1,000 metre peg. They are about 150 metres off the 1,000 metre peg, and I thought that Oamaru Timaru composite looked really good the way the Oamaru and Timaru novices have been going this year. And there's a tussle going on. They've got the advantage over the crew on the left-hand shoulder, which is the Hamilton composite. But there is a crew earlier on out of lanes number 3, by the look of it, which is the crew from Hawke's Bay. So Hawke's Bay look as if they have the lead in the big 8-packer race, the first 8-packer race of the day, the first-year rowers, the novices men. Hawke's Bay. Charlie Scott's doing the coxing for the Hawke's Bay crew. Alex McCarty and Sam Cropper doing the coaching all the way down from the Hawke's Bay, trying to show the Southerners how to row a boat correctly in the novice grade. Oh, I tell you what, it may not be Hawke's Bay. It could be out wide. We always have to favour out wide, so I'm saying it's the composite crew. And like I say, Oamaru have got a very good novice 4, and Timaru are always strong in the novice grades, and they've put this combination together. And there's a lot of splashing coming from the crew inside them, which is the Hamilton composite with Nelson crew. And I tell you what, it looks like Hawke's Bay were in front going through the 1,000, but it will be just the angle we're looking at. So sorry, coaches, we've got you back in about 3rd place now. We'll get a better look at it on the angle. It is that composite crew on the far side. Oamaru, Timaru do a lot of training on this course. Oamaru have actually got a shed here. They do a lot of training on this course, and Timaru train on a little estuary in Timaru. And they've combined their 2 good novice crews together and put them together in this 8-packers. Oh, there's absolutely nothing in it. We're starting to get a better look at it now. I still say it is the composite crew out wide. Hawke's Bay haven't not that far away at all. I think they've got the advantage over Hamilton composite with Nelson. In the middle of the course, it's still the outside crew. Oh, there's nothing between the other composite crew, and down on the inside was Hawke's Bay. Then we have to go a long way back to Petone, and there should be another one somewhere with Avon. We don't see Avon. They're obviously not there. So that composite outside crew, Timaru, Oamaru, they're heading up towards the 100-metre buoy line to go. We'll just see if there's any urgency comes. The coxswain will be dishing out the commands. You'll know they're in front, and you'll know there's going to be no challenge go to them. There's a lot of talking going on out there. That's novice talking. It wasn't a coxswain. It was somebody talking in that crew. I'm sure the coach will have that sorted out. Hawke's Bay, the composite crew, that other composite crew, and nothing between them and Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay got a nice little run on their boat. Let's take a look at this row. Oh, I tell you what it is, the other composite crew. But they're a little bit tidier down here on the inside, and they've got a nice run on their boat. The Hawke's Bay crew got a nice little run on their boat. Oh, they're locked together. There's about a foot difference. The composite's got it. The composite, Hamilton composite with Nelson have got about a canvas only. 2 feet as they go down to the line over Hawke's Bay. Look really tidy, Hawke's Bay. Great racing from the novices. Now you'll notice your day sheet are in blocks, so it's just coming up for the first block. There's a little 20-minute break and about 3 20-minute breaks throughout the program today, so it gives you a chance just to sit back and enjoy the heat that's coming out of the sun. Men's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. We're looking at 2 crews to go through to the final. Tells us there's 2 heats, and that'll be immediately followed up by the feature event of the regatta, the women's premier single sculls. And when I say premier single sculls, we've kindly been sponsored by Milford. And you'll see around the Milford signs around, they've got a lot to do with the live streaming. Mercer's out of 2, Hawke's Bay out of 3, West End out of 4, Aramaho Wanganui out of 5, Petone out of 6, Timaru out of 7. And looking for a qualifying position, coming out of lane 5, showing the multicolours of Aramaho Wanganui. So it's Aramaho Wanganui in the men's intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. On their left-hand shoulder is West End. So these 2 crews sorted themselves out. We're looking at those 2 only to go through. Aramaho Wanganui, West End. A good, clean, clear gap between all of them, nobody putting any pressure on anyone. We then come down to Mercer down the inside, and right out the very far side we go to Petone. I know that's Petone back off the pace a little bit. That's Timaru right on the far side, and then we go a wee way back to Petone. So Aramaho Wanganui, who have showed their colours early today, head down towards the buzzer and will take the first qualifier for the intermediate Cox quadruple sculls. A lot of these crews will be school crews. I would imagine if you're a novice spectator, you'll find there'll be a lot of school crews entered at this regatta and an opportunity to build for Mardi Cup. And a lot of these intermediate crews and club crews will be school crews. There's your second qualifier, West End out of Auckland. And then we go down on the inside, Mercer goes across now. Out in the middle is Timaru, Hawke's Bay and Petone. 7:01, the men's novice 8s. The men's novice 8s went through in 7:01. 7 seconds back was the Hamilton-Nelson combination, and then 0.78 back to Hawke's Bay. Men's intermediate second heat, we've got Waihopai Composite with Invercargill. Welcome along, you guys, from down there in Burt Munro area. Out of lane 2, Potiorua, first call for you this morning, just out of Wellington there. Canterbury on the Avon River, Dunstan Arm Composite with the Cure Boating Club, and Waikato on the far side. So it's men's intermediate Cox. And we've got a crew in the white sitting out in front as the first qualifier by the look of it. We Canterbury, so it's Canterbury swinging along very nicely, sitting back watching all the action come in behind them. That's where you want to be. And then we go from there on the left-hand shoulder of Canterbury, but that's Potiorua, but they're about 3 lengths down off the leader. And then we go the 2 outside crews, just locked horns together, Waikato and the Dunstan Composite with Cure Boating Club. And then back down is the Waihopai Composite with Invercargill. So down into the yellow boys they go, all crews not that far away from, only about 4 to 5 lengths from the leading crew to the last crew. As they head down nice and comfortably, first 2 to go through. The rest are going to go through to the repechage. Down to the 100-metre buoy line they go. Canterbury. Potiorua. Canterbury goes through the 100-metre buoy lines. Potiorua. Then we go Dunstan Arm. Dunstan Arm would only have a couple of feet. On their right-hand shoulder is Waikato. Coxswains are eyeballing each other there. There's only about a canvas between the 2 of them. And then we come down, not a great deal separating the full field. Waihopai, Invercargill. Doesn't look like Invercargill to me, but it's Waihopai and Otago by the look of it. Our program says Invercargill and Otago. The program moves on to race 24. And like I say, you'll have that little break coming up if you're wondering why there's no boats coming down through the water. There's whoever boats coming on, and Kirsty's coming on for the next block, guys. Everybody knows Kirsty. We appreciate her help, and she had an exceptionally good win with her crew this morning, so she'll be in high spirits. Women's Senior Single Sculls, the elite class at New Zealand Rowing. This is where you get the guns from. Milford we're looking at 2 to go through to the A final, so there's 2 heats. Milford are the sponsors of this race. Waikato 4 and 1, West End 1 and 2, Hauraki Plains 1 and 3, Ashburton and 4, Avon 1 and 5, Waikato 3's been scratched, and Cambridge first call for you this morning out in lane number 7. So we've got the guns in New Zealand Rowing. Ilana Sherman, Holly Croft, Stella Clayton, Veronica Wall, Catherine Glenn, and Rebecca Lee. It's coming from lane number 4 in the yellow bait. It's no other than Veronica Wall. We all know how good she's had a few years off. She's been overseas, but I don't know that she's done a great deal of serious rowing over there. But she's back here, and she says that she wants to have a crack at the Premier Singles for 2025 on the Lake of the Two Monsters. So Veronica Wall sitting clearly out in front. We're looking at a second qualifier, Avon 1, so that's Catherine Glenn from Avon 1. She's got a chance, but there's real pressure going on the left-hand shoulder of Hauraki Plains. That's Stella Clayton Green. So these are the 3. Is there any pressure going on? Oh, there is, coming right out of lane, down in lane number 1. That's Waikato 4, Ilana Sherman for Waikato. Right down on the inside, she's got a chance of qualifying too, and she knows it. She's just, you can see the leg drive coming from the Waikato 4 sculler down on the inside. She's moved up alongside the crew from her, Hauraki Plains. We forget about Ashburton sitting out in front, and then we go out the far side to Avon. That's Avon again. Avon trying to put some pressure on to get up a second. The race is between Waikato 4 and Avon 1 for the second qualifying position. Squeezed in between them is Hauraki Plains, but about 2.5 lengths down. Then we go right out the far side, Cambridge, and down the inside we go to West End. Coming down the 100-metre bore line, Veronica Wall. She's sitting in front by about a length. Over way, I think it's Waikato. Oh, yes, it's Waikato down on the inside. Waikato, you need to really crank the hands up on the outside if you want to pick them up, which is on the Avon number 1. But it looks like it's going to be Waikato. She's got the faster finish, and she hasn't done it by hand speed. She's done it with sheer drive. She'll go down. So Ashburton will take the buzzer over Waikato's 4 crew. We've got 2 of them through to the final. Unfortunately, the Avon girl worked so hard. Body language tells you that, and she will have to go through the reps. Right, men's intermediate Cox quads. That was heat number 2, went through in 7:09. We'll just see what the single scullers go through in. Right, the second heat. Out of Otago University, first call for you today, Hannah Matahari. She's the only one here, I think. Dick Tonks does the coaching for her. Isabel Carter from lane 3 has been scratched for the look of it. Canterbury 1, Shannon Cox, who will be interesting to see if she gets through, because her daughter's just finished winning the first heat. Waikato, Sophie Egnott Johnson, she'll be really hard to bowl. Ella Crosswell for Waikato 2, and Liza Greenhard for ESR Theatre, which is an international crew, I think. Oh, I tell you what, this is a really good performance. Coming out of lane number 4, the White of Canterbury, Shannon Cox. She's sitting out in front, and then we have to go out wide for there, the ESR Theatre. Now this is a really, really good row, so it looks like mother and daughter have qualified for the Premier Singles. The right-hand shoulder of Canterbury's Waikato 1. And she's no mean sculls, Waikato 1. Sophie Ignont-Johnson, she's up into 3rd place, but she's going to have to put the old burners down if she wants to take that second qualifying berth, because out wide it is the ESR Theta. Oh, and there's absolutely nothing between them. Waikato 1 trying to put some pressure to the outside. Then we have to go back to Waikato 2 and Otago University. So it's Canterbury, and there's pressure going to go on Canterbury now because there's a big push coming from the crew on the right-hand shoulder. That's Waikato 1, and Waikato 1's trying to put pressure on lane number 7, and she's doing a pretty good job as well. There's still 150 metres to go. We're looking for 2 to qualify. Waikato coming home very quickly. Out wide is all of a sudden just woken up to the fact, and they're going to go locked together. Who's going to take the second qualifier? Oh, look, another push from Waikato. Another big push. It almost looked like she'd done a racing start. Can she pull away from the outside, which is ESR Theatre from the outside? They are locked together again through that row of buoy lines. Shannon Cox is going to take the buzzer. She'll go in. This is locked together. This is photo finish stuff. I'm going to say one buzzer here. Oh, if I had to stick my neck out, I'd go Waikato on the inside. But both girls worked hard over that last 200 metres. The body tells you. Great racing. The first heat went through in, Veronica Wall went through in 8:07. 0.76 away Waikato 4, and then 2.68 away Avon 1. The first 2 qualify. We'll see what the second one is. Men's Premier Single, the elite class, Waikato 5, Sebastian Fulton. Waikato 1, Finn Hamill. Avon 1, Ben Mason, out of Otago. Waikato 2, Robbie Manson. Look at this lineup. Angus Kenny for Dunstanarm. Oscar Roston, Waikato 3. James Scott, Waikato 4. Luca Harris out of Tauranga. Star-studded lineup of men's Premier Single scullers, but we've got one guy that's sitting out in front. Well, that's the colours of Dunstanarm. Oh, that's Waikato. Coloured boy, coloured little Pakeha boy, Melzi, you're coloured line. So it's Waikato. This is Waikato, Robbie Manson. He's the guy that's sitting out in front from lane number 2, which is Waikato. Finn Hamill sticking between them. Should be Ben Mason from Avon. And then we go out. We go Dunstanarm and Waikato, then Dunstanarm, then another Waikato crew. That's the 4th crew for Waikato. And then we go right down the very inside, Waikato 5. He's chucked it away. He's just cruising home. The same with Tauranga. So back to the leaders. Robbie Manson, Waikato's number 2 crew, goes through the 100-metre buoy line. He wants to be the New Zealand Championship for 2025. He's going to have his work cut out for him. There's 2 heats. Oh, no, there's not. This is preliminary. Tell you what, he'll get the fast lane, and that win would almost say that's good enough to win the title and the gold medal on finals day, because he is well clear of the rest of the field. And because it's a preliminary, there's 1 or 2 of them just coasting a little bit. Finn Hamill's going to take the second buzzer, and then Avon's Ben Mason will take the 3rd buzzer, and then we go back to Jack Pearson, Angus Kenny it is for Dunstanarm. That's a good row for the Dunstanarm colours. I don't think Dunstanarm colours have been seen in a premiership single race ever, so really good for the club. Waikato 4, we go out, Tauranga wide, Waikato 4. Well, that's the two Waikato crews together, then Tauranga. Look and see what they've... Oh, the women's second... Oh, the women's second heat of the women's premier singles has gone through exactly the same time as the first heat. They've gone through in 8:01. And I tell you what, if you're all wanting to know who took the second, I stick my neck out and says I thought it would be Waikato, and it was Waikato. And Waikato took the second by 0.24 of a second. That's how close it was from ESR Theatre. And that ESO Theatre was in second place all the way down the course. It was just the sheer speed and guts of the Waikato Sophie Egnon-Johnson that took it by 0.24, but both heats of the women's premier single scull have gone through in 8:01, which is mother and daughter against each other in the big gun race. Women's novice Cox 4 preliminary race. Oh, that should be just about the break. Yep. Okay, guys, there's a little break now for 20 minutes for the program. Kirsty will be coming on. And in other years, when we have a wee break like this, we would turn the radio on and you would get a little bit of atmosphere throughout the regatta with the radio going for the next 20 minutes. Or if we ever got rough water, we could switch the radio on and you could get the radio going while you're all sitting around waiting for decisions. But unfortunately, we're running a new system here now and they haven't actually still worked out how we get
Good morning, everybody. We've just had a change in commentary. Millsy is off for the next hour and a half. I'll bring you through to 11:30 this morning. My name is Kirsty. I'm from up north in Cambridge and looking forward to bringing the next hour and a half to you here at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals on the beautiful Lake Ruataniwha. We've just had a 20-minute break. We are into the women's novice coxed 4. This is a prelim race, which means that there's only one heat, and effectively these ladies are racing for lanes for the A final. So lane number 2, we have Aramaho Wanganui in the North Island, Wellington in lane 3, Oamaru in 4, Canterbury in 5, and Oamaru number 2 in lane 6. So we'll just have a look. They should be down by the 1,000 metre mark at the moment, which they are, just about to go past the the landing down there, where a lot of coaches will be watching their crews. And it looks like out Canterbury number 1 in lane number 5 going quite well. So Georgia, Natalie, Lauren, Lily and Brianna Williams is coxing. Daisy and Maeve are the coaches of this Canterbury number 1 crew. So Canterbury leading this prelim race of the women's novice coxed 4. After that, we will have the women's intermediate double sculls. Doesn't look like any of the North or South champions are here at the New Zealand Nationals, so this is all up for grabs on the finals day. But we can see that Canterbury are going really well. Down on the inside is also Aramaho Wanganui. And then we head out to Oamaru number 2 and 1, also chasing hard for third. Beautiful conditions here on the lake. And we've had some really good racing this morning, including the men's and women's premier singles. We've had some senior 4s. We've had the novice 8 come down. And we welcome all our live stream viewers out there that can't make it to the lake. And we hope you're enjoying this spectacular racing here in the South Island. So we still look, it's just bunching up a little bit, but Canterbury were going quite well. I would say we go out to Aramaho Wanganui now. Down on the inside, they're travelling quite well. That's lane number 1. Dempsey, Sophia, Carolee and Ruby. Morgan Wood is the coxswain of the Aramaho Wanganui number 1 crew. And as mentioned before, these ladies are racing for lanes for the A final. This is a preliminary race, so no heats. So down towards the last 250 they come. This is the women's novice coxed 4 prelim race. Still Aramaho Wanganui going really well down here in lane number 1. And Axel will be pleased with this. They've had quite a few wins this morning already, this club, from up in the North Island. Then we go over to Canterbury. Canterbury in lane 5. And then back in the middle of them is Oamaru number 1. We have the live stream up and running, beautiful pictures here so that people at home can watch the racing. And down they come towards the last probably 180 metres left of this only heat in the women's novice cox 4. So well done to all these crews qualifying straight through to the A final. Just a little bit back off the pace is this Wellington crew in lane 3. Everyone else in a bit of a race here to qualify through, and it is Aramaho Wanganui down on the inside. They are looking pretty strong here in lane number 2, and then we've got lane number 5, which is Canterbury. So inside the last 100, we are well and truly inside there. It is going to be a win to Aramaho Wanganui. Canterbury number 1 will take second place, probably about 3/4 of a length, and then we go back to a bit of a sprint now coming from Oamaru number 1 in lane 4. Then we go over to Oamaru number 2, and then back to Wellington in lane 3. That will close out the women's novice Cox 4 prelim, and then we move into this probably one of the larger fields we've got here at the New Zealand Nationals, 4 heats of the women's intermediate double sculls. So heat number 1, we are looking for Petone number 2, Twizel number 1, Aramaho Wanganui 1, Dunstan Arm 1, Mercer 1, Clifton 2, Otago 1, and Waihopai number 4. That's the makeup of heat number 1 in the women's intermediate double sculls. Top 2 will go.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Good race developing here between Aramaho Wanganui and Clifton, going quite well. 2 North Island crews. Aramaho Wanganui down there in lane number 3. Crew of Abigail and Ruby. They are going pretty well here in the Inti double, and then we go over the outside to Clifton, and then back inside potentially to Dunstan Arm number 1, which is Charlotte McKenzie and Charlotte Crosby. So again, 2 into the semi-final, and at the moment that's looking pretty clear to me that it's Aramaho Wanganui and Clifton at this stage, unless Dunstan can roll over the top of them as we come down towards the last 250, inside the last 250. So heat 1 of 4 in the women's intermediate double sculls, and it is Aramaho Wanganui coming through for another win here, Clifton chasing hard, and then we go back to 3rd place, probably Dunstan Arm number 1, just over the right hand shoulder is Mercer number 1 in lane 5, but they will be clear water back from Dunstan. Then we come down on the inside to Petone and Twizel, and over to Otago and Waihopai. So we're inside the 250 now, and it's Clifton and Aramaho Wanganui pushing down for those top 2 places directly into the semi-final. Dunstan Arm number 1 are going to have to go through to the repechage. I don't believe that they're going to catch Aramaho Wanganui and Clifton at this stage as we head down towards the last 100. So a good build there from Clifton on the outside. They're doing some work here to try and close the gap with Aramaho Wanganui. Aramaho Wanganui looking pretty comfortable here to try and hold on to this win as they come down through the 100. So Clifton closing the gap, trying to do a bit of a burst here as they come through the 100, watching those bow balls as they go through. Aramaho Wanganui now and Clifton now. So that's an overlap there between Clifton and Aramaho Wanganui, but Aramaho Wanganui well and truly out in the lead here as we come down towards the finish. So that's going to be the 1-2 directly into the semi-final of the women's intermediate double sculls, and then we go back to Dunstan Arm, who will sit in 3rd place but about 2.5 lengths back. Lane 1. All right, just waiting for the official times now for that last crew to come through before we can tell you what Aramaho Wanganui came through in. We'll go out to heat number 2 of the women's intermediate double sculls. They are through the 1,000 metre mark. And we have got Waihopai number 2, Waikato number 1, Waihopai 1, Clifton 1, North End 1, Tauranga 2, Wellington 1, and Dunstan Arm number 4. And it's this Clifton crew, Bella Neal and Isla Robinson, out there in lane number 4. They've got a clear water advantage here, probably about 4 lengths over Waihopai. So this is a fantastic effort from the crew from up north in blue and white. Bella Neal and Isla Robinson, brilliantly coached by Greg Cox and Jason Williams. I've been following these young ladies all season, and Clifton have had a really good season. So they are going really well here. This will be quite a tough crew to beat with an advantage like this. So Clifton probably not showing their full cards. That rating's nice and low. They're just working on their technique, keeping it nice and clean, protecting that lead there with a 3 or 4 length boat lead over the crew on the inside of them. Waihopai number 1, Caitlin and Charlotte. So in the previous heat, Charlotte McKenzie and her partner Charlotte Crosby were a bronze medalist in this event, but they have had to go through to repechage. And out in front of us here is Clifton, who are looking very, very strong for a result in the A final of the women's intermediate double scull. So no wonder here that these are the North Island champions, Robinson and Neal, that you're seeing out in front of us, just crossing the line now. They were the North Island champions at the North Island rowing champs, and then we had Wanganui High School and West End in the bronze medal. So West End were the bronze medalists. So no wonder these girls are looking pretty strong, and we will go out onto the course now, bring home the next heat of the women's intermediate double sculls. We'll just look for that official time of Aramaho Wanganui, 8:12:58. And we will have to wait for the last boat to come across the line before we can give you heat number 2. Heat number 3 features the gold medalists from the South Island Rowing Championships. Cure are in lane number 4. In lane 1 is Waihopai 3, lane 2 Dunstanarm number 2, lane 3 Petone 1, lane 4 Cure number 1, the South Island champions, lane 5 Mercer number 2, lane 6 Aramaho Wanganui number 2, lane 7 Cure number 2, and lane 8 is North End number 3. This is heat 3 of 4 in the women's intermediate doubles, and then we move into the men's club coxless 4. All right, let's go out into heat number 3, see if the South Island champions are leading this. And they are absolutely clear water out in front there of a few... No, just over on the outside, that might be Cure number 2 actually. So Alex, well done there. First and second with the Cure crews coming through in the heat 3 of the women's Inti double. Doing a bit of a push down on the inside is Waihopai and Petone in lane 3. They're trying to push themselves up. But again, just a reminder, top 2 go through to the semi-final, and then the rest are all through to repechage. So no one eliminated at this stage in the women's intermediate double sculls. come towards the last 250 metres here in Heat 3 of the women's intermediate double scull. Heat number 2 was won by Clifton in 7:57, which is our fastest time of the two heats at the moment, 7:57.78 compared to 8:12 from heat number 1. So the fastest time currently sitting with the North Island champions, Clifton number 1. Down here in front of us is Macy Barnes and Perry Stevenson, coached by Alex Kennedy from Cure, out there in lane number 4. They're not going to get caught as they come down with about 180 metres left to travel. Second place looks like their teammates over there in lane 7, Ella and Annabelle from Cure number 2. And then we come back down between both of them is the crew from Mercer, Hinamoa and Brooke in lane number 5. They'll be sitting in third place as we come down towards the finish. So all other crews, except for the 2 Cure crews, will go through to the rapid charges potentially tomorrow as we come down on beautiful conditions here on the course. Inside the last 100 goes Cure. I'd say they're sitting in the low 20s. They're just very, very sedate. They might have some more races this afternoon. So these two ladies are just cruising down on 25 rating to the finish line. And well done to Macy and Perry, the South Island champions. So the time that they sit will not be indicative of what they will do on finals day. So just be aware of that. They're just conserving their energy, protecting their position into that semi-final. And their number 2 crew a little bit higher on that rating, but also through to the semi-final. So well done to Cure 1 and to Cure 2. Then we go back to third place, Mercer. Then we come back on the inside to Petone. They're about 3 lengths back. And then we go over to Aramaho Wanganui, number 2. All right, so heat number 4 of the women's intermediate double sculls is Star, West End, Tauranga, Union 1, Union 2, Dunstan Arm 3, Cure 3, and North End number 2. That will be the last heat of the women's intermediate double sculls, the fastest time so far sitting with the North Island champions, Clifton. So it's Union number 1 at the moment leading the last heat of the women's Inti double as they come inside, well inside the last 500 metres. And then chasing them pretty hard down on the inside is the crew from Star down in lane number 1. So that's Sophie Kavanagh and Tabia Leonhardt. And over to Union, Ruby Bell Ferguson and Jamie Seddon. So it's Union 1 and Star that look like they're going to take the last 2 semi-final spots into to probably tomorrow or Thursday, and the rest will all go through to rapid charge. So just coming down to the closing stages here of the women's intermediate double sculls, I'm going to hand over to Felix, who will bring 3 heats of the men's club coxless 4 for you, and then I'll come back on following the club coxless 4 for the men's senior doubles. But out in front of us, congratulations to the Union number 1 crew, and then back into Star, who will take those 2 spots into the semi-finals. So I'll hand over to Felix now as he brings through the men's 4 heat number 1. Just as we see the final 3 crews come down, we've got West End, Tauranga, and just outside of them is Union number 2 coming through to the finish.
Okay. Yep, so here we go. We're moving into the first heat of the men's club coxless 4. I don't know what they've done here, but they've absolutely stacked this heat. You have the North Island champions, St. George's Rowing Club. You have the South Island champions, Avon. You have a lot of A finalists. St. George's, Aramaho, Wanganui came 4th at the North Island. And then you've got the strength of Waikato, Hawke's Bay, Oamaru. You just can't count out any of these crews, so it's great to see. So right now, pulling up the live stream, I think we see Avon in first. They've got quite a commanding lead here. Very commanding lead, and then it's kind of neck and neck between St. George's, Aramaho, and Oamaru, actually. It's good to see here. Avon have got an absolutely dominating lead here. They're probably about 5 lengths of clear water, so it's good to see. Yep, so then we move back to St. George's, then Aramaho, and who's that? Is Hawke's Bay. Oamaru, so Avon, they've got about probably 6 boat lengths now. St. George's, Oamaru, and probably the other St. George's crew actually. So it's coming down to the line here. Sorry, not St. George's. So Avon, they're going to take the win here. Then it's going to go to St. George's, maybe Aramaho or Oamaru. It's a battle for second here, so it's pretty close. Who's that? That's Hawke's Bay. Aramaho, St. George's. Who's that crew there? That's Hawke's Bay. Yeah, so it's going to be Avon here commandingly. Then we've got St. George's, Aramaho versus Oamaru. It looks like it's going to be St. George's. Oamaru making a push here, so it's going to be pretty close. St. George's with that tandem rig. Then he goes to Aramaho. Then he goes to Oamaru. Oh, they've just caught a crowd there. Oamaru have taken second. St. George's third. Oamaru fourth. Hawke's Bay coming in. Now it's going to be St. George's and Waikato. St. George's looking long and strong. Waikato just a little bit messy there, but that's okay. It's only the heats and you've got a lot to learn during the week. So good job to those crews. Feel unlucky for St. George's there, but they've had a great club season. So see what they can do in the final. So we're about to see heat number 2 of the men's club coxless 4. So we have West End in lane 1, North Shore in lane 2, Wellington in lane 3, Waikato in lane 4, Avon in lane 5, Avon in lane 6, and Waikato have scratched. So you look at Waikato here, they're probably the favourites for this heat. They came silver at the North Island Club Champs. But you really just can't count out any of these crews. Like you look at West End, they've got some insanely good rowers, some big eggs. You look at Crew Ellis Williams, he's got about a 6-12 right now, so a bit of a beast. coached by Nick Dorr and Ethan Blight. Ethan Blight rowing from Washington, coming out of Washington, rowing for the North Shore Senior 8. Brings a lot of experience in. Yeah, so you've got Avon as well, coached by Leon. Works very closely with Logan Key, so it's good stuff. So just pulling up the live stream here, we've got Waikato. Yeah, Waikato clearly out in front. Then we move back to Wellington, and then West End in third here. Then we move back to Avon. Then North Shore. Then North Shore. So we've got Waikato clearly in front here. They're going to be challenging against this Avon crew. Sorry, folks. Who's that? That's Waikato. Is Avon? Oh, Wellington. Oh, so it's Waikato with that tandem rig boat, looking very clean, getting a close-up shot of that. Then we move back to Wellington, but West End are right on their heels there, so it's going to be a pretty close race. Then we move to Avon, but I think Wellington right now have the advantage over West End. It's going to be the battle for second or third here. You can't count on Avon actually, so it's going to be Waikato. Then it's going to be the race for second. So it's Wellington. Wellington are actually making a push here, so it's going to be pretty close. West End have followed that tandem rigged boat. Then we go to Avon. Avon, I think they're going to count out for the podium in this heat. But it's going to be Waikato, then Wellington, I believe. I think Wellington have made a push and dropped West End a little bit. See if they can bring it back with some of that coaching experience. It's a pretty close field. Like, you look at the Club Quad, it's one of the hardest categories to race in because they've made the senior grade so hard to get into. The quality of club rowing is just going up and up, so it's great to see. So Waikato here, I think they're going to win it, looking really good. Tandem rig boat. Then we go to Wellington. I think Wellington have made the early push. Then we go to West End and then Avon. So I think that's going to be the order. Waikato 1, Wellington 2, West End 3, Avon 4. And then we go back to North Shore there. And Avon coming in behind. All crews looking good. Waikato dropped the split. I think they look fine. Then Wellington. But West End have made a little bit of a push there. And then it's going to be Avon, North Shore, and Avon again. You never know what can happen in the finals these days, so it's great. So as we move on here, we're moving into the final heat of the men's club 4. So in lane 1 we have Hamilton 1, lane 2 is Hamilton 1, lane 3 Auckland 1, lane 4 Avon 2, lane 5 Oamaru 1, lane 6 Wairau Composite, so that's including Nelson, and lane 7 North Shore 1. So we have a couple A finalists here. So you look at Auckland Rowing Club, they came bronze in the North Island. In lane 4, Avon 2, they got bronze, and in lane 5 we have Oamaru 1, who got silver. I don't think that's right, actually. So here we go, moving into it here. So Auckland 1 are looking good. Oh, I think that's Oamaru. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so the Wairau Composite crew, they're looking a bit, the steering's a bit off here, but you never know, it's a bit hard. But, here we go, so it's going to be Auckland, quarter of a length here, maybe a canvas, and then it goes back to Wairau, then it goes back to Avon 2, some close racing here. Then we go to Oamaru, Yeah, but oh wow, where are Wyral going? They're out of their lane, I believe. And then so it's Auckland against Wyral against Avon. It's anyone's race here. They're going probably into the last 250 here. So it's going to be Auckland are looking good. Then it's going to be the Wyral composite and Avon. But you never know. You saw that crowd before, so anything can happen in the last 250 meters. Lungs are burning, legs are hurting. So Auckland here. Auckland are looking good. I think they've. No one has really got a sprint up here. Avon have started to up the rate. Yeah, Auckland, I believe, have dropped the rate a little bit. They're looking more calm. They know that they're going to go through. So the first four go to the semi-final and the rest go to the repechage. So these guys are pretty much safe. So just taking it nice and relaxed. So Auckland take it in, really relaxed rowing. Looks amazing. Then Nelson, looking a bit more rushed, but it's worked for them. They've come second. Avon, relaxing there. They've got that tandem rigged boat. And then we go to Oamaru. That's going to be the four that go through straight to the semi-final. North Shore, they're going to have to go through the repechage. And then we go to Hamilton, and they've missed out as well. I do love Hamilton. It's a great place. Sure.
All right, thanks, Felix. Well done. We move now into the men's senior double sculls. We have two heats of this event, and the first two will go through to the A final, rest into repechage. Heat number one of the men's senior double sculls. We've got Avon 3, Waikato 1, Tauranga 1, Clifton 1, Dunstanarm 1, Aromaho Wanganui number 1, Dunstanarm number 3, and Auckland number 2. These men are down by the 1K mark at the moment, and we will go out onto the course. The Auckland, the North Island champions, Auckland, are in heat number 2. Clifton were also our silver medalists, but I can't. Oh yes, they're in this one, so they were silver up north. And then the bronze medalists were Tauranga, and they are also in this first heat. We'll just bring up the South Island champions in the men's senior double. And out onto the course, let's go and have a look at how these gents are going in this first heat. The young guys from Aromaho Wanganui, Herbie Austin Baker and Jake Newton, are going really, really well out there in lane number 5. They're trying to hang on here to the competition, and this is a really good effort from these young guys. I think Axel will be pretty proud of this at the moment. And then we come inside of these two lads from Aromaho Wanganui, Jake and Herbie, and we'd probably be looking at Clifton. And then over from Clifton is Dunstanarm, Matthew O'Meara and Henry Clatworthy. So if you look at your live stream, we've got one heck of a race on our hands here. Aromaho Wanganui under all sorts of threat. Only 2 to go through to the A final. So it's game on here. Only 2 are going to go through directly to the A final here, and we've got a horse race here. Aromaho Wanganui under threat now from the crew in the middle of them. That looks like the Clifton lads. So Clifton were our silver medalist up north. Liam Cox and Clayton Potts are making a big move here for the first place in this heat. Men's senior double, 2 of these 3 crews will go directly into the A final. The third placing crew will go through to the repechage, and at the moment It looks like it might be Luke Bergquist and James Hollard from Tauranga who have got to put in a big push now, because now the lead has come from Clifton. Clifton have overtaken Aotearoa Wanganui. Aotearoa Wanganui, these young lads from up north are really desperately trying to hang on as we start to see a big push from Tauranga now. Tauranga pushing for that second place. But what can Aotearoa Wanganui do as we come inside the last 100? Dunstan also pushing super hard. That's the Dunstan boys in the middle there. And so it's Dunstan, Clifton and Aotearoa Wanganui, not Tauranga, I'm sorry. So sorry about that, Simon, but it is going to be Dunstan, Aotearoa Wanganui, and then back inside to Clifton. And Dunstan May just is going to be right on the line. Oh, that was super close. Dunstan and Aotearoa Wanganui, maybe the boys from Aotearoa, Jake and Herbie may have taken it. Dunstan will be sitting right there. And then we come inside to Clifton. So that will be a photo finish there, I'd say, that they're going to have a close look at those guys and see how they come through there. So Matt O'Meara and Henry Clatworthy going super well for Dunstan. And then Aotearoa Wanganui leading it the whole way down. But we'll just see how that official result comes through in a moment, just after they've reviewed that downstairs. Now we just wait for the last three crews to come across the line. We go over the outside to Auckland number 2 and back into Avon number 3. Just while we wait for that result to come through, we'll go up to heat number 2 of the men's senior double sculls. We've got Avon number 2, Aotearoa Wanganui number 2, the silver medalists from down south Canterbury in lane 3, the North Island champions Auckland are in 4, Dunstan Arm 2 and 5, the South Island champions Wairoa are in lane 6, and Avon is in lane 7. So some stacked talent here in heat number 2 of the men's senior double. And let's make sure we get the right crew this time, Kirsty. Oh, some good racing here. Auckland under threat from Wairoa. And then inside of Wairoa is Canterbury. Angus and Tim, the silver medalists from Canterbury. So there's a good race here on our hands as we look for first and second into the A final. It's not to a semi-final, it's to the A final. So let's see, let's keep refreshing this result. Right, now they just start to split up a little bit here, and we start to see a bit of a push from the Auckland boys. So Ryan Gass was in the under-23s, and his partner Jack McDonald, coached by Peter Mills and John McDermott. So it's the Auckland crew trying to hang on here. We go right down on the inside. It might be a big push coming from Avon number 2. So that's Jimmy Middleditch and Scott Shackleton, coached by Leon and Alice. And down we come, Avon number 2 down on the inside, pushing super hard and trying to hold off Auckland as we come towards the finish. We have the women's senior double sculls on your live stream at the moment, coming out of the blocks, but down here at the other end of the course at the finish line, we're waiting for these men's senior doubles from heat number 2 to come through the last 250. Now let's see if we can find, it was Dunstan. Dunstan did it by 0.02. So Dunstan Arm took the win there just in the last 2 strokes over Aotearoa Wanganui, and it was only by 0.02 of a second, which is a superb result for the schoolboys from Aotearoa. So Axel should be super proud of that result from the 2 boys, Jake and Herbie, and also a great result from Henry Clatworthy and Matthew O'Meara. All right out in front of us, that's the Auckland crew of Jack McDonald and Ryan Gass that you can see there. As we come down towards the finish in Heat 2 of the men's senior double, we go over on the outside to Wairoa, the South Island champions, Finn Allison and Ashley James Fitzgerald. They are sitting in second, but looking pretty comfortable as they come through the 100. So they're going to let Auckland just row away here as we watch Auckland Rowing Club take the win over Wairoa for second. Those 2 straight into the A final. And then from there we go back about a length and 3/4 to the crew from Dunstan, who are sitting in 3rd place. That is Hamish Yeatman and Simon Barnett. And then we come back down on the inside to Jimmy Middleditch and Scott Shackleton for 4th place. So the win to Auckland, 2nd place Wairoa into the A final, the rest into repechage. Okay, so just looking at heat number 2 of the men's senior double, 6:58.90. So a little bit slower there than heat number 1 with that chase between Aromaho Wanganui and Dunstan Arms. So about 6 seconds is the leading time from Dunstan Arm going into the A final of the men's senior double. We now move to the women's senior double sculls. We've got 2 heats of this coming down the course. Heat 1 at the moment, we have Waikato number 3 in lane 2, the South Island silver medalist Dunstan Arm number 2 in lane 3, the South Island champions Dunstan number 1 in lane 4, Cure in 5, Cure 2 and 6, and Nelson number 1 in lane 7. Women's senior double sculls, top 2 go through to the A final. These ladies just approaching the 1,000 metre mark, as you can see on live stream at the moment. And it looks like the South Island champions Olivia Key and Emma Spittle from Dunstan Arm number 1 are hanging on here. Pushing them also Waikato number 3, trying to do a big move down on the inside. That's Tessa White-Parsons and Amelia Burrell. And they are doing a big move down through that 1,000 metre mark there, just trying to hang on to Dunstan number 1. And then we've got a bit of a chase for that 3rd place between Cure and Dunstan Arm number 2. So it's top 2 directly into the A final, the women's senior double sculls. All the rest go to repechage, so no eliminations at this stage in the heats of the women's senior double. So they're pushing deep into this 3rd 500 now, and it's a big move from Waikato. Dunstan trying to chase and pull through. This will be a really important 3rd 500 to work out who's going to take the lead here, but Waikato have caught Dunstan by surprise as they come down inside this 3rd 500. Some really good work there from Tessa and Amelia. Then we've got Dunstan number 1, Olivia Key and Emma Spittle, and then sandwiched between those two, but about a length and a quarter back is Dunstan number 2, Olivia and Millie. And then we go over to Cure, Madison Neal and Sasha Robinson in lane number 5 as they come through the 3rd 500. That's how heat number 1 of the women's senior double is looking. Only the first 2 will go directly into A final, and at the moment there's some really good work coming from Waikato number 3. So if they've ranked them as their number 3 crew, I'll be interested to see how Waikato 1 and 2 go in heat number 2, and they're on the track at the moment, probably down somewhere near the 500 gone. So some really good results coming out of Dunstan this season, as we've seen this morning. Clearly, lots and lots of heat wins. Olivia Key and Emma Spittle, names that we've called before, and have got some really great results behind them on the school programs as they push up into this club and senior level under the guidance of Simon Smith. And it is, but it's here they go now. So now Waikato under threat from Dunstan number 1, and this is the work I thought might show through in this 3rd 500 from Dunstan as they try and put some pressure on Waikato. So it's Waikato and Dunstan looking pretty good here. Dunstan number 1 to go through to this to the A final of the women's senior double sculls. The rest of the crews, Waikato 3, Dunstan 2, Cure 1 and 2, and Nelson will go through directly into the repechage. So down we come towards the finish, and it's still this race between Waikato and Dunstan number 1. Down we come to the change of boys, which signifies 250 metres left to race, and these 2 senior doubles doing a great job here on beautiful conditions on the lake as we watch Waikato come under threat from Dunstan Arm number 1. So let's see what the rating does here as they come inside the 250. Are they going to take it up? So Waikato are sitting on around 33.5. Dunstan a little bit shorter on the stroke, but really strong through that finish as they head down towards the 100. And Dunstan are going now. They've gone up to 36 on the rating, so they are sprinting. So let's see. These 2 crews clearly are going to go through directly into the A final, but bragging rights over who will take the win here in heat 1 of the women's senior double. And I think it's going to be this crew out here in lane number 4, Dunstan number 1, have just now pushed ahead of Waikato and have got that big powerful finish that have pushed them into the lead here of the women's senior double sculls. In fact, they've gone out to about a length and a quarter now over Waikato number 3. So Olivia Key and Emma Spittle will take a comfortable win in the last 250 here of the women's senior double, and then Waikato will come through for 2nd, and then we go out to lane number 5, and that is Cure number 1. They will come through for 3rd, then back inside to Dunstan number 2 for 4th, and then we go over to Cure and then over to Nelson. So well done there, great result, and well done to the Waikato crew. If you're ranked number 3, that's a great result for you to go directly into the A final. So well done to Waikato number 3. All right, heat number 2 of the women's senior double is in the third 500 now. So we've got Avon number 2 in lane 2, Avon 1 and 3, the North Island champions Waikato 1 and 4, Twizel number 1, the South Island bronze medalists are in 5, and Waikato number 2, the silver medalists in 6. And Avon got 4th in the South Island. So let's go out and have a look at how this is going. Looks like someone's fairly dominant to me. Out in the middle, that's Waikato number 1. They've dropped their rating there, Emily Gordon and Jenna Lee Markgraf, and they are looking pretty strong out there in the middle of the course. We come inside of them to Twizel, the local girls here that know this lake pretty well. And then we go over to Avon, Claudia and Poppy. Poppy, a great sculler, called her name a few times, as we see the Women's Club Cox 8 come out of the blocks. This will be a great race to call shortly. Looking forward to the Women's Club 8, which has just started up at the start. But down here towards the last, probably 400 metres left to go, is the last heat of the Women's Senior Double Sculls. And the lead is currently sitting clear water with Waikato number 1, the North Island champions, Jenna Lee and Emily. Second is also going to go through to the A final, so they can't take the brakes off yet. We will come inside of them. We've got Avon and then Twizel trying to push up in lane 5. We'll go out to the Women's Club 8 shortly, but we'll just follow these ladies down through the 250. And the yellow boat of Waikato number 1 is looking really good here. In the second heat of the women's senior double, we can tell you that the first heat was won by Dunstan Arm in 7:43.57. Again, it's quite hard at this level of senior racing where they can take the rating down and they can cruise when they're pretty comfortable with their position. So it's not truly indicative of the speed that they will produce in the final, but it just kind of gives you an idea of where they're sitting as they go into those lanes on Friday or Saturday. So down to the 100 we come. It's still Waikato with a clear water advantage. Looks like Twizel now doing some good work over there. Sadie Mason and Kiara Tyne, coached by Kelvin Maker and Sarah Henderson. Beautiful sculling from the Twizel girls. Down through the 100, they're about a length and a quarter off Waikato. Waikato just deciding to take their rating up now. They don't need to, but they might just be practicing a wee bit of a sprint as they come down to the line. They still have clear water over Twizel, and Twizel and Waikato conserving their energy on 30 rating as they come down towards the finish. So that'll be the 1-2 into the A final. Well done to Waikato and Twizel. And then we come back to Avon, who will be in third place. Then we go over to Waikato number 2 in lane 6, and then back into Avon in lane 2. That's the last heat of the women's senior double, and well done to Waikato and Twizel, who go through to the A final. In the A final. Waikato looking like they're putting in a few big strokes out there. So the coxswain Heidi Baldwin's obviously asked for a bit of a move, that they're testing their boat speed against Dunstan. And then we come back down on the inside. There's a bit of a race between lanes 1 and 2. So Auckland versus Columba College Composite. But there you go. There's the crews out there on the course. You can see on the live stream now. Who is he? So that's the green boat of Waikato that you can see, who've got a length and a quarter over Dunstan Arm there in the women's club at Coxed 8. And then just about a quarter of a length back will be the Auckland crew down on the inside. Yes, that's Auckland sitting in third, but they're only about 3 seats off the barrel ball of Dunstan as we come down towards the last 250 in the prelim race of the Women's Club Coxed 8. Beautiful rowing here from Waikato number 1, Louise, Kate, Peyton, Pippa, Elise, Tegan, Frances, Madison, and Heidi Baldwin is the coxswain of this Waikato crew. So they've still got a length and a quarter over Dunstan. Dunstan have got about 3 seats over Auckland, and then that will be the podium finishes here in the prelim race for the Women's Club Coxed 8. Then you would come inside of Dunstan to Avon number 1. They will be sitting in 4th place at the moment. Down we come inside the last 250. Beautiful conditions here on the lake for the coxswains, steering these boats down, guiding the women in these big boats as they come down towards the 100. But it's Waikato. Waikato still with clear water over Dunstan Arm. And Dunstan Arm all pretty close now between them and Auckland. Auckland doing a massive push to try and pull Dunstan in. Dunstan still holding that second place just as we come down to the 100. It's Waikato with that beautiful long reach into the catch. Beautiful swing around the pin there as they pick up that boat and send it into the finish. And then Dunstan are now trying to do a big sprint on Auckland. Auckland trying to close that gap, but Dunstan look like they're going to hold on. Down we come to the finish, a length and a half in the end to Waikato. They take the win. They'll take the centre lane in the A final, and Dunstan hold on to that second place with that big battle with Auckland Rowing Club, who still end up about 1 or 2 seats back in third place. Right, men's intermediate Coxed 8 is on the course now. Apologies for the delay in the commentating, but we are back on track now. These gentlemen are inside the last, in the third 500. Looks like we've got a couple who've pulled out of this race, so I just need to go onto the course and see who is racing. That looks like a Petone Union Wellington composite out there. They're on the course. Hawke's Bay are out there. And then down on the inside is a Canterbury composite with Avon. So those are the 3 crews that are racing at the moment. They'll get the centre lanes for the A final. I believe you can opt out of a prelim race, but they will still get to race in the A final. So these guys that are racing now, these men in the men's intermediate 8, they will get the centre lanes in the A final. We'll hand over to Felix shortly. He will bring down the men's under 22 pairs, and then I'll be back on track for the women's under 22 and the men's prem pair. So down they come towards the last 250, and it is it's only 3 crews that are really just cruising down towards the finish, but it's Hawke's Bay holding on here for a pretty comfortable win. Matt Maddington, the coach, he won't be able to read too much into this based on all 3 crews just sort of rowing it down towards the finish. And then we will move into the men's under 22 pair, heat 1 of 2 and 2 to go through to the A final. These men are on the track. We'll bring them in shortly with Felix, but out in front of us is full respect to these men for racing the prelim race in the men's intermediate 8, so they deserve the attention down to the finish, and it is going to be Hawke's Bay with Clearwater here over the Petone composite crew with over there on the outside with Union and Wellington. So here comes Hawke's Bay through the 100 to go now. This is the men's intermediate 8 prelim race. These guys are sitting on 37-38 rating, so they're pushing it right down to the line, and well done to them and to the coach Zach Fitness for bringing these boys through and securing a centre lane in the A final of the men's Inti 8 later on in the week. Then second place is going to be this Petone Union Wellington composite crew. They are out there in lane number 7. They'll come through for second place, probably about 3 to 4 boat lengths ahead of Avon. Avon number, where are they? The composite crew between Canterbury and Avon down there in lane 3. And I'm not even going to do a rating on that because it can't be above 24-25. So we'll hand over to Felix. He'll bring down heat 1 of 2. He'll bring down the 2 heats of the men's 22 pair, and then I'll be back for the women's 22 pair and the men's prem pair shortly.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
So here we are. We're about to start the men's under 22 coxless pair. They're actually underway. They're probably about the K now. God, that's one of my favourite events. And this heat is stacked. You got Sam Wilson, Will McIntosh, Cody Johnson, Oliver Welch, Ethan Henderson, Nathan Kinney, and Simon Gutzman and Tag Farrick. Man, this what is there not to say about this this race? You got Cody Johnson, Oliver Welch, they've been racing Prem a lot together. Ollie Welch, obviously the under-23 world champion in the pair. Will McIntosh, the red coat. Sam Wilson, both coached by Logan Keys, incredible stuff. Ethan Henderson, coached by Peter Mills, who rows over at Sydney. Simon, fun fact about Simon is one of the best Rubik's Cube solvers in New Zealand. He does, world champs events, so no, it's good to see he's putting it back in the boat. And Tag Farrick, he's the stroke of the North Shore men's senior 8, and he stroked provincial teams as well, and raced in the race as a stroke as the Trans-Tasman University team. So it's good to see here. So right now, you look at Avon, they're kind of cruising here, so that's Cody Johnson and Oliver Welch here. They're really moving. And then we actually go back to Sam Wilson and Will McIntosh. That's impressive stuff from them. Sam Wilson, mainly a sculler, but after high school moved to sweeping. So it's good to see that he's back. He's back. Then we move to North Shore 1. So North Shore are out on the far side there. They're looking close. In small boats, you never know what can happen in the last 250 metres. So it's, good stuff. So Avon, they've really dropped the rate now, kind of practicing. 1-2 going to the A final, so I think they know they're fine, but it's going to be the battle for second here. And it looks like it's going to be Avon 2, Will McIntosh and Sam Wilson. North Shore on the far side, I don't think they're going to have enough water They're going into about the last 100 meters now. Cody Johnson and Oliver Welch, I think they're going to take it. They've dropped their rate. Really good pause rowing there. But Will Mack and Sam Wilson have slowed the rate as well, but they are still going. And North Shore, I think they're going to run out of water. Yeah, that's really impressive stuff. If you're a coach, you should be watching that. Ollie Welch and Cody Johnson taking the win here. And Sam Wilson and Will McIntosh have come second. Sam, as he likes to say, he's going to give that a boom. And North Shore, they're just going to come third, but a great race from them. And you look at Auckland here coming. They're looking pretty good as well. You can't count them out. The whole heat's stacked. Like, coached by Peter Mills, John McDermott. They've got some incredible coaching experience, and obviously it shows in this crew. Now, great stuff from these boys. Moving on to the next heat. So now the second heat is coming down. So in lane 1 we have Waikato. That's Matthew Polton and Adam Wilson. In lane 2 we have Wairau 1, Henry Kirk and Fred Vavasau, the South Island champions. In lane 3 we have Cure Boat Club, Alex Fletcher and George Johnson. In lane 4 we have Tauranga 1, so that's Jack McClutchy, Matthew Ryder. And in lane 5 we have Auckland 2, that's Jackson Campaign and Freddie Eady, coached by Peter Mills and John McDermott again. Again, this heat is stacked. You've got Adam Wilson, rode in the under-19 campaign with New Zealand. Henry Kirk as well. You have Fred Vavasau, rose out of Otago, raced in Asia and all over. Then you go to Jack McClutchy. There's just incredible stuff, and obviously the Kings duo of Jackson Campaign and Freddie Eady, Kings alumni, may I say. So moving back into the last 250 here, and I think that is, yep, Fred Vavasau and Henry Kirk, the South Island champions. It was quite an upset, them winning at South Islands. But yeah, they're pretty fresh. They beat the whole pretty much race of Avon, so it's good to see the green and white take the win there. And it's going to be the race for second here. I believe that is Auckland. Yeah, that's Auckland and Cure. It's Auckland in third place. Fred and Henry are going to take first here easily. But it's going to be Cure who's going to take second. So that is Alex Fletcher and George Johnson. And then Auckland are just going to run out of water, I believe. So they're going to be coming third. They're going to have to go through the repechage. But congratulations to Cure and Wairau, who are going to go straight to the A final. But Auckland Jackson Campaign and Freddie Eady, the Kings duo, they have come third in this event, so just missing out. And we move back to Adam Wilson and Matthew Polton. They're just going to be close. It's going to be race for fourth here against Tauranga. Tauranga versus Waikato is close. It's going to be down to the line here. And I think Waikato are going to take it. It's going to be on the line. Oh, and Tauranga actually stopped. But no, it's good to see. Good racing here.
Damn. I feel like such a mess.
Thanks, Felix. Back here on the course, women's under 22 Coxless Peril prelim race. There is 4 crews entered on the program, but there's actually only 1 rowing at the moment. They do have the opportunity to opt out of the prelim race and just go straight into a nominated lane for the final. But out here, Sophie Spittle and Hannah Strachan are rowing in lane number 4. That is the Oamaru crew, coached by Ivan Doherty and Shane Carter. The other 3 crews, Waikato, and Waikato, 1, 2 and 3, not racing the prelim race of the women's under 22 pair. So this crew from Oamaru sitting in the low 20s, they are just going to come through and get themselves into that centre lane, and they are going to be hunted down now by the men's premier Coxless pair or prelim race, another prelim race here at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals, and that is on the track at the moment. Looking forward to bringing that down. Hang on a minute. So coming down inside the last 250 is a pretty comfortable cruise down to the line here for Oamaru number 1, Sophie and Hannah. They have taken the option to race this prelim race as the other 3 Waikato crews have opted out. And then on the course at the moment in the second 500 is the men's premier Coxless Peril, sponsored by Crew Lab. We do have 7 crews entered on the program, but I know for a fact that at least 2 of them won't be able to be at the start because they came down about 3 or 4 minutes ago in the under 22 pair, so I don't know how they'd make the start. But anyway, Henry Kirk and Fred Vavasor from Wairau, they can't possibly be in this unless they flew up to the start, literally. So let's have a look at who's on the course at the moment. So we should have North Shore number 1, Blake Bradshaw and Ethan Blight. They're down there in lane number 1. Lane number 2, right alongside of them, possibly up on them, is Zach Rumble and Flynn Watson from Avon number 2. That's lane number 2. They are definitely up on North Shore. Then we go over to a Waikato composite. We know all about these 2, Matt Dunham and Finn Hamill. And we saw some sensational racing from them at the North Island Club Champs a couple of weeks ago at Lake Karapiro. So they are definitely one to watch in the double and the pair. Then we also have, can't see the Avon crew, so then we go to Waikato. That might be Josh Vodanovic and Campbell Crouch. And then we've got another Waikato crew of Jack Cooper and Callum Tupbury. So we won't have Henry and Fred, and I'm suspecting we won't have Ben and Ollie from Avon. Morning, Ben. Yeah. So a couple of crews missing here from the men's Prem Cox's Peril, and out in front of us it is the, well, they're not quite out in front of us, not down from the tower for sure, but they are inside the third 500, and it is still this pair from Waikato Composite with Cambridge, Matt Dunham and Finn Hamill. They are leading the Prem pair. Chasing them hard inside of them is Zach Rumble and Flynn Watson from Avon number 2. And then we go possibly over the outside to Waikato. That'll be Callum Tupbury and Jack Cooper. And then down inside to North Shore, and then back out to a Waikato crew. It's just not these 2. So down they come through the last 500, and it is still Matt Dunham and Finn Hamill, his partner there in lane number 3. They are leading this Prem pair. Then we see quite a burst coming now from Waikato number 3, Jack Cooper and Callum Tupbury out there in lane number 7. They're trying to push right up over the top of Zach Rumble and Flynn Watson, but these two holding on at the moment as we come down towards the inside the yellow buoys, signifying 250 metres left of this premier pair. But it is still Matt Dunham from Cambridge, Finn Hamill, Waikato in the same boat, composite crew. These two partnered up north in the Prem pair and Prem double, and were pretty sensational to watch with their sprint. But out on the outside, keep an eye on Jack Cooper and Callum Tupbury. This is a great finish coming from these two. They've really wound it up as they went through the change of buoys, and I think that's Campbell Crouch. Wrong crew. So we've got a mixture here coming out. That is not Tupbury and Cooper. That is Vodanovic and his partner Campbell Crouch. So they are the ones that are pushing up. That doesn't surprise me. So wrong crew coming through there, but it's still going to be Matt Hamill and Matt Dunham and Finn Hamill. They are going to take the win here over Campbell Crouch and Josh Vodanovic. Sorry for calling that wrong. I thought that was Tupbury and Cooper earlier, but it is not. It is Vodanovic and Crouch. They come through for second, and the Waikato composite crew will take that win. Then we come back down into Avon. Zach Rumble and Flynn Watson will come through for third. Remember, it is a prelim race. They all go through to the A final. Then we come down to Blake Bradshaw and Ethan Blythe. They will come through for fourth. And then the Waikato crew out there taking it easy is lane number 7, Jack Cooper and Callum Tupbury. That is the crew I thought was sprinting earlier, but it was Campbell Crouch and Josh Vodanovic. So first and second through was Matt Dunham and Finn Hamill over Campbell Crouch and Josh Vodanovic. Then we go to Zach Rumble and Flynn Watson for third place. Got the women's Prem pair coming up next. We'll see if they're all racing. They are. We've got 3 crews racing there. We've got Cambridge and Otago Uni Composite, Hannah Matahari and Rebecca Lee. Then we have Waikato number 1, Isla Blake and Alana Sherman. And then Waikato number 2, Katie Lush and Isabel Eliadis Watson. So 3 crews out there in the prelim race of the women's Prem pair sponsored by CrewLab. And they, with just 3 crews, will be racing full lanes. We'll just see if they've got a little bit of a sprint on or whether they're just rowing it down. But definitely the 2 crews, Waikato 1 and 2, are just working side by side there. Isla Blake and Alana Sherman in lane 4. And lane 5, Waikato number 2 is Katie Lush and Isabel Eliadis Watson. So this will be our last race before we have a 20-minute break, and then we will be swapping to our next commentator. And I'll just have to look up my list to see who that was. It might be Ian, or it will be back to Millsy, but I'll just double check who the change will be. So it's Russell. So Millsy is back on at 11:30. So this will be our last race before we have a 20-minute break. And it is the 3 crews represented in the Women's Premier Coxless Peril, sponsored by CrewLab. Just a repeat of that stuff up before. It was first was Waikato Composite, Matt Dunham and Finn Hamill. Second was Waikato number 1, Campbell Crouch, Josh Vodanovic. And third was Avon number 2, Zach Rumble and Flynn Watson. Looks like the crew on the outside here going well. Katie Lush and Isabel Eliadis Watson. But just they are still back a little bit on their Waikato number 1 crew of Isla Blake and Alana Sherman. And then we come back to Cambridge, Otago Uni, Hannah Matahari and Rebecca Lee. So it's the crew in the middle. Waikato 1 leading the women's Prem Coxless Peril. And then we will start up again at 11:30 with the men's novice Cox quadruple sculls. And then we go into the men's under 22 double. So inside the last 500 come the women's premier Cox's Peril, the last race before we have a break for 20 odd minutes, and it is still Waikato number 1. That's Isla Blake and Alana Sherman. They are leading Waikato number 2, Katie Lush, Isabel Eliadis Watson, and then we come back a couple of boat links now to Hannah Matahaere and Rebecca Lee from Cambridge Otago University Composite down there in lane number 3. All these ladies just doing what they need to do to row through to the finish, get themselves qualified for the A final, and then it will be game on for the medals as they look to impress Rowing New Zealand and the selectors as we head into trial season coming up shortly after the Nationals. So down we come inside the 250. It is still this Waikato number 1 crew. Looks like they've taken their rating up a little bit. Isla and Alana out there in lane number 4. And that's Waikato number 1 with quite an advantage now over Waikato 2, with a similar advantage over Cambridge and Otago University. Down we come with about 140 to row, and Isla Blake and Alana Sherman have taken their rating up, and they are now sitting on a comfortable 34 rating as they come down through the last 100 with about a length and a half clear now over Katie Lush and Isabel Eliadis Watson in second place. Then we go back to Cambridge and Otago Uni for third, Hannah Matahaere and Rebecca Lee. So as these ladies come to the line, we will switch off, give you a break for 20 minutes, and Millsy will be back at 11:30 to bring down the next session of racing here at the New Zealand Rowing Nationals.
With beach sprint championships being added to the 2028 LA Olympics, it's no surprise some top Kiwi rowers are adding their name to the list, vying for selection. Maybe just go out to the first buoy, around the first buoy and back in, just so you get a bit of a feel for it, get as many people through as possible.
If you can come in at more of an angle, you've got less turn. Exciting, it's new, it's a different challenge to going out for the flat water, and even though it is rowing, it is a very, very different sport.
Yeah, I think that unpredictability is really cool. Like, there's so many things that can go wrong in a race, and you can be 3 or 4 lengths ahead and still not have won the race. Top tips from the Olympians: how do you do well in the sport? Getting to know the waves, getting to know how the boats work in the waves, but also entries and exits are crucial. You can win and lose a race getting in or out of a boat.
100%. And turning as well around the end buoys is quite important. You can lose or gain a lot of time on that turning, but probably my biggest tip would be getting out of the boat. When you hit the beach with the boat, you actually run the boat up onto the beach, and so you hit the beach with a lot of speed, and if you don't get your feet moving quickly after racing for the last 2 minutes, you'll just face plant.
We've both face planted at the Worlds on the biggest stage, and I think, eating sand is the new thing to do in coastal rowing.
Rowers aren't typically known for being coordinated as well, especially when it comes to running, so there might be an element of that.
There's just so many elements that make it a spectator sport, and you just don't know. It can come down to literally a second and you've got 2 people diving on a buzzer. Now an Olympic sport, we've got prospects of medals up for grabs, so again, these young kids on the beach are going to stand and have their first go potentially today, and any one of them could be at the LA Olympics. So it's a really new and exciting space for, I think, for young rowers in particular.
And come back at Timaru. Timaru put their nose in front. Hamilton have been in front ever since we picked them up. We knew that Timaru would come home quickly. You can see the strokes he's in Timaru. He really wants to crank it up. He's had a call from the coxswain to open it up, all four of them, and they've just gone over the top of Hamilton. That's a big, strong crew from Hamilton. And they've got problems, Hamilton. I just could see they were just starting to get out of the rhythm a little bit. They're going to go across and qualify as well, though. That's what happens when the pressure goes on you. Then we go back Hawke's Bay, Cure and Petone. Don't forget the row shop should be open, guys, so don't forget to pop over there and see Susan and the crew at the row shop. Right, your next event up is the men's under-22 double sculls. It's a preliminary race. We've got Wairau in lane 1, Mercer in 2, Aramaho Wanganui in 3, Tauranga in 4, Auckland Composite with Kua Voting Club. That's a strange composite. In 5, we've got Waikato in 6, Dunstan Arm in 7, and Nelson Composite with Wairau out in lane number 8. It is the men's under-22 double sculls. Like I said earlier on this morning, that the under-22 grade is as strong as Premier grade. We get an awful lot of Premier rowers are under-22, so you see them out here. It's a grade that New Zealand selectors look for all the time. And this is a preliminary race. They're looking for lanes. Whoever wins this will get the quickest lane, which will be lane number 4 for final day. Waikato, Dunstan Arm on the right-hand shoulder of Waikato, and then we come down to Aramaho Wanganui down on the inside. So it's Waikato. Oh, there's nothing between Waikato and Aramaho Wanganui and Dunstan trying to creep up alongside Waikato. Then we have to go back out wide. We have to go to the composite crew from Nelson. In the middle, we've got crew from Auckland Composite. And then there should be another crew there somewhere. No, it looks like there's 1 or 2 scratchings coming in. This is New Zealand Rowing Nationals, guys. Shouldn't be scratching any crews here. Dunstan Arm cruising on the outside. Waikato in the middle's just cruising. Nice and quick through the water. Aramaho, all these 3 crews out in front are just cruising. Wairau Composite with Nelson across the far side. And then the dark singlets in the middle must be Auckland. So we don't see Wairau and we don't see Mercer. And like I say, it's the New Zealand Rowing Nationals, guys. You're obviously entering them in too many races. Aramaho Wanganui just hanging on to it. There's absolutely nothing in it. The 3 crews, Dunstan creeping up alongside Waikato. They go down to the buzzer. It looks like Aramaho Wanganui. It looks like Waikato, Aramaho Wanganui, Waikato and Dunstan with a foot between them. Nevertheless, they'll all get a fast lane tomorrow. We can now give you the men's novices. That second heat of the men's novices went through in 7:21. 7:21 for Timaru. Right, your racing goes on to race 49, which is the men's club single sculls. Oh, must be a huge amount of entries here because it's the winner only going through to the semi-finals. So there must be over 40 entries for this grade. Men's single sculls. The progression is 1 through to the semi-finals. So that's how hard it is to get into the final of the club single sculls. Oamaru 2 out of lane 1. Then we go Hawke's Bay 1. St George's 2. Wellington 1. Hamilton 3. Aramaho Wanganui 2. Dunstan Arm 3. And Waikato 3. Doesn't look to be any scratching, so that's really encouraging. It's coming out of 4 and 6 by the look of it. 4 is Wellington and 6 is Aramaho Wanganui as they've gone through the 1,000-metre peg. They've most likely got about 882.22 metres to go. Aramaho Wanganui out wide, look as if they've got the advantage of Wellington in the middle of the course. We're only looking at one to go through, so there could be a good tussle there. On the right-hand side of Aramaho Wanganui is Dunstan Arm. Down on the inside, we have St George's, Hawke's Bay, Oamaru. They're all there. Nothing locking up those three crews down on the inside. Oamaru 2, Hawke's Bay 1 and St George's 2. They're all sitting there, maybe just a wee bit off from the Oamaru's number 2 sculler. In the middle of the course, we've got Hamilton 3 and Waikato 3 out very wide. He's feeling the pinch. He's way back off the pace at this stage. Maybe so far back that he's got problems. He's still sculling, so that's good news. Wellington. So it looks like Wellington have gone and put out a little bit of distance now over Aramaho Wanganui. The Aramaho Wanganui guy, I'm sure he'll know exactly that he needs to win the race, but he's about 2.5 lengths down off him. So Aramaho Wanganui's the only challenge that's going to come to this young fella from Tim from Wellington. Then we come down the inside, 3 out, which is George's 2. St George's 2's moved out of the pack up into 3rd place. He's bringing Oamaru's number 2 with him. I thought they would just back off the pace a bit, Oamaru. Must be the one eye that I was looking out of. In between them, Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay's only a length off Oamaru, a length and a half, I'll say. Then we go out the top side. Aramaho Wanganui is Dunstan Arm 3 and Waikato. Still Wellington hanging on to it. He needs to win the race. Aramaho Wanganui doesn't look very urgent at this stage. Doesn't look as if he wants to have a crack at him. He hasn't wound his hands up. He's still a length and a half, maybe length and 3/4 down on him. Wellington's looking very, very strong, sitting out in front. He's going to go through to the semi-final. Aramaho Wanganui must be quite settled to go through the rapid charges. Then we go to St George's. Oamaru down on the inside. Gosh, that's a good row from Oamaru. I had him back going through the 1,000-metre peg. He's come through really well. Then we have Hawke's Bay, Dunstan Arm, or Hamilton again, Hamilton then Dunstan Arm, and Waikato 3. Right, the men's under-22 double scull preliminary race, which was 48, their crew went through in 6:57. So they broke the old 7-minute mark. That was Aramaho Wanganui and 0.61 back to Waikato 1, and then 0.78 back to Dunstan Arm. So great racing. They'll all meet each other again on the Friday, and it looks very much like Aramaho Wanganui will get the fast lane, but there's nothing in it from the two crews after that. Right, your second heat for the men's club single sculls. You know what the progression is. It's 1 through the semi-final, cutthroat business. Oamaru's taken out of lane number 3. We've got Wellington 2, then we go Hamilton 4, Dunstan Arm 1, Avon 1, Avon 2, Dunstan Arm 2 and Avon 4. And we have a clear-cut leader, and it's showing the Dunstan Arm colours, and it's Harrison Thod from Dunstan Arm. And he's sitting out in front. He knows he has to win because Simon would have told him that we have got to go to the front. and hang on to it. And down on the end, oh, he's opened up a big gap over the rest of the field. So it's going to be interesting timing here. 7:31 for that first heat of the single sculls. Wellington boy went 7:31. 7:37. It's just been changed. So Dunstan Men's Club Single Scull second heat here at the 2025 New Zealand Rowing Nationals. Milford sponsored. He's doing it exceptionally easy, this young lad from the Dunstan Arms squad. Certainly knows how to move a boat. He's been dragged along. He's dragged with him. He has dragged the Avon sculler. It's the Avon number 1 sculler, but ahead of him down on the inside is the crew Wellington's number 2 sculler. So we saw Wellington go through as a qualifier in the first heat. Dunstan Arm in the second heat. It's followed up by Avon, Wellington, Dunstan Arm 2 out wide, Hamilton 4 and the other Avon sculler. Your third heat has got Twizel 3. And then we go out from there, we go Otago Boys 2, Aramaho Wanganui, Waikato, Hamilton 2, Cure, Tasman Coastal and Cure 3. Coming out of lane number 6, which is Cure Boating Club. Oh, no, it's not. There's somebody ahead of them somewhere. 4. It's coming out of 4. It's Waikato, then Cure Boating Club. So Waikato, Cure Boating Club. I think the Cure Boating Club guy is about 2 lengths down off the Waikato sculler. So the Waikato sculler, Jamison McConaughey, he looks like he's set himself up to go through and eliminate a couple of extra races. He's sitting out in front. He's got about a 2.5 length advantage over Cure Boating Club. And then it's anyone's. It's like a game of cards from there on. We have to come all the way down to about 2 Otago Boys. I think that's young Ben. Yeah, it is Ben Thompson for Otago Boys. I think he's fairly well up. He's got Aramaho Wanganui on his right-hand shoulder. He's back a little bit, and then somebody right at the back of the field. We've got the 2 across the far side. Tasman Coastal, and then right out on his there's the Cure number 3 sculler. And then we have to come right down the inside to Twizel's number 3 sculler, but heading towards the yellow boys this time now when they go through in the yellow boat. Clearly sitting in front. He's not going to let anyone come near him from there. That's Waikato. They've had a really good regatta. Big membership in Waikato by the look of it. There's got rowers, what they would say, coming out of your ears. He has a wee gaze across at the Cure Boating Club guy. They come home very quickly, Cure Boating Club crews too, but he's got himself about a length and 3/4 to pick up. The Cure Boating Club starting to wind up as they go through the 100-metre buoy line. Waikato is very, very aware of it. He just has another wee look across and he just pushes those legs a wee bit harder. Beautiful drop into the water from the Waikato guy. As he heads down and gets the buzzers, that'll take him straight through to the semi-final. Tough stuff. Look at all the rest that have got to go through the river charge. Cure Boating Club, Otago Boys. Tasman Coastal right out wide. Cure again. Down to Twisel's back off the coast. It's Aramaho Wanganui, and there's one a wee bit further back than that we may have missed out somewhere. Showing the Hamilton colours. Just like being a Māori Cup, that you've got to win to get into your next round. It just shows you how big the sport of rowing is. That second heat of the club single, Dunstan Arm, Harrison Thud went through in 7:37, exact same time as the first heat. Right, your fourth heat has got Oamaru 3 down in lane 1, Mercer 3 and 2, Taupo 1 and 3, St George's 1 and 4, Waikato's 2 and 5, Twisel's 1 and 6, and Twisel's 2 and 7. Men's club single sculls, it's race 52 of the regatta so far. And again, we've got a sculler that's sitting out in front, showing the colours of St George's. It's Taupo colours, so it's Taupo. No, it's definitely coming out of lane 4, so it's St George's. So St George's on his left shoulder, but he's back by about 3 or 4 lengths is Taupo, and Taupo's locked up with Waikato 2. We're looking for the one only to qualify. The rest are looking to try and keep as close as they can to know that they've got a chance in the refer charges. There'll most likely about 4 refer charges in this grade, I would imagine. Through the yellow boys they go. And at St George's, Liam Cassidy from St George's, John Cook does the coaching of this young lad. And he's just cruising. He's away down on about 28 strokes per minute as he heads through the 100-metre buoy line. Right-hand shoulder of him, which is Waikato 2. He's trying to bridge the gap, but he's working for nothing because he's Nelson come home. Does he know how close he is? He'll know, all right, he'll know he's right there. So it's a matter in this case, if Nelson can crank it up inside the yellow boys, or even before then, if he's good enough, he could take out, eliminate himself a couple of races. There'd only be a half a length between the two crews, still Wakatani in front and Nelson, and then a long way back on the right hand. There we've got Otago boys. And then in the middle we have Nelson 2. Avon Dunsnam down the inside and right out the far side, Vashon Island. Oh, there's a good length. There's a good length in it now. He's just starting to go away, the Wakatani sculler. He knows that he has to win it. Nelson hasn't cranked his hands yet. Nelson's trying desperately to crank his hands up. Wakatami's really starting to sprint. He's cut it very, very short. He's got a good run on his boat, Nelson. And Wakatani is very, very short and very quick. He's not a big boy, the Wakatani boy. Nelson's coming at him with every stroke. Wakatani's been in the lead for the whole journey since we picked them up. He's short, he's small, and he's just chucking every stroke into it. Nelson's got a better run. He's got a longer reach. They're going to go down to the line and they're going to hit it together. Oh! Well, that's the type of racing we want to see on final day. But both those guys knew they had to win. And I'm going to stick my neck out again and say Wakatani. St George's in the fourth heat went through in 7:40, so that's just a little bit slower than the other three. Guys, and talking to a couple of them, I don't think they even speak English. It's coming out of lane number 3, which is Hamilton. Hamilton sitting out in front. He obviously has had the word that he has to go to the front and lead all the way from there. 1, 2, 3 on the outside. Mercer, Chalui and West End are all there together on that far side. Then we come down the inside. Cure Boating Club back off the pace a wee bit. Mercer's ahead of him quite a bit. And then also Hamilton and Canterbury. Canterbury's just back off the pace a little bit too. Canterbury's had a very good season down here in the South Island. The other boat to mention is West End. West End's in the firing line as well, but we're only looking at one person to qualify. And at this stage, he's got it completely sewn up as Ethan Claridge. From Hamilton, he goes into the yellow boys, most likely 3 lengths clear of any challenges that's coming from the West End on his right-hand shoulder. And then West End on his right-hand shoulder. So it's coming down to the line. We got that Hamilton sculler again, West End. West End, like I say, had a little bit of pressure put on them from on the right-hand shoulder. Completely under control all the way to the buzzer. West End's going to take the second buzzer, and all that pressure's come on him from Mercer. The Japanese sculler across the far side, he's done really well. Then we come down the inside to lanes number 2 it is, and that's Mercer, Pure Boating Club, and in the middle we've got Canterbury.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Semi-final. See your program now. We'll see if we can get that time of that last heat, the 6th heat. Hamilton, Ethan Claridge went through in 7:32. Okay, Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls. This was the first 4 through to the semi-final. So it tells us that there could be 3 heats here. 3 heats of the Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls. First 4 will go through to the semi-finals. The first heat up and lane number 2 is Star Boating Club 2 crew, Dunstan Arms 2 crew, Waikato 1, Canterbury's 1, Hamilton's 1, and Wairau Composite with Wellington. They got that outside lane in number 7. Four and 5 are getting along exceptionally good. That's Waikato and Canterbury. Dunstan Arms just on the inside of them, but about 2.5 lengths back. Dunstan Arms locked up with Hamilton, and then we go back another 2.5, 3 lengths back to the Wairau Composite crew, and then we go another 4 lengths back to the Star Boating Club's number 2 crew. So it's in the middle of the course. There's absolutely nothing separating Waikato and Canterbury. The white singlets of Canterbury and the multicolours of Waikato in the middle of the course. Oh, it's hard to say who's in front. We usually flavour the outside lane, but I think it's Waikato. The yellow boat of Waikato. Beautiful rowing conditions for them. They're swinging along on about 34 and a half. Waikato, they have got an advantage of most likely less than a half a length over Canterbury. Canterbury on their right-hand shoulder has got Hamilton, but they were about 2.5 lengths down. Another 2.5 lengths back to Wairau Composite. And then we come down the inside to Dunstan. It is Dunstan starting to move on the crew on the far. Oh, got looking for 4 to go through. We're inside the yellow boys, and Dunstan just moving on the leaders a little bit. They've gone up alongside the Canterbury crew and put their nose in front of Canterbury crew. The Dunstan Arm, look at the urgency from Dunstan Arm. The hand speed, and it was like this 50 metres out from those yellow boys, so they're going to sprint home the last 350, and they've gone right up alongside Canterbury. Canterbury, Waikato still sitting in front. Waikato's number 1 crew. Down the 100-metre buoy line, Waikato, Dunstan Arm now only a length and a quarter away from Waikato. They've now got themselves a half a length advantage over the crew from on the right-hand shoulder, which is Canterbury. And then the other qualifiers on the right-hand shoulder of Canterbury's Hamilton will qualify as well. And the other 2, unfortunately, it's going to go down to the line between Dunstan and Canterbury. It's Dunstan with about a foot advantage over Canterbury. Hamilton go across, so they'll go through to the semi-final as well. Unfortunately, the Composite Crew and Star will have to find that second heat will be on its way down through the course. We've got Waikato's number 2 crew out of 2. We've got Dunstanarm's 3 crew out of 3. We've got Dunstanarm's 1 crew out of 4. Hawke's Bay out of 5. Star Boating Club out of 6. And Waihopai out of 7. Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls. 3 heats, first 4 of each heat to the semi-final. Going through the 1,000 metre peg now, and it is the crew in the middle of the course. It is lane number 4. It's Dunstan High School. Their number 1, Dunstanarm it is, their number 1 crew. Maggie, India, Olivia and Bella. This crew is sitting out in front going through the 1,000 metre peg. 2 out from them is the crew from Star Boating Club. So Star Boating Club's number 1 crew going along exceptionally well. They are up in the qualifiers as they go through the 1,000 metre peg. Well, I hope I just back off the pace ever so slightly. Star and Hawke's Bay just back off the pace ever so slightly. Another qualifying crew is right down on the inside. That's Waikato's number 2 crew. And Dunstanarm, there's nothing between them. Waikato, it's the same as what we did in this last heat. The tussle between Dunstanarm and Waikato. Down on the inside for the 4th qualifying position. In the meantime, Dunstanarm won. Do all their rowing on Lake Dunstan and Clyde, and they're sitting out in front. 2 or 3 schoolgirls, maybe all schoolgirls in this crew as they head down in that 3rd 500. We're looking for the other 3 crews to qualify. We have to go out wide to, it looks like, Star Boating Club. Star Boating Club's got a chance of qualifying. They'll be up into 2nd at this stage. And then stuck in between them is Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay have a chance as well. Out wide, Waihopai's even got a chance. So all the other ones have got a chance. There's 1, 4, there's 2 crews going to miss out and go through the reps. And I think one of them will be down on the inside, which is Waikato 2. Dunstanarm 3. They've got a chance of qualifying as well. They're up into 4th, maybe even up into 3rd place at this stage. The next buoy they get, which they're doing, the leaders have gone through the 500 to go mark. It is Dunstanarm, the multicolours, the colours of Cromwell, Clyde and Alexandra. As they head down towards the gold buoys, this very powerful young crew, very young crew from Dunstanarm, sitting out in front. They'll hit the gold buoys. The coxswain will most likely ask for a little bit more from them. They do an awful lot of hard training, so they're seasoned to go hard again inside the yellow buoys. Then we go out wide. Star Boating Club, they've been in 2nd all the way since we picked them up at the 1,000 metre peg. Star Boating Club clearly up into 2nd place. Where's the rest going to come from? It's coming from Hawke's Bay and Dunstanarm 3. No pressure on these 2 crews, so they'll all go through these first 4. Very, not much from behind them is right across the far side. Waihopai are having a good row as well. And also down here, Waikato number 2 crew. Not a great deal separating the field. Through the 100 metre buoy line, Dunstanarm go. Sitting out in front, Dunstanarm will go down and get the first of the qualifiers, of the 4 qualifiers. Star Boating Club will be the 2nd. The 3rd one's going to be Hawke's Bay, and I think Dunstan will take the 4th qualifying. And all those crews go through the semi-final. Waihopai's going to have to look for the repechage, and along with Waikato. Right, their first club, the women's coxless quad, the club coxless quad for women. Waikato number 1 in the first heat went through in 7:15. 4 seconds behind was Dunstan Arms number 2 crew, and then 0.39 behind that was Canterbury, and then Hamilton was the other qualifier. Right, your fourth heat, which is race 57 of the regatta. Women's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls. Out of lane number 2, we have West End 1. Out of 3, we have Auckland 1. Bay of Plenty Composite. That's Composite with Tauranga. Aramaho Wanganui and Rotorua Composite with Wakatani. Same elimination, first 4 to go through. Through the 1,000-metre peg they go. They've got about 800 odd metres to travel. And the gold colours... The gold colours out of 5. Aramaho Wanganui, a clear-cut leader over the rest of the field. On their left-hand shoulder, Bay of Plenty Coast Composite. That's up into second place in this third 500. Then we've got the right down on the inside lane, West End. They're in a qualifying position. Pressure could go on them from Auckland. Only about a length down from West End, still with 750 metres to go. And then we go out very wide to the Rotorua Composite with Wakatani. Got a bit of work to do to get up into the firing line. Somebody's going to miss out at this stage. Auckland's going to have to really crank it up. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, there's one boat missing out there. So it's Aramaho Wanganui. Bay of Plenty Coast, they're up into second place. They're dragging with them West End and then Auckland. And then the only one so far is Rotorua Composite across the far side. That looks like they might just about go through the repechage. And this 500, this final 500 coming down through towards the gold buoys and onto the 100-metre buoy line and then the buzzer at the finish. Come final day, I tell you what, if you leave it to the golden buoys to crank it up, you're not going to be on the dais. You've got to crank it up at 400 out. Some of these crews can pick up 3/4 of a length inside the gold buoys, and it might be a matter, if you haven't cranked your hands up, and it might be a matter of just not taking a gold medal, or it might be a chance of not even getting a medal. Got to be very aware of cranking those hands up early. Aramaho Wanganui, they know the shortcuts on this course. They've been down here training before. Very strong masters, I think. If I remember, I think very strong in the masters grades. Aramaho Wanganui as well. Down towards the line they go. They'll take the buzzer, be the first qualifier for this, the third heat of the women's Coxless Quadruple Sculls. Bay of Plenty have been there in second place all the way through the course. They're not going to let it go in the last minute. West End's coming home quickly and bringing Auckland with them, who's got problems. Well enough ahead for 2 rowers just to bring it home. There's your qualifiers. Auckland will qualify as well. A whiskey all round for that crew. Somebody will be shouting. And the Rotorua composite crew across the far side will have to go through the reps. Race 58, we go to the men's Premier Double Sculls, sponsored by Coghlan Foundation. There's 4 crews in the men's Premier 8, the elite class in New Zealand rowing. Dunstan Arm has lane 3, Waikato Composite with Cambridge has 4, Waikato has 1. They're out in lane number 5, and Avon number 1's out in lane number 6. Robbie Manson and Oscar Ruston, that's the crew they have to look for. But there's a very young crew from Dunstan Arm, which will go pretty well in this Premier grade as well. So all 4 crews down in towards the last 500. And it is that composite crew coming out of lane number 4, Waikato, Cambridge, Matthew Dunham and Finn Hamill. That's the crew that's sitting in front, right on their shoulder, Robbie Manson and Oscar Ruston. They're about a length and a half down. Then we have to go on their right-hand shoulder, Flynn Watson and Ben Mason. And then we come back to the young combination, Jack Pearson and Angus Kenny. Now inside the yellow buoy, the premier rowers of the 2025 Rowing Nationals here, the seniors, the big guns. Out in front by a country mile by the look of it. It is white. The Waikato composite is saying that we don't train together, but I'll tell you what, they've combined pretty well together. Gosh, that blade's very quick into the water. And they go down to the line and I actually think they're opening up the gap. They've opened up the gap all right. They've opened it up to about 4.5 lengths now. Waikato has only got about 2 feet advantage over Avon, who are coming home very quickly. And then we go Dunstan Arm. Avon right over the top of Waikato. They're quite happy to sit there. They'll get the second fastest or third fastest lane, as long as you get those middle lanes. You're okay. Women's Premier Double Sculls. It's media followed up by Coghlan Foundation. Thank you for your sponsorship. It is a preliminary race, of course. They come back and do it again tomorrow. It's a matter of who's going to get that 4 and 5 lanes. Targa University, Juliet Lecure, Hannah Mataheri. That's why they were scratched earlier on. Waikato, Katie Lush and Sophie Egnon Johnson. Look out for Waikato. Waikato Composite 2 with Haraki Plains, Stella Clayton Green and Ella Coswell. Ashburton Composite with Avon. Catherine Glenn and Veronica Wall. Look out for them as well. ESR Theatre Composite with Canterbury, Shannon Cox and Lisa Shimenard. And then West End Composite with Star Boating Club. It looks like it's been scratched. And there's nothing coming down through the course. Looks like they're on their way now, by the look of it. Must have been a slight few problems at the start. Again, that's the situation, whereas normally we'd put a wee bit of music on just to hype you guys up a little bit down there. But unfortunately, we've got this new computerized system and we haven't got it hooked up to the radio again. So when we get a break, you're just going to get complete silence unless we can sit here and tell dirty jokes. Absolutely nothing separating them in that first 500 metres as they've just gone through the Alcatraz Island. There's 1, 2, 3 crews on the outside. There's only 4 crews there. So we're taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're looking at 2 scratchings. West End Composite scratched. There's been another one scratched. We'll see if we can identify which one it is for you. Three, 4, 5, 6 is all there. It looks like Otago University by the look of it. So absolutely nothing separating them. They're in that second 500. They've mostly got about 150 metres to go through that 1,000-metre peg. And these 3 crews virtually locked together as they go through the 1,000-metre peg. Pretty sure it's Otago University that's not there, and West End on the outside, so it's those 3 crews in the middle if you've got a day sheet. Most likely only be about a length and a half separating all crews. Maybe the inside crew just starting to feel the pinch a little bit, which is the crew from Waikato. This is a started line-up. I wouldn't have think that they would be dropping off by much. And then there's just a little gap opening up from those 2 crews in the centre of the course now, which is Waikato Composite and Ashburton Composite. Just a little drop off, maybe 2 and 2.5 from the ESR Theta Composite. They're just back off the pace of those 2 crews in the middle of the course, which is Ashburton Composite with Avon, which is Catherine Glenn, Veronica Wall. Oh, what a great combination that is. And Waikato Hauraki Plains, Stella Clayton Green and Ella Croswell. They are the 2 crews, but I think you'll find it's the outside crew. It's Ashburton that's got the advantage over the full field now. They have been locked together for the first 1,200 metres, and now the pressure's coming on. The experience of the 2 young ladies out of the Ashburton Composite crew. And isn't it great to see Veronica Wall back in the boat, sitting out in front like this? A head down, and they've got about a 2-length advantage now, so they're really going to row this second 1,000 metres a lot harder than the first 1,000. They've opened up a gap of about 3 lengths now over the other 2 crews, which is on the top side of them, which is the ESR Theatre Composite, and on the bottom side of them is Waikato Composite with Hauraki Plains. Ashburton Composite, well under control. They'll head down the next row of buoy lines they get will be the Golden Buoys. They know they've only got 300 metres or 250 metres to go in the Golden Buoys. Then on the left-hand shoulder of them, Composite crew from Waikato. It's being pushed along by the Waikato number 1 crew. And then right out the far side is that ESR Theatre. Down into the yellow buoys, under no pressure whatsoever as they come down. It's a preliminary race. They're just looking for the same lane again. We're looking for the 4 lane for the final tomorrow or whenever it is. Gosh, this really tidy combination together. Just look at the power of Veronica Wall in the stroke seat, the way that these legs go back. They really snap back and very quickly. And good rip with the elbows. They'll go down and get the buzzer. Composite crew on the far side of them came home really, really well. ESR Theatre group came home well, and then the composite Waikato crew and the full Waikato crew. They've all got their lanes sorted out already. That's it. Haven't had anything really exciting to get jumping up and down like Rumpelstiltskin at all so far. We'll have to wait till semi-final day before we see all the action, I think. There's been a lot of foxing going on today by the look of it. Now don't forget, guys, it's the last chance to get your nominations in for the Mums Inspire Us with all their golden moments. So if you think you've got a mum that's inspired you with the golden moments, then get online because it closes today. Also, the boat repairs over there, the boat sails over there, the Seacraft unit is over there as well. There's food around the campus. Vera's over there showing off the Lazros, and of course they're under 17 at Mardi Cup, the boys and the girls, of course. They're donating a skiff to both those winners. There'll be 4 heats. Cutthroat Business, the men's intermediate and the men's club. This is race 61. We've got North End out of 1, Waihopai out of 2, Wellington out of 3, Aramaho Wanganui out of 4, Hawke's Bay 2 out of 5, Porirua out of 6, and Takapuna Grammar. First call for you from Millsy this afternoon, or this afternoon. There will be another 20-minute break coming up fairly shortly, I would imagine. Gosh, those water conditions up the lake and through that 2,000 metre course are absolutely brilliant. It's coming out of lane number 6 and being pushed along by Aramaho Wanganui. Oh, it's a Dunstan-Arm combination. So it's Dunstan-Arm. Sitting out in front, Dunstan-Arm, they've got this sewing up. They only have to be in the first 2 to go through to the semi-finals. Then we go 2 out from them. We go to North Shore. North Shore will get their boat through. They're just going into the yellow buoys now. Two young men from intermediate from Dunstan-Arm out of the Dunstan-Arm hub on Lake Dunstan there in Clyde, and then North Shore out of Auckland. On the North Shore course, they'll be the first 2 qualifiers that set themselves up to go straight through to the next round without having to worry about the reefer charges, and then trying to get themselves up and do it out of lane number 2 is Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay trying to put some pressure on that second one out there at North Shore, but they're too late now with 100 metres to go, and smack bang in the middle of the course is the Union. First call for you, just the Union out there, who's going along pretty well. And we come into the middle, of course, nothing separating Waikato and Timaru 2 across the far side. So Dunstan will take the buzzer. They take with them North Shore. They're the 2 qualifiers, and going through the reps is Hawke's Bay. In the middle of the course is Union. Down the inside, Waikato City Cure Boating Club, and the 2 from the outside, Porirua 2 and Timaru. Right, your second heat has North End out of lane number 1. Waihopai out of lane 2, out of 3's Wellington, out of 4's Aramaho Wanganui, Hawke's Bay 2 out of 5, Poriarua out of 6, and Takapuna Grammar out of lane number 7. Now I can say it's the first call for you from me this morning, or this afternoon, Takapuna Grammar. So that's a college crew, I would imagine. See the gold flashing of Aramaho Wanganui. How many times have we seen that today, where Aramaho Wanganui has flashed the gold out in front on their right-hand shoulder, but about as Hawke's Bay 2, they were about maybe 2.5 lengths down off them. They're the first two that want to set themselves up for the semi. Any challenges coming on, right out wide, Takapuna Grammar, Poriarua in the middle. That's their number 1 crew. Hawke's Bay, Poriarua just back off the pace of Takapuna Grammar a little bit. Takapuna Grammar's up into 3rd place. They need to be in 2nd place, guys. And then down on the inside, nothing separating North End, Waihopai, and Wellington's just back off the pace a little bit as well. So back to the leaders. Smack bang in the middle of the course, Aramaho Wanganui. Tell you what, I'm going to get a clock on them for you because they look to be doing this very, very easily indeed. The stroke man's got a chance to turn his head all the way around just to see how far out he's got. It was just like The Exorcist, you know, click, 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 the old head goes. But in saying that, they're sitting out in front. And I was getting a clock on them for you when I noticed that, so we'll get that clock back on you again. 34. So there is an awful lot more horsepower in the boat yet as they head into the Yellow Boys. They'll drag with them. They drag Hawke's Bay number 2 with them. They'll qualify as well. And then right out wide up into 3rd place is that crew from Takapuna Grammar. Right out wide. Down towards the 100-metre buoy line there goes Wanganui. Aramaho Wanganui. Under no pressure whatsoever, a tidy looking crew. Down to the line they go, and they will go straight through to the semi-final. This is heat number 2 of the men's intermediate double sculls, race 61 of your program. Hawke's Bay they'll go through with them, and unfortunately going through the reps, we have to go to Takapuna Grammar, Poriarua, down the inside, Waihopai, North End and Wellington. The first heat of the men's intermediate double sculls was Dunstan Arms number 1 crew, and they went through in 7:22. Your third heat has Timaru out of lane number 1, then Waikato 2 out of 2, Mercer 2 out of 3, Otago 1 out of 4, West End 1 out of 5, West End 2 out of 6, and Avon 1 out of 7. Looks like West End, and on their left-hand shoulder of West End is Otago. They're going along exceptionally well, Otago. There's very little between West End and Otago. And then on the top side of West End is their second crew. They're the first 3 crews at this stage. We're looking for 2 to go through, though. And then down on the very inside, you should be Waikato's number 2 crew. Oh, that's Timaru. It looks like Timaru by the look of it. Waikato's 2 crew is well back off the pace, and then we go out to Mercer. Mercer number 2 is well ahead of Waikato 2. And then we go right out the very far side. That looks like Avon on the far side. So the race is coming from West End and Otago. Those two crews have sorted themselves out. There's no challenges coming. The next boat up is the crew. They're about 4 lengths away, though. There's Timaru down on the inside. Then we go West End, second crew. All these crews are 2 or 3 lengths behind the leading two. The leading two will just be eyeballing each other, just keeping an eye on what's going to happen, see whether the one crew wants to sprint home and get the faster lane or not. I'd say Otago Colours, those just not too sure the names of these two guys, but I'd imagine they're out of John McGlashan and Dunedin. They've just now got themselves a slight advantage over the crew from West End. West End just starting to wind it up a little bit to see if they can get a little closer to Otago. Otago got a nice little run on their boat. Haven't got a lot of rowers here at Otago, but what they've got will be out, sitting out in front. 100 metres to go. It's Otago over West End. West End just slowly just not letting them get away on them. Otago, a couple of powerful looking lads out of Otago. And they'll go through and take it away in the end by 3/4 of a length. Timaru, the very fast finishing Timaru, as always, rushing home down here on the inside, but they'll have to go through a repechage. And they've used up all that energy. Then we go the second West End crew. In the middle, we go Mercer, out further to Avon and Waikato. Right, that should be that fourth and final heat. We'll just see if I've got the time for the second heat. 7:12 they went through. Aramaho Wanganui went through in 7:12. They're quite clearly 7 seconds ahead of Hawke's Bay 2 and then Takapuna Grammar, who the rest will have to go through the repechage, including Takapuna Grammar. Okay, Waikato 1's down in lane 1. Oamaru 1's and 2, Hamilton 1's and 3, Clifton 1's and 4, Mercer 1's and 5, Aramaho Wanganui's 2 crew in 6, and Avon's 2 crew in 7. Clifton. Looks like the Clifton colours sitting out, Oliver and Jack. Sitting there in front, watching all the passage behind them go. They are well clear. It will be interesting, the times here, this Clifton crew. 7:10 for heat 3. 7:10 for heat 3. Be interesting this heat to see what happens here. But they are well clear under no pressure whatsoever. We're looking for a second qualifier. At this stage, it's coming from Aramaho Wanganui's number 2 crew. They won't know that their number 1 crew, I think, has made the final, made the semi-final anyway. So Clifton, Aramaho Wanganui, left-hand shoulder of Aramaho Wanganui is Mercer. Mercer's up into 4th position. The 3rd's taken up by down here on lane number 1, which is Waikato's 1 crew. But none of these crews have got any show at all of picking up the leaders. The leaders are just too good for this field. So like I say, it'll be interesting to see the times as they head down to the 100-metre buoy line. And I tell you what, there's quite a bit of punch left in the boat yet. Nice run on their boat from Clifton. Hence, that's why they're sitting way out in front. Hardly any movement in the boat at all. When it goes up and down, the bow end of the boat goes up and down. They go through and get the buzzer. Second qualifier is going to come out of lane number 1, which is Waikato's number 1 crew. They're going to take the second buzzer over Aramaho's number 2. Then we go in the middle of the course. Hamilton it is, Oamaru, and far across the side of Avon. Now don't forget, we've got another 20-minute block break very shortly. Ian's going to come on, the chief in charge of the commentary team. He's the one that tells us off if we swear on the air and live streaming. The big 8-packers, the men's senior 8s, it's a preliminary race. We've got Waikato in 1, St George's in 2, Avon 3 and 3, Avon 1 and 4, Avon 2 and 5. Avon will be doing some seat racing out there. North Shore in 6. I don't know what they're seat racing for because the regatta is the last one for the season for them. Avon 4, so they've got 4 crews, and Avon 5 and 7 and 8, so there's a chance Avon might get somewhere in this race. The men's senior coxed 8s, they were due to go out of the 2,000 metre block 12:45 today. They are right on time. It's coming out of lane number 4. It's Avon, so that'll be their Avon number 1 crew, as the way it should be. Avon number 1 over the crew on their right shoulder, Avon number 2. So it's Avon 1, Avon 2. Can we get them 3 and 4? Or the right-hand shoulder of them is North Shore. They're ruining the party, North Shore. And then we go out again to Avon again. And I think there's a couple of scratchings. The 2 outside crews are scratched by the look of it. We'll just check our computer and see. There's nothing showing on our computer. They might have gone up to the start, took the wrong turn and end up at Ashburton. It's Avon. Avon's number 1 crew over their number 2 crew by a length and 3/4. And then there's another 2 lengths back to North Shore. North Shore are locked up with the crew of Waikato's down the inside, and St George's just back off the pace. Well, that could be Avon 3 just back off. There's a scratching on the inside as well. Yeah, it's St George's. So 1, 2, 3 of the Avon crews didn't start. So it's Avon number 1 over Avon number 2, down in towards the yellow boys. Be interesting the time here. I don't think it'll be overly quick. It'll be around the 6:03 mark, I would imagine. Oh, I know they'll be slower than that. It'll be the 6:06, 6:10, 6:10 maybe, somewhere around about there, 8, 9 or 10 into the 6s. And they'll come down and get the buzzer over the 2 crew, and the 2 crews getting a lot of pressure put on them from St George's flying, or it's Waikato flying down here on the inside. Waikato starting to become very short, so it tells me they cranked it up down here on the inside, but they're still a good 3/4 of a length away from that Avon number 2 crew. Avon number 2 crew are only half a length away from their number 1 crew, but they certainly, 1 crew looks as if it's just doing it nice and easily as they go down and get the buzzer. One to go. Well, nothing coming down through the course, so we'll come on here as soon as we can. It's going to be a wee 10-minute break after this event, which is the women's senior Cox States, the same as the guys. We'll just see if we can get that time for you. Oh, they went through in 6 minutes neat. They went through in 6 minutes neat. I thought it looked a little bit slower than that, but women's senior Cox States preliminary, we've got Wairau composite with Dunstanarm and Nelson down on the inside, Avon 2 and 2, Waikato 2 and 3, Dunstanarm composite with Cure Boating Club in 4, Avon 1 and 5, Waikato 1 and 6, North Shore 1 and 7. We'll just about be able to pick them up for you, which we can. Well, I don't know where the action will come from here. It looks like it's coming from one of the outside lanes. It's one. The outside lane's just back off the pace a little. It's Waikato and Avon in the middle of the course. That's the two, and the Avon has got a slight advantage over Waikato, and then just right ahead of them is the Dunstan Composite crew. There's nothing separating Dunstan Composite, Avon and Waikato as they head in this first 500. Just about 3/4 of a length back from there, we go down to lanes number 2, which is the crew from Avon number 2 and the Wairau Composite crew are locked together. Those two crews are nothing separating them, and only about 3/4 of a length back to the crew from Waikato 2. So they are in the firing line as well. So nobody at this stage in the first 600-700 metres have actually broken away from the field, and the only crew to ever slightly slipped off is the very outside crew, which is the crew from North Shore. But it's a star-studded lineup of senior Cox 8 for the females. This is the second grade down, or the next grade down from the Prems, the second highest grade in New Zealand rowing. And there's still nothing broken out from that field. Now there's a gap coming out of that lane number 3. Is just starting to feel the pinch. That's Waikato number 2. They're starting to drop. So there's Waikato 2. We've dropped Waikato 2. We've dropped North Shore 1. As they head towards that 1,000-metre peg, it's still coming in the centre. There's Dunstanarm, there's Avon, there's Waikato, Dunstanarm Composite, Avon, Waikato, and Avon 2. They're all there in the firing in the middle of it. We're now just starting to see slightly a bit of a move, not a move, but we're just starting to see a gap open up now. Dunstanarm, by gosh, that's good row coming from Dunstanarm. They're sitting out there. They've got Avon on the left shoulder, but they're slightly ahead of Avon. And then Avon's ahead of Dunstanarm Composite. Avon is the head of Dunstanarm Composite. Waikato, it's Waikato that's out wide. We'll just check for you. It's Waikato, Dunstanarm Composite in the middle. Avon now, they're just starting to feel the pinch, and coming out of lanes number 2 as well as Avon number 2 starting to make their presence felt as well. It's Waikato over Avon over Dunstanarm, and down on the inside we've got that crew from Avon 2. Wairau's just drifting off the pace a little bit, and also Waikato 2 and also North Shore. So we go back. I'm pretty sure it's Waikato that's got the lead over Dunstanarm, Avon trying to push themselves between the two of them. And the Avon crew's trying to bring with them their Avon number 2 crew. So a great battle going on. Avon number 2 crew's getting a little closer to Dunstanarm as well in the middle of the course. It's a Dunstanarm Cure Composite by the look of it. So we'll still go out wide. We'll still go out to Waikato. We'll go out wide to Waikato over Avon. Maybe Avon on their left-hand shoulder, and then the Dunstanarm Composite. And locked up, there's nothing between Avon, Dunstanarm Composite, and also Avon number 2 crew. But Waikato have said goodbye to the field now. They've gone and opened up about 1 3/4 lengths over Avon. Avon's getting pressure put on them from Dunstan Cure Composite. And the second Avon crew is putting pressure on Dunstan as well. There's still that line up for second, third and fourth to try and get lane numbers for the final day. Not that far North Shore, they're not that far off at all, and neither are the other crews, which is Wairau Composite crew down on the inside. They head down inside the last 300 metres, and it is Waikato. Waikato over Avon. Avon, North Shore, boy, what a last good 1,000 from North Shore. They're bringing themselves right into the picture, the North Shore crew. I had them out by the 1,000-metre peg. They've come home very, very quickly indeed. So it's now Avon. It's Avon, maybe over Dunstan, North Shore. And down is the Avon number 2 crew as they head down towards the buzzer they go. It looks very much like it's Avon, or could even be North Shore. North Shore might have taken the second buzzer. Avon, Dunstan, quarter of a length away. Another 3/4 back to Avon 2 crew. Then we go Waikato's number 2 crew, and we go to the crew from Wairau Composite. Okay, there'll be a little bit of break. Ian's coming on at 12:50, I think. Oh, 1:10 by the look of it.
At Milford, we understand it takes dedication, teamwork, and commitment to the long term to achieve outstanding results. And we are proud to be investing in the rowing champions of tomorrow. Official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
done enough to get themselves through to the semi-final. Into the yellow boys, 250 metres to go comes the Cure Boating Club. Nearly up to 2 boat lengths now from Dunstan. Dunstan there in the familiar gold and green, light green. A couple of bucket hats there in the crew, and they've got a boat length themselves over the crew from North Shore. Then it would be 3 boat lengths back, probably nearly 4 now to the Avon Composite crew. Then we go another 5 or 6 boat lengths back and some to Dunstan number 2 and further back to Waihopai 2. That first heat of the women's intermediate Cox Quadruple Sculls went through in 7:18. Just a little bit of a breeze out there on the course. Well under control here, Cure, looking very tidy. Annabelle, Ella, Perry and Macy, with Annabelle Scott doing the coxing, just sitting in the stern there, telling them how long they got to go, which is about 1 stroke, as they get the buzzer now. Boat length and a half over Dunstan, with the bow seated cox, and then we go back to a similar bow seated cox for North Shore, and finishing in the 4th spot will be the Avon Composite. Summer Phillips from Dunstan making up the composite with the rest of the Avon ladies there. And here comes Dunstan number 2 and Waihopai. That's how they will finish in the second heat of the women's intermediate Cox Quadruple Sculls. So looking down to this third heat, expecting Waikato to do pretty well here. In lane 4, they were the runners-up in the North Island. And that looks to be the case, but right alongside them, the bronze medal winners, they're Aramaho Whanganui. It is Waikato from Aramaho Whanganui, then Mercer. Then we come back inside the Star Boating Club and North End 1. The Southerners flanking the field here. North End 1 down in lane 2 and out in lane 7, Waihopai number 1. Moving on to race 70 after this, which will be event 47, the men's club at Cox's Quadruple Sculls. Looks like the first heat of them are underway as this third heat of the women's intermediate Cox Quadruple Sculls makes its way up towards 750 metres to go. You see the gold flashing blades of Aramaho Whanganui. Makes it pretty easy for them to pick out. Just still sitting second and behind Waikato. Those 2 crews moving ahead of the rest of the field. Third now Star Boating Club, I think you'll find. And then we go outside to Mercer. So Star Boating Club there in the blue and white horizontals. On the outside to Waihopai, back inside to North End. I'll give you the feel for that men's club Coxless Quadruple Sculls Heat 1. That is in lane number 1, Avon 3, Jamie Soper, Scott Hay, Harry Black, Sam McAfee. In lane number 2, Awamaru 1, Ned Newlands Carter, Cowper Lynch, Patrick Spillane, Cody Marshall. In lane 3, Auckland 1, Talisman Lloyd, James Little, Jackson Compain, Andrew McBain. In lane number 4, Whakatane Composite, that's between Whakatane and Taupo. That's Joseph Williams, Travis Tolpos, Ash Schultz and Alex Iamanga. In lane number 5, Nelson 1, Ollie Hawkins, Ethan Steele, Sam Johnson, Flynn Mercer. In lane number 6, Avon 2, William Thomas, George Kinder, Jake Luty, Sam Evans. And in lane number 7 there in that first heat of the men's Coxless Quadruple Sculls will be West End 1, Joel Millam, Jack McSwain, Rui Kerr and Brad Salthouse. As we look and see the women's heat 3 out in front of us, intermediate Cox Quadruple Sculls. And those Waikato colours making themselves known. Saw a great photo of the Waikato crew taken at the end of the lake, posted on the socials of New Zealand Rowing. Looked really cool. As they do here, boat length in front of Aramaho Whanganui, but just watching on the inside, Star Boating Club putting some pressure on Aramaho Whanganui. See who comes into the gold boys first, and it might be Star Boating Club. I mean, there will be lanes they're running for. Down there is North End in lane 2. They've pushed through nicely, so there is 4 to go through. So just watch this little battle between North End, and out there in lane 6, it's Mercer. North End have gone in front of Mercer. It's still Waikato. Push now starts to come from Aramaho Whanganui. Going again is Star Boating Club. Then we go out to Mercer. Mercer are going to have to go again if I want to pull back this fast finishing crew from North End down here in lane number 2. They've got the bit between the teeth and away they go, trying to get themselves down into that semi-final. Down we come towards the finish of it, up towards the Red Boys. 100 metres to go goes the Waikato crew. North Island silver medalists on their way to the semi-final. Joining them will be Aramaho Whanganui. Along with them will be Star Boating Club. Aramaho just going again to keep Star Boating Club under control. And it's North End will take that 4th spot. Mercer and Waihopai will head through to the repechage in the women's intermediate Cox Quadruple Sculls. As they come on down to the line now, about 3 more strokes there for the Waikato crew, and they take the buzzer now. 3/4 of a boat length ahead of Aramaho Whanganui. Clearwater back to Star Boating Club, 2 boat lengths back to North End. You'll be happy with that, Fred. Across on the outside we go to the crew from Mercer, and then Waihopai just completing the field. Second heat of that event went through, that was the women's intermediate Cox Quadruple Sculls. Heat 2 went through in 7:31. That was Cure Boating Club. So the next event on the field is we've got the men's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls. Looks like the Whakatane Composite in the middle of the field, and it's very even between them on the outside West End. Squeeze between them is Avon 2. And then we have Auckland, I think it is. They're not all there. Oamaru may not have made the start. I don't think they're all there. So we've got Auckland sitting there. There's been some lane changes. It looks like a Mercer Composite sitting in lane 2 as well. Oh, I know what I've done. What an egg. That's Nelson in the middle of the field. The Whakatane Composite are just inside of them. It's actually the crew from Avon down here in lane number 1, not doing too bad at it. Oamaru are not there, and we go on the outside. It is to West End number 1. So it is Nelson in the middle of the field. West End just outside from them. Then we come back inside to Auckland. Those are the 3. Just inside from Auckland is the Whakatane Composite. Then we go across to Avon. We're looking for 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through the semi-final. The rest will go the repechage, so not under too much pressure here at all is the Auckland crew, looking very tidy there in the first heat of the men's club Coxless Quadruple Sculls. That's Talisman, Lloyd, James Little, Jackson Compain, Andrew McBain. As they head down the 100 metres to go, then it's the Nelson crew running second out there in lane 5, just quickening up. Nice run on the boat, they'll hold second. Then we go on the outside now. It is between West End. There's still 4 to go through, but they're having a bit drag race down here with the Oamaru Composite crew. Whakatane Composite, sorry, I'm getting confused with my colours. It's got a Mercer man in the back, that's what confused me. And down the line comes Auckland. They'll take first, second will be to Nelson. The Composite crew from Whakatane just going to finish 4th in behind the crew from West End. They go over then. It'll be 3 boat lengths back to Avon to complete that first heat of the men's club Coxless Quadruple Sculls. As the second heat makes its way up towards the 1,000 metre mark. And the second heat there we've got in lane 1, Vashon Island, which is Will Parker, Maxwell Jackson, Alexander Nelson and Zach Merrigan. Good story, the Vashon Island. They're joining us from, I think I'm correct in saying, the Pacific Northwest out of Washington State, coached by Richard Parr, former Canterbury Rowing Association gent, who's got some affiliation with Otago Rowing. So great to see these overseas visitors here, and I know they're loving the facility. Lane number 2 is Otago Boys High School 1, Nicholas Tom, Henry Lucas, Ben Thompson, Andre Adams. Lane number 3 is Hamilton 1, Alex van der Vega, Nicholas Taylor, Ethan Claridge, Jono O'Brien. In the lane number 4, Dunstan R1, Jelt Stook, Oliver Hamilton, Roland Ozan and Harrison Thode. In lane number 5, it's Waikato 1, Jaden King, Harry February, Jasper Mailing and Jameson McConaughey. And lane number 6, Aramaho Whanganui with Bryn Morgan, William Hurd, Joshua Cordini and Toby Harris. And in lane 7, Hawke's Bay number 1, Charlie Moorhead, Logan Ballantyne, Willie, George Nelson and Adam Vanderpeet. Through into the second half of the course they go. And it is Dunstan out in front there. They're the South Island champions. Just 2 weeks ago they took that out. Aramaho Whanganui and Hawke's Bay looking very strong outside of them. Then we come back into Waikato. Then it would be Hamilton, Otago Boys High and the Vashon Island crew just down there in lane number 1. Just wait for a time for that first heat as the second heat makes its way down. tell you when they won 2 weeks ago, pretty smart time for the Dunstan crew. They went through here in 6:22. We won't see that today, but they've already got a 2 boat length lead out there at this stage in this second heat over Aramaho Whanganui, right alongside Hawke's Bay still. Just a bit further back to Waikato, 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the semi-final. Those are the 4 at this stage. Hamilton have got the next best chance, I think, as they try to drag Otago Boys High School along with them. And then we go 2 lengths back to the Vashon Island team crew. That third heat is underway of the men's club Cox's quadruple sculls, and in that field we have in lane number 1 Waikato 2 Thomas Lander, Lockie Bowker, Eddie Pollock and Brooklyn Elliott. In lane number 2 Wellington 1 Jason Theobald, Sid McQueen, Oliver Florence, Tim Winkler. Oh, Tim knows this course. He was down here a couple of weeks ago rowing a single. And lane number 3 Avon 1 Sam Mones, James Tevendale, Lockie Nicholas and Lawrence Birch. In lane number 4 Canterbury 1 Noah Visser, Sam Clark, Oliver Ellis and Tim Chapman. In lane 5, Mercer 1, Cameron Preston, Max Semelink, Jack Semelink, Jimmy Steenston. In lane number 2 will be Hamilton 2, Quinn Howard Shee, Merla Moons, Johnny Butler, Caden Talfa. And in lane number 7 is a Dunstan arm composite between Dunstan and the 2 Twizel boys, Ralph Henderson, Jack McLennan, and they're joining Liam Pyle and Max Smith from Dunstan to make up that composite. And there is a Dunstan crew looking very clean and tidy as they come down into the last part of the course in this heat of the men's club Cox's quadruple sculls. Sitting there nicely in the mid to high 30s. They got 2 boat lengths over Aramaho Whanganui, who are just about got clear water over Waikato. Then we go outside to Hawke's Bay, hanging tough, just trying to stick ahead of Hamilton, trying to finish fast down here in lane 3. Still can't get rid of Otago Boys High School, can Hamilton. Down the line they go. Plenty of run on that boat though as Dunstan. The South Island champions take the buzzer. Through to the semi-final they go. They would have 4 boat lengths at the finish, just about over Aramaho Whanganui, who will join them in the semi-finals. They go out to 3/4 of a boat length clear of Waikato, and just easing down to head towards the line will be Hawke's Bay. Still fighting with each other down here are Hamilton and Otago Boys. Otago Boys look across, go again. There's a nice battle down here. Hamilton have got it just. Oh, it's going to be on the line on the push. That's a photo. They'll be in the repecharge, but it'll be for lanes, and then finishing down here in lane number 1. Our visitors from across the other side of the Pacific. Great to see them here from Vashon Island. Will Parker, Maxwell Jackson, Alexander Nelson and Zach Merrigan taking the buzzer there in heat 2 of the men's club Coxless quadruple sculls. First heat went through in a time of 8:53, so not particularly fast water out there today, and it is very preliminary. So in lane 3, Avon leading this field down, just alongside of them Canterbury 1. Avon finished 3rd in this event 2 weeks ago here at South Island. So you can see the Canterbury crew just the left-hand side of the umpire boat as you look down. Outside of them is Mercer. Then we go to Hamilton, Dunstan Arm Composite sitting out there in lane number 7. Back inside we can see Wellington down there in lane number 2, and just a bit further back is Waikato. So again, this heat 3 of the men's club Cox's quadruple sculls, we are looking for 1, 2, 3 and 4 to go through to the semi-final. Well, I've got a time here for that second heat of being 6:17. If that is the case, that's awfully quick for today. We'll just wait and see. It doesn't look quite right to me. That went like a rocket ship. Let's see what heat 3 does. Maybe they'll give us a better time to look at. Canterbury putting the pressure on Avon. They've moved in front of them, have the Canterbury crew. Noah Visser, Sam Clark, Oliver Ellis and Tim Chapman. They have got a boat length over Avon. And on the outside also to Mercer. Dunstan Arm Composite in lane 7 just trying to push through on Hamilton. We're up to 500 metres to go now in this third heat of the men's club Cox's quadruple sculls. This is the final heat. Then we move into the women's club single sculls. We have got, lots of heats of that. That should be good. There's 5 of them. Up the head now towards 350 metres to go, and clear lead here for Canterbury over Avon. Now just watching down here in lane 2, since the 1,000 metre mark, Wellington have put a nice push on there. Maybe it's that new local knowledge that Tim Winkler's got sitting in there in the bow seat, I think he's there. And then we go back to Avon. So Avon are now under pressure and probably passed by Wellington. Still leading them down though is Canterbury. Oh, there's a line up here. We've got 4. 4 doesn't go into that number of boats. That's 6. 2 of them are going to miss out. It's still with Canterbury. And here comes the crew from Wellington. Then it's Avon. Then it's Mercer. Then we go across to Hamilton. They're about 3/4 of a boat length back from Mercer. And right alongside them is Dunstan Arm. So there's the four that are looking likely. It's Canterbury, Wellington, Avon and Mercer. Some work to do for Hamilton and Dunstan Arm. Well out of it down there in lane number 1 is Waikato number 2. 250 and less to go. Canterbury looking in control out front, but they're still being chased down by this Wellington crew. Wellington pushing hard to try and get through over the top of Canterbury. The Canterbury stroke takes a look over his left shoulder. He can see Wellington going past him. Avon going along with Wellington. They're moving past Mercer. Mercer still under pressure from Hamilton. A little bit more work to do for Dunstan Arm Composite with the two Twizel boys sitting in there in the 1 and 3 seat. But down comes Canterbury. Nice push here continues from Wellington. They're going to be a clear second, and the way they're going, they'll put Canterbury under pressure on the line. Avon holding third over Mercer. Those are the four that will go through to the semi-final of the men's club Cox's quadruple sculls. But since the 1,000, Wellington started climbing. They'll go over the line now, will Canterbury, just with half a boat length over Wellington. Then we go back to Avon taking third. Then it'll be Mercer holding on to fourth. On the outside will be Hamilton just over the top of the Dunstan Arm Composite crew, and completing the field down here in lane number 1 will be Waikato 2. We move to event 48. This is race 73, the Women's Club Single Sculls. They are heading up towards the 1,000 metre mark in lane 1 from Twizel. Twizel 1, Hazel Henderson. In lane 2, West End 2, Isabel Lloyd. In lane 3, Auckland 1, Tiara Jackson. Lane 4 will be Dunstan Arm 1, India Nichols. In lane number 5, Clifton 1, Jessie Pulford. In lane number 6, Rotorua 1, Frances Hazeldine. In lane number 7, North End 1, Georgia Graham. And out there in lane number 8, Waikato 5, which is Edie Crouchley. A bit more brutal this one, 1 and 2 straight through to the semi-final. And the rest will go through to the repechage. So we look at Jessie Pulford sitting here in lane 5 from Clifton. She'll be one of the favourites. I think she was second to the North Island Championships 3 weeks ago. So looking for a good showing there. And she's up against, from Dunstan, India Nichols, who also took the silver medal South Island Champs 2 weeks ago. So those are in lane number 4 and 5, where we could reasonably expect to see the action coming from. And that's what's happening. But it's Jessie in front from India. Then on the outside of her, from Rotorua is Frances. But I think she's a bit further back. It's actually North End, Georgia Graham out there in the black and the red, sitting out there in lane 7, currently pushing into third. Right alongside her in the green skiff is Edie Crouchley from Waikato. Then we come back down inside and we can see Tiara Jackson from Auckland, then Isabel Lloyd from West End, and down there in lane number 1 from Twizel, Hazel Henderson. The first of 5 heats. So Jessie Pulford. Good spot sitting out there at the moment. So it's emerging between Clifton, North End, Dunstan. That's India down there in the red skiff. Then we go on the outside to Waikato. It'll be between those 4 based on where they are now, but things can change pretty quickly in the single. The umpire boat just sitting back there looking at Auckland. Well down the course they are. I'll give you the field for the second heat as they make their way past the 500 metre park, past the island. Lane 1, Avon 2, Sophie Davis. Actually out of Marion College is Sophie Davis, rowing under the Avon colours, coached there by Fiona Mackay. And lane number 2, Whakatane 1, Ayla Rowe. In lane number 3, Cure Boating Club 1, Alexandra Bidwell. In lane number 4, Waikato 1, Tegan Negus. In lane number 5, Bay of Plenty Coast 1, Jemima Glayholm. In lane number 6, Hamilton 1, Rowan Giles. In lane number 7, Hawke's Bay 3, Aisling White. And in lane number 8, it's Canterbury 1, Lauren Thompson. That's your second heat, which is into their second quarter of the course. And looking very comfortable out here is Clifton, Jessie Pulford. Sitting there around about 32. She's still got 2 boat length lead over inside of her, India Nichols from Dunstan Arm. They've just moved through. Looks like it's been a bit tough since the 1,000 for Georgia Graham out there in North End. So they'll get to a point where they'll realise that maybe the repechage is where they want to be. Just looking down there at Te Araha Jackson from Auckland in the black and red, she's just pushing through nicely, holding on to that spot there in third, pushing in front of Georgia from North End. Then we go outside to Edie Crouchley from Waikato, would be another 2 boat lengths back. Then we go back into lane number 2, West End, then Twizel. Then further back to Francis Hazeldine from Rotorua as they make their way down in this first heat of the Women's Club Single Sculls. That third heat of the Men's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls went through in a time of 6:27. So timing I had for the previous heat was 6:17. It's just the first heat was sitting in the 8-minute mark. So that's some pretty smart time starting to come through there for the Men's Club Coxless Quadruple Sculls, if that's the case. Well under control though out here is Jesse Pulford. Coaches Jason Williams and Greg Cox will be pretty happy with that. Starting to wind a little bit now is India Nichols, coached by Simon Smith. Then we go back 3 boat lengths to Te Araha Jackson from Auckland, across the outside to Georgia Graham from North End. 1 and 2 through to the semi-final. The rest through to the repechage. Tell you that Tegan Negus is leading quite comfortably. That's the next heat, heat 2, making its way down. Just back from her would be so Tegan from Waikato, Jemima from Bay of Plenty Coast doing quite well as well. And then we go outside to Hamilton, Hawke's Bay, Canterbury, and then back inside to Kua, Whakatane, Avon. But down here in the first heat, across the line, she takes the buzzer, Jessie Pulford from Clifton, through to the semi-final. And then a nice strong finish from India Nichols from Dunstan to take that second spot through to the repechage. She's had a nice finish through there in lane 3, Te Araha Jackson from Auckland. She'll take the third spot. North End will finish 4th. Then we'll go Waikato 5th. Back down here to Isabel Lloyd from West End. Then we go, she's going to finish ahead is Hazel Henderson on Twizel of the Sculler from Rotorua. That's heat 1. Heat 2 continues to make its way down. Tegan Negus has that under control. She is the North Island champion. She picked that up at Karapiro 3 weeks ago in a time of 8:33. Different conditions to here. She's got a boat length over Bay of Plenty Coast, Jemima Glayholm. She was the bronze medalist in the North Island just recently, so these two have made their presence felt. They're well clear of the rest of the field. Next best is coming from Sophie Davis.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Probably got 3 boat length lead she has there at the present point in time, and not overrating at all. Just a nice strong drive. The boat does the work. So we go back from her to Jemima sitting out there in lane 5, 3 boat lengths back from Bay of Plenty Coast. Just looks like she's just quickened up a little bit on her stroke rate. Maybe she's had a look across. You can see Sophie Davis down there in lane 1 coming at her and wants to make sure of things. Those 3 scullers are well clear of the rest of the field. We go back to, it is Hamilton, and then it is Hawke's Bay. Hawke's Bay out there, just outside again to Canterbury, Lauren Thompson, back down here to Whakatane in lane number 2, just ahead of Cure Boating Club. 50 metres to go now though for Tegan Negus from Waikato, the North Island champion, and doing all she needs to do to get across the line. One more stroke for the buzzer. 50 metres to go for Bay of Plenty. and it will be Avon just down here. Sophie Davis who'll take third. Fourth will be Rowan Giles from Hamilton, Hawke's Bay's Aisling White, and then we come down to Whakatane with Ayla Rowe. And then it will be, I think just it is too, Alexandra Bidwell, which is going to finish just ahead at this stage of Lauren Thompson from Canterbury. And through to the repechage they will go. Third heat makes its way down, being led there by Olivia Ollerenshaw from Dunstan Arm. Just outside of Olivia there, this in third heat, Tauranga, Amy Everett. Go across the outside to Waihopai, Ella Norman. She's had a pretty good season. Back inside to Wairo. I think we might have a scratching in there. I don't see both of the Hawke's Bay scullers. I see one, but not the second one. I'm not sure that lane number 3 made it or is there. Doesn't look like it. Hawke's Bay number 2, Sarah Ritchie. She's down there in lane number 1. And lane 2, Lola Castles from North End. Third of 5 heats, 1 and 2 through to the semi-final, the rest through to the repechage. One and 2 to go through. Nice row coming on the outside there from Ella Norman from Waihopai in lane 7. It still is with Olivia Ollerenshaw in lane 4. But just watching Waihopai just outside of Olivia in lane 5 is Tauranga. And just still continuing to push down here in lane 2 is North End 2. This could be a good finish. 1 and 2 through to the semi-final. We'll pick them up as they come through that 4th heat, race 76 of event 48. It is actually the final heat, the 4th heat. Lane 1, West End 3, Eileen Jacob. Lane number 2, Waikato 3, Ratara David. And lane number 3, Waikato 2, Senga Hickson. And lane number 4, Avon 1, Charlotte Peterson. And lane number 5, Rotorua 2, Lucy Gaston. And lane number 6, West End 1, Milan Tenakori, and lane number 7 is North Shore number 1, Phoebe Dobson. So they are in just about at the 1,000 metre mark. Just watching this third heat make its way through to 300 metres to go, and still in the control here is Olivia Ollerenshaw from Dunstan. She's seen off the rest, just still coming with her, though, is Lola Castle. She's pushed through nicely to hold on to that second spot. Oh, she's got some work to do, but she is just holding second now over Tauranga, Amy Everett, and across to Ella Norman from Waihopai. So Amy and Ella have got some work to do if they want to get themselves straight through to the semi-final. It's sitting there nicely with Lola, coached by Jazz McIntosh. He's pushed nicely since the 1,000 metre mark. And sitting nicely then behind Olivia Ollerenshaw. Winding up on the outside now is Ella Norman from Waihopai. Amy Everett from Tauranga starting to move as well. Those three chasing down one spot, basically. Olivia Ollerenshaw's got it at this stage on her own. Still a nice push from Lola Castles out of North End. These two will go through. Amy Everett and it is Ella Norman. Still got some work to do to get that spot. Back from them is Zoe Kong from Wairo through to the repechage. She'll go. Joining will be Hawke's Bay number 2 down there in lane 1. And look at that on the outside. Ella's just quickened those hands. She's starting to push through. So some pressure coming now on Lola. If Lola doesn't react, she'll miss out because she's starting to fly down the outside from Waihopai. Look at the red bow starting to slice through past the red boys. Oh, they're very even, these two. Lola's going to have to go because the run on the boat is from the outside with Ella Norman from Waihopai. Looking for that second semi-final spot. Olivia Ollerenshaw's got it sewn up, but it's between on the outside Ella Norman, on the inside Lola Castles. She has the run, does Ella Norman. She went soon enough. And she's going to head through to the semi-final. She's clear second now. Through the repechage then from North End will be Lola Castles. She'll finish third. Fourth will go to Amy Everett from Tauranga. Across we go to Zoe Kong from Wairo. Down here into lane number 1 is Hawke's Bay number 2. That'll complete that field for heat number 3 of the Women's Club Single Sculls. Fourth and final heat makes its way down. And right in the middle of the course, Charlotte Peterson, again out of Marion College, in lane number 1. She was the South Island bronze medalist. She's sitting out there. She is Avon 1 in lane 4, sorry. Right outside her is Rotorua number 2. Those two leading. Rotorua 2 is Lucy Gaston, coached by Alistair Riddle. Then we go outside to West End number 1. And then back, oh, I don't know, might be. Let's go. Waikato 2, just for fun. We'll go back inside to lane number 3. I think it's with Waikato. It could be very close between them on the outside, West End and North Shore, just tucked in behind West End. Then we come back to Waikato number 3, Ratara, David. And then it is West End. It is West End down there in lane 1. These are the women's club single sculls. Just underway and up to the 1,000 metre mark already will be the next event, which is the men's senior coxless pair, lane 1, Tauranga 1, Jack McClutchy, Matthew Ryder, scratching in lane number 2. Lane number 3 is Cure Boating Club 1, Lewis Mates, George Johnson. Lane number 4, Avon number 1, Harry Galvin, Matthew Glenn. Lane number 5, North Shore 1, Blake Bradshaw, Ethan Blight. Scratching in lane 6. And then we go to lane 7, which is St George's 1, Max Jarvie, Finn Houghton. So the men's senior coxless pair underway. 1 and 2 through to the A final directly, the rest through to the repechage. 1 and 2 through the semi-final here out in front of us, which is the women's club single sculls. Nicely under control, Charlotte from Avon. Now out to a boat length over Lucy Gaston from Rotorua. These are the 1 and 2 looking likely. A push starting to come on the outside from West End. And then on the inside we see Waikato number 2, Senga Hickson. Some work to do though in the last 150 metres if they're to pick this up. Up to the red buoy comes Avon. And a clear boat length and a half back to Rotorua. Then we look at West End, then Waikato, and across on the outside to North Shore number 1, Phoebe Dobson, and back down here into lane 1, which will be West End number 3, Eileen Jacob. Just up the buzzer now, Charlotte. There she goes over the line and through to the semi-final, finishing there out of Marion College under the Avon colours, and back to Lucy Gaston from Rotorua. She'll take that second spot through to the semi-final. Third will go to Milan from West End. Back down we go to Senga from Waikato 2, Rotara from Waikato 3, across the outside to Phoebe from North Shore number 1, and completing the field there from West End 3 will be Eileen Jacob. Just looking at these men's senior coxless pair making their way down the course. I'm not sure that they're all where this, well, that is Harry Galvin and Matthew Glenn sitting there just inside of the North Shore double there, Blake Bradshaw and Ethan Blight. So they're the North Island champions sitting out there in lane number 5. That's Blake and Ethan. So they'll be one of the ones to beat. Just inside of them will be the Avon pair of Harry and Matthew, who raced in the premier event at the South Islands not too long ago. And just inside of them and looking slightly in front of them is the pair and well-respected pair from Cure, Lewis Mates and George Johnson. Then we had a scratching in lane 2, we go back down to lane 1, which is Tauranga, Jack McClutchy. So it is with Cure and Avon looking like they're going to take these 2 spots through to the A final. So the North Shore pair, just finishing third, they'll go through to the repechage. As we look at Harry Galvin, Matthew Glenn out there in lane number 4, just moving ahead of George and Lewis from Cure. And just winding up to a little bit longer. They want to take this one out in front, and they're just going ahead of them. So a boat length ahead now of the Cure pair, who look like they seem to be fairly comfortable where they are. 100 metres to go now for Avon as they come down. That's Matthew Glenn sitting in the bow, Harry Galvin sitting in the stroke seat. That bow nicely out of the water as they power through, and Cure nicely under control too. Not too worried about the distance. They're both going through to the straight through to the A final of the men's senior coxless pairs here at the National Championships. They'll be racing, and that's sponsored by Ivan and Margaret Sutherland, of course, the men's senior coxless pair. And finishing well through ahead of Blake and Ethan from North Shore go through the repechage, as will St George's, another 3 to 4 boat lengths back from them, and also Tauranga down here in lane number 1. That's the first heat of the men's senior coxless pair done. The women's club single, that last heat went through in 8:21.11. Just looking now for the second heat of the men's senior coxless pair. In lane 1, Auckland 1, Ethan Henderson, Nathan Keeney. In lane number 2, St George's 2, Fraser McGilvray and Luke Sanders. In lane number 3, Avon 3, Toby Robertson and Ted Main. In lane number 4 is Avon 2, Josh Syme, Fergus Johnson. Lane number 5, Waikato 1, Zach Brownlee, Ari Magasiva. In lane number 6, Waikato 3, Charlie McIntosh and Adam Wilson. And in lane number 7, Waikato 2, Harry Gavin and Ethan Stain. And it is coming out of the middle of the course. It's with the Avon crew right in the middle there. And just on the outside of them is Waikato 1. So Avon 2 leading them down from Waikato 1. Coming back into the third spot would be Avon number 3. We go across to Waikato 2. Harry and Ethan, just squeezed in between those 1 and 2 Waikato crews, is Waikato number 3. Then we come back to St George's in lane 2, just ahead of them actually. Then back to Auckland number 1. So some pedigree here with these Waikato crews that are sitting there. The Waikato 2 crew finishing second in the North Island Championships, and the Waikato 3 crew finished in the bronze medal position, taking third. This actual event itself, the men's senior coxless pair, wasn't raced at the South Island Champs 2 weeks ago. Those crews raced in their premier event, mainly out of the Avon stable. And under control here at this early stage is Avon. So Avon number 2, Josh Syme, Fergus Johnson, ahead of their number 3 crew, Toby Robertson, Ted Main. Just ahead of Avon Waikato 1, then we go across to Waikato 2, back into Waikato 3. Still trying to sneak down here in lane number 2 is St George's. 1 and 2 through to the A final, rest through to the repechage. This is the men's senior coxless pair. Immediately following them and underway in the first heat is the women's senior coxless pair, sponsored by the Kurau Medical Centre. That's underway. They're through 500 metres now. And 350 metres to go now for these two Avon pairs. Looks like these two Avon pairs will go straight through into the A final. They're well clear of the rest of the field. It'll just be a matter of which order they finish in. Both of them coached by Liam Barraclough and Logan Keys. And it's the number 3 crew just ahead of the number 2 crew at this stage. So we'll see what happens when they get the last 100 metres, where the bravado comes out and how they are actually ranked. But we would go 4 boat lengths back now to St George's, have pushed right and continue to push right through down their lane 2, moving into third position now over Waikato 1 and Waikato 2. Let's see what happens between those 3 crews. It'll make a difference when they get to the repechages. Then we go back to Waikato 3 and down into Auckland 1 and lane 1. But it is the 2 Avon crews. They're pacing each other out here. I think the crew in lane 4 has got a slightly higher stroke rate and a bit more run on the left-hand side. Let's see how they go. Up to the red line they come now. 100 metres to go, that means. And through there first is Avon number 2. Here comes Avon number 3 inside of them. But they're both going to head down and go through to the A final. And just a bigger wind coming out in lane 7 from Waikato number 2 to try and push through. Continuing though, St George's, they're holding that third position. Waikato 2 fourth. And then in the middle of the course, Waikato 1 will be holding next. Then we go Waikato 3 back inside to Auckland. Over the line they go. Half a boat length in front is the Avon number 2 crew, then Avon number 3. So Josh and Fergus finish ahead of Toby and Ted. Both go through to the A final. And a nice finish coming down here inside here from St George's. They've done some good work since the 1,000 metre mark. They take out that third spot. Fourth on the outside will be Waikato number 2. Back inside to Waikato 1. Then it is the Waikato 3 and Auckland as they head through to complete that second heat of the men's senior coxless pair. First heat of the women's senior coxless pair makes its way down into the second half of the course. In lane 1, Twizel 1, Kiara Thine and Sadie Mason. In lane number 2, Nelson 1, Naomi Robertson and Millie Treader. In lane number 3, Wairo 1, Daisy Vavasau, Amila van Rensburg. In lane number 4, Avon 1, Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier. In lane number 5, Avon 2, Katie Bell, Georgie Bethel. In lane number 6, Waikato 3, Brooke Pitchford and Amelia Glover. In lane number 7, it's Oamaru 1, Sophie Spittle and Hannah Strawn. And then lane number 8, it's Waikato 4, Ava Woodbury Wrinkle and Savannah Burke. This is the women's senior coxless pair. So we have out there in lane number 3 the South Island champions. That's Wairo, Daisy and Mila. And you can see them making their way down there in lane number 3, just to the right of the umpire's boat. Just outside of them, though, and ahead of them is Avon number 1. That's Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier. Some New Zealand junior experience in there. Outside to Katie Bell and Georgie Bethel from Avon number 2. Then we go outside to Waikato 3, Brooke Pritchford and Amelia Glover. Waikato number 4 just ahead out there in lane 8 of Oamaru number 1 in lane 7. Then we go back down to Nelson 1 in lane 2, which is Naomi and Millie. They just did well recently, finishing second at the South Island Championship, so they'll be looking to push through as we get towards the end of this race. And then it is in lane 1, the Twizel pair. So meanwhile, it's the 2 Avon crews and Waikato who are leading them down. They would have 3 boat lengths back, the Avon crew, 2 on the inside of them, Wairau. So that's Avon number 1, Avon number 2 just outside of them, then Waikato. So I've already seen 2 Avon crews in the previous one from the gentlemen go straight through to the A final. Will we see a repeat here? 1 and 2 through to the A final, the rest through to the repechage. Just the 2 heats of the women's senior coxless pair. Heat number 2 of the men's senior bun, they went through in 7:02, Josh Simon, Fergus Johnson. And Katie Bell and Georgie Bethel just starting to move through, I think, in front of Phoebe and Gemma. So a wee way to go there yet. 300 metres. They've got a boat length then back to Waikato, Brooke Pitchford and Amelia Glover. Just a little bit of splash starting to come off some of those blades, so a bit of a breeze building where they're rowing through now. Then we come back inside to lane 1, Twizel 1 just starting to move through, see if they can get themselves into a good spot in the repecharges, if not further ahead. They're now a boat length almost ahead of Nelson, who've now pulled ahead of Wairau. They're now ahead on the outside of Oamaru. Then we come back to Waikato number 4 out there in lane 8. Another 2 boat lengths back from Oamaru. So still is with the 2 Avon crews. Avon then Waikato, just watching Twizel on the inside. Got some work to do, but they're finishing nicely down there in lane 1. The 2 Avon crews going at it with each other in the middle of the course. And lane 4 is Avon 1, lane 5 is Avon 2. Then we have a boat length back to Waikato number 3, Brooke Pritchard and Amelia Glover. They've just started to wind up too, trying to carve their way through a little bit of ripple that's there. Nothing between these 2 Avon crews. 1 and 2 through to the A final. It's looking like them. The second heat is heading up towards the 750 gone. We'll give you those crews very quickly. In lane 1 is North Shore 4, lane 2, Waikato 2, lane 3, North Shore 3, lane 4, Waikato 1, lane 5, North Shore 1, lane 6, Avon 3, just to break it up. And then in lane 7 is North Shore number 2. But out here in front of us, it's the 2 Avon crews, right closest to us in lane number 4, Gemma Burrows, Phoebe Collier. Then we go outside to Katie Bell and Georgie Bethel. Not much between them. Oh, Phoebe's going to wind up from here possibly. They've got to a bow ball in front, have Avon number 1 over Avon number 2. Now going out to half a canvas just on the line. That's how it'll finish. Through to the final they go. Then we go 2 boat lengths back to Waikato 3, Brooke Pitchford and Amelia Glover. Down we come to Nelson number 1, then Twizel, then Wairau, then across to Oamaru, and then on the outside will be Waikato number 4 in that first heat of the women's senior coxless pair. Second heat makes its way into the second half of the course, and just expanding on those crews for you in lane 1, North Shore 1, Lily Kernow and Savannah Freeman. Lane 2, Waikato 2, Alexander Peebles and Anna Gallagher. Lane 3, North Shore 3, Alabar, Isabel Welsh. Lane number 4 is Waikato 1, Tegan O'Dwyer, Isabel Melville. And lane number 5 is North Shore 1, Stevie Maybe and Olivia Tattersall. So a couple of the very strong juniors that have made their way to that North Shore club this season. In lane 6, Avon 3, Mania Butler and Jessica Tavendale. And in lane number 7, North Shore 2, Annabelle Knowles and Emma Bagri. This is that second heat that I was talking to you about. The North Island champions are sitting right there in the middle of the course in lane 4. That's Tegan O'Dwyer and Isabel Melville. And that is where the lead is. But it's pretty close, isn't it? Outside them to North Shore. Then we go across to Avon. Then we go to North Shore 2 before we come back inside to North Shore 3, Waikato 2, and then North Shore number 4. $750 metres to go very soon for these ladies in the second heat. First heat went through in a time of 7:33.23, won by Gemma Burrows and Phoebe Collier from Avon number 1. We're looking at the North Island champions out there in lane number 4 at this stage though. Tegan and Isabel. Just on their right shoulder, you can see North Shore, Stevie Maybe and Olivia Tattersall. Just inside there, probably 2 boat lengths back would be North Shore number 3. Again, we're looking at 1 and 2 to go through. The battle for that second spot maybe is going to be on that outside of Waikato between North Shore and Avon and North Shore number 2. North Shore number 2 being Annabelle Knowles and Emma Baggery. Ella Campbell, the coach for the North Shore Cruise in this race. So just hanging there is North Shore number 1 inside of Waikato. And then Avon. And just hanging with Avon is North Shore number 2. It'll be interesting to see how this unwinds. Just watching down there, North Shore number 3 in lane 3 trying to make a run at it. They've got a bit of work to do though. But who knows what will happen with North Shore number 1. Then we go back to Waikato 2 in lane 2. Back down into lane 1 is North Shore number 4, just a wee way back, but they'll have the repecharges to come to. Men's Novice Cox 4 is underway. That's the next event underway. They have pushed through 500 metres. Event 51. We'll come to that. We'll see how we finish out here. Still with Waikato. This is the women's senior coxless pair, heat number 2. And a boat length lead they now have the Waikato pair. The North Island champions lead down this field. North Shore number 1 just inside them, holding that second spot. They look across the North Shore 2, 2 boat lengths back and just starting to feel the pace a wee bit. Manaia and Jessica from Avon. They've now been passed in lane number 3 by North Shore number 3. So it is Waikato and then the 3 North Shore crews starting to make their way down the field into 120 metres to go. Well under control here, Tegan and Isabel. They've got still clear water over the next crew back from the North Shore number 1 across to North Shore 2. 100 metres to go now for the Waikato women, senior coxless pair. We'll just have a look and see what their time looks like. Remember, the previous heat was 7:39. And so we'll see how these ladies come down. Nice, clean finish. And they're up their rating the last 100 metres, just holding on as they come on down. They're going to finish nearly 2 boat lengths clear of North Shore number 1. Over the line they go. North Shore number 1 making their way down to the buzzer, and finishing in 3rd behind them will be North Shore number 2, then North Shore number 3. So North Shore clean out the minor placings, and then Avon will come down to finish behind them, and then Waikato number 2 and North Shore number 4 down here in lane 1. We'll just come back to you with a time as soon as we get it. Meanwhile, let's go out to the men's Novice Cox 4 as they make their way down. And there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crews out there. We can give you those. Hawke's Bay number 2, William Griffin, Tom McCarty, Angus Lovell, Blake Griffin and Charlie Scott, the Cox. In lane number 3, Petone 2, Vella Firestone, James Lurwell, Blake Simcock, Joseph Simcock and George D, the Cox. In lane number 4, Timaru 1, Parker Anderson, Charlie Cooper, Sterling Heffernan, Josh Sadler and Toby Connor, the Cox. In lane number 5, Hawke's Bay 1, Lockie Leach, Felix de Groot, Ashton Bell, Noah Layton and Zach Fitness, the Cox. And in lane number 6, Hamilton 1, Cameron Hugel, Daniel Emery, Ryan Fleetwood, Josh Olin and Brea Duncan is the Cox. Hawke's Bay look like they've got this under control at this very early stage. They have. Look at those black oars dipping in and out of Lake Ruataniwha as Hawke's Bay lead down this heat 1 of the men's Novice Cox 4. From Hamilton a second, back inside we go to Timaru. Then it is Hawke's Bay number 2, and just a little way back there is Petone number 2. So 1 and 2 going through to the A final. The rest through the repecharge. Hawke's Bay look like they're trying to make no mistake with it. Hamilton right alongside them. You can see them in the red and the white caps. Pressure for them will come from Timaru, sitting in there in lane number 4 to get that qualifying spot. Ooh, and then we got a time for the women's senior coxless pair. Second heat went through in 7:44. So the first heat was a little bit quicker, but they won't have emptied the tank today. Hawke's Bay continue to extend here. Hawke's Bay number 1 in the men's Novice Cox 4. Sponsored by Mackenzie Supply Services. Current title holder is actually at Oamaru Rowing Club. They are in the next heat. Obviously it won't be the same crew because this is a novice event. 2 boat lengths clear though is Hawke's Bay. The battle for me though, it's either side of them. It is Timaru and it is Hamilton. Who's going to take this one out? Go straight through to the final. A bit further back for the rest of the crews in the field as we go back to Hawke's Bay number 2 and Petone just making their way up through the course, and always good when you don't get a lot of opportunity to row at Lake Ruataniwha to make the most of it. And it's Hawke's Bay, though, still by a boat length and a half from Hamilton. Hamilton's looking a little bit stronger than that crew from Timaru. They've got a boat length over them, so Timaru, they'll have to wind up now. They'll be getting the instructions from Toby Connor, the Cox. Brea Duncan's done a great job for Hamilton to push ahead of them, but meanwhile out in Hawke's Bay, number 1 here in lane 5, there are less than 70 metres to go. Very tidy for novices. You can just see that if you compare it back to a couple of the other crews. Coming on down now, they are Hawke's Bay. They'll go straight through to the A final of the men's novice Cox 4. They've got 4 strokes to go, and they've got a boat length and a half over Hamilton. They come down and take the buzzer now. Then Hamilton and behind them just easing up as they come up to that finish line, getting themselves prepared for the final. Down they come and take second now. Timaru finishing fast, but will head through to the repechage. Joining them there will be Hawke's Bay number 2, and also will be Petone, who will live to fight another day down there in lane 3 as they make their way into the back end of the course. And while that happens, I'll give you the field for heat number 2 in the men's novice Cox 4. Looks like we're running pretty well to time. Indeed we are. 2:14 that heat was due to go, and they are through 1,000 metres. So the starters doing their job very cleanly, as they have. Men's novice Cox 4, heat number 2, lane 2, Cure Boating Club 1. Marcus Laverley, Xavier Laverley, Fletcher Howden and Tommy Baldwin with Hannah Thompson, the Cox. In lane number 3, Petone 1, Ethan Gruby, Mitchell Kilmister, Liam Jeffries, Finnegan Jones and Mila Salby, the Cox. In lane number 4, Awamaru 1, Samson Ispister, Sean Lucy, Cash Peterson and Ike Newlands Carter with Greer Dixon, the Cox. In lane number 5, Nelson 1, Luca Marfell, Harrison Newsom, Matthew Hay and Tom Shaper with Brianna Williams, the Cox. Lane number 6, Aramaho Whanganui, number 1, Thomas Dwyer, Harris Whittington, Adam Freeler and Ross Lanetta. Lauren Davies, the Cox there for that Aramaho Whanganui crew. They're out there in lane number 6. And it is Petone number 1. Look at them down. No wonder the Petone supporters have got down to the foreshore. One is to cheer on Petone number 2 as they make their way past them. But also they're going to have a look at this Petone number 1 crew in lane 3 who are doing a good job down there in the second heat. Just outside of them is Awamaru number 1. Those are the 2 that are leading with around 500 metres to go. And then we go outside to Nelson 1, Aramaho Whanganui, back inside to Cure Boating Club number 1. Next race to go after this will be the, it's not due to 2:18, the men's Premier Cox's Quadruple Sculls. We'll have the men's and the women's Premier Cox's Quadruple Sculls. That'll be good to watch. Small fields, but great quality. The second heat of the men's novice Cox 4 makes its way up through. That first heat went through in a time of 7:16. And it still is with Petone, just ahead of Awamaru. These 2 looking like they're heading, or we're heading through to the final potentially if they finish like this, but they have got a good 350 metres to go. And just watching Nelson out there in that blue boat shadowing them, that's the one that's third that could upset the apple cart, but it is still with Petone. They've got a boat length over Awamaru, have a boat length over Nelson. Those are the 3 we're looking to get the 2 finalists out of straight away. Then we go back to Aramaho Whanganui and then back down here into lane number 2. It's Cure Boating Club 1. So we'll have the 2 Premier Cox's Quadruple Sculls preliminaries. It'll take us through to a short break, and then Kirsty will take you through for some commentary after that. I hope you're enjoying the live stream at home. Thank you to Milford Investments, Asset Partners, for helping us with this. It's much appreciated. Petone still holding on to this lead that they've had over Oamaru. Oamaru now starting to quicken that hand speed. It looks like they needed to go. Nelson's still got some work to do, I think, if they're going to put any pressure on these other two crews, but it is Petone. Great to see the Petone supporters down there by the foreshore giving them some welly. It's Petone still holding on to Oamaru. Oamaru have come at them, but Petone are holding still. We're rowing for spots as well as final places, whatever lane they want. They want to be in the middle. You can't miss them. Then we go back a boat length to Nelson, 3 boat lengths back to Aramaho Whanganui. A long way back we go to Cure Boating Club. But in front of us with 70 metres to go, Petone still holding on by a canvas over Oamaru. The heads are down. They're working hard. Look at them drive through in this men's novice Cox 4. Oh, at Lake Ruatana for New Zealand National Rowing Championships, the first time they've done this sort of event. And they're holding on Petone. They've gone out to 1 seat on the line. Nice finish between these two crews. Petone will go through to the final. Joining them will be Oamaru. Then we've got 2 boat lengths back to a game Nelson into the repechage, joined by Aramaho Whanganui, and then back also getting another crack at it will be the Cure Boating Club. Sponsored by 776BC. I'm sure we'll all be able to buy some fine threads from them later on the week as they set up camp in the shop out the back. Is this men's premier Cox's quadruple sculls. This is the preliminary. Just the 3 crews. In lane 3, Aramaho Whanganui, Eli Kuhn, Jake Newton, Herbie Austin Baker and Nicky Maxim. And in lane 4, the very strong crew from Waikato 1, Callum Tutbury, James Scott, Oscar Ruston and Finn Hamill. These gents experiencing some success at the North Island Championships just recently, and as were the Dunstan Arm men in their Cox's quadruple scull out there in lane 5 right next to them, Angus Kenny, Jack Pearson, Matthew O'Meara and Henry Clatworthy. So it will be great to see these 2 crews not only today but also on finals day as they came through here in the men's premier Cox's quadruple sculls. 500 metres to go now, and it looks like Waikato just over Dunstan Arm. Very little between it though. Then we go 2 boat lengths back to Aramaho Whanganui. In fact, Dunstan now moving ahead of Waikato. And I think in this event on finals day, we may well see some crews from the draft entered into here as well. Same will hold for the Women's Premier Cox's quadruple sculls. That race is underway. They've just started. Just the 2 crews here at this stage. In lane 4, Waikato 1, Isabel Eliadis Watson, Samantha Voss, Katie Lush, Sophie Ignot Johnson. Well, there's some pedigree there. And lane 5, Cure Boating Club number 1, Mila Graham, Messina Sewer, Madison Neal and Sasha Robinson. They're making their way up through the first 250 metres as the umpire boats come in behind them. Dunstan just ahead now of the Waikato crew, but this is a preliminary. We'll see the real deal later in the week. Still plenty to come this afternoon here on day 1 of the New Zealand Rowing Championships for 2025. Just watch for these Coxless quadruple sculls to make their way up the course. And then Dunstan looking very comfortable sitting out there in the middle of the course. Angus, Jack, Matthew and Henry. That's 2 boat lengths now, but looking pretty comfortable as that second crew too, isn't it? Callum, James, Oscar, done a lot of rowing, these boys. Finn Hamill. Finn just coming off winning the Premier Double at the North Island Rowing Championships. Down to the line, 50 metres to go. Very swinging together. Angus, Jack, Matthew, Henry Clatworthy from Dunstan Arm. They go through and into the final. Taking the buzzer in a couple of strokes. Down they come. And just look at the pause at the finish from this Waikato crew as they just make sure of their shape coming up to we won't call it a training row, but they've been working through a procedure as they come on down just to finish this race and make sure themselves going into that race later in the week, as do Aramaho, Whanganui. And similarly, we work down the course. Race 84 comes to the second half of its race, and I just think there's one crew out there. It's a Waikato exhibition. I can't see the Cure crew out there, so we'll wait to see what the draft brings for us later in the week as those rowers put their names in the hat and go for selection by New Zealand Rowing to fill up those crews. So nice exhibition coming down from Isabel, Samantha, Katie and Sophie from Waikato. They've got 1,000 metres to row as Aramaho Whanganui make their way over the line and back to the boat park. So there is a small break and then we will start back up again at 2:42 with the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls just once this premier quad's finished, and then that will be followed by the women's intermediate single sculls. Kirsty will be bringing you those races later on in the day. I'll have a bit of a break and a cup of coffee, come back to you. Probably never been escorted by so many support crew in their life before as they make their way down the Waikato Women's Premier Cox's Quadruple Sculls. $350 metres to run for them. And just while they're coming down, it seems appropriate with the woman rowing down, just the last chance for us to get online at halberg.co.nz and cast that vote for our super mums, Brooke Francis and Lucy Spores. Be good to see their smiling faces as they finish. So just cranking it up with, we hit the yellow boys, 250 metres to go, and they're putting in a bit of a piece towards the end, is the Waikato Women's Premier Cox's Quadruple Scull. Isabel Eliadis Watson, Samantha Voss, Katie Lush, Sophie Ignot Johnson, past the red boys, giving us 100 metres to go they come. Just a little bit of weed just down there in the transit lane as they go through. Intermediate single sculls on their way up. And nice finish and hit out for Waikato as they come up the line. Another 3 strokes, that'll be all theirs. And they take the buzzer. That completes that part of the program. Kirsty will be back shortly with you at around 10 minutes to bring you the women's novice Cox Quadruple Sculls.
With the Rowing New Zealand Beach Sprint Championships in April, here's what you need to know. There are singles, doubles and quadruple sculls. The boats have bows which cut through waves and a stern which drains water. Let's talk about the beat sprint finish where your fastest athlete guns it out to the finish line.
Well, imagine doing a 500 metre sprint on the rowing machine, absolutely maxing out, and then turning around and jumping out of a moving car and trying to run. That's basically what you're trying to do.
The boats are going at I think we were going at about 12 k an hour into the beach, and you've just done a 500 metre max effort. To get your feet going and jump and land on the sand and keep going is quite an art, and it's not something that I've mastered. All the action from the New Zealand Beach Sprint Championships will be live streamed thanks to Milford partnering again with Rowing New Zealand and Altitude HD capturing some epic drone footage. So the drones will go up, there'll be good vibes on the beach, and I think it's going to be a big part of the Olympic program in the future.
the course at the moment. Ladies gone just past the 500 metre mark, and I think all the crews are there. I've got Felix with the live stream up helping me here. We have Wellington, Waikato, Clifton, the bronze medalists from up north, Canterbury in lane 5, Adamoho Wanganui got 4th up in the North Island, and Oamaru out there in lane 7. So this is a prelim race in the women's novice Cox quadruple sculls. For those listening on live stream, a prelim race means that there's only one heat of this event, which means that these ladies are racing for lanes in the A final. So we'll just, oh yep, here we go. So Adamoho Wanganui looking pretty good there. Back on the inside, that could be Clifton with the blue blades. So Clifton and Adamoho Wanganui coming down to the 1K, and these two looking pretty good as they come past the coaches on the bikes, standing there waiting for a wee cheer of the crews as they row past into the second half of the race. So good battle between these two crews. I'll pop a rating watch on them if I can, if it stops glitching, and see if we can get some ratings on these crews, but it's just frozen on me there, so I'll use the binoculars. Got about 34.5 for Clifton, so that's pumping along pretty well there for a quad, especially at novice level. That's going pretty well. Clifton's had a really good season up north, as had Bay of Plenty Coast. 32 for Adamoho Wanganui, but that might not be overly accurate with me holding a rating watch in one hand and binoculars in the other. I wouldn't trust my rating on that one. But both these two crews looking very polished for novice grade rowing or sculling. And we, again, this is a prelim race. All crews will go through to the A final, but in novice racing, they usually go as hard as they can from A to B, and race plans don't overly exist, I would suggest. So it's Clifton and Adamoho Wanganui coming down together. They've broken away from the rest of the field, probably by about 4.5 boat lengths now. They have got quite a margin as they come down towards the last 500. And then we will go back to third place. We'd probably be looking at Waikato down in lane number 3. They are going quite well. Also in the middle of these other two crews is Canterbury in 5. Canterbury also trying to hold on for that top 3 position. Just starting to see a bit of a surge here from Clifton. Adamoho Wanganui responding really well. Morgan Wood is the coxswain for the Adamoho Wanganui crew, and Morgan is really pushing the crew to try and pull in this crew from Clifton. So Joanna, Elia, Francie, Cassie and Gabrielle Robinson, the coxswain, coached by Gus Bergen. They've done a very good job in the first 1,500 metres of this race, especially for novice sculling. And these ladies are now at the New Zealand Nationals, competing extremely well here in great conditions on the lake on day 1 of the New Zealand Rowing Championships for 2025. So well done to all these crews, all 6 crews, for being in this race here in the novice grade. And we hope they've had a wonderful first season in our sport. And here they are representing their club at the national level. So it's still Clifton. Clifton have gone out to clear water now. They've probably got about 1.5 lengths over Adamoho Wanganui. Adamoho Wanganui probably about 3-4 boat lengths now over Canterbury, and Canterbury about 2 lengths now over Waikato in lane 3. That's how they'll come down inside the 250. And then from this, we will move into some single sculls races, starting with a women's intermediate single. That will be up next, and we'll bring that to you shortly. I think race 1 is on the course. Just having a look to see if Clifton's taken this up at all, or if they're just going to conserve the energy. They might have another race this afternoon. They might have had a couple this morning, but doing really well as novices. Through that 100 they go, 35.5, so they are really pushing it down to the line. And this is great sculling for novice grade rowing from Clifton, and also from Adamoho Wanganui. Well coached and well drilled, these crews, as they come down towards the line. So Clifton will take a clear water advantage now. They've gone out to about 1.5 lengths now over Adamoho Wanganui, who have got about 3 to 4 boat lengths over Canterbury, who have got about 1.5 to 2 lengths over Waikato. That's how they'll come home. Then we come back down the inside to Wellington, and then we go over to Oamaru in lane number 7. Next up, we change to the women's intermediate single sculls. I'm going to guess that this is quite a big, there's 4 heats in this event, so one of our bigger entries on the program. And we are looking for 7 scullers here in heat number 1. In lane number 1 is Waihopai number 5, Holly Kerry. Lane 2, Petone number 1, Alma Steinfeld. Lane 3, Aramahu Wanganui number 1, Abigail Roy. Lane 4, Dunstan Arm number 1, Dana Leishman. Lane 5, Invercargill 1, Mia Brown. Lane 6, North Shore number 1, Kayla Paladin. And lane 7, Otago 1, Olivia Duffy. Progression is first 3 into the semi-final. All the other scullers from the 4th to 7th will go through to repechage, so nobody eliminated, which is great news. So first 3 into the semi, the rest are through to repechage. Let's go out onto the course, see how these ladies are progressing as they come into the third 500. You can see Dunstan out there in the middle with the yellow hat, Dana Leishman going really well, and then over outside of Dana is potentially North Shore. So North Shore going quite well. Kayla Paladin out there in lane number 6. So those will be the 2 I'll be keeping an eye on at the moment. Trying to do some work just inside of Dana Leishman. That might be the Aramahu Wanganui sculler. It is. That is Abigail Roy. She's doing a bit of work at the moment to try and push herself up onto Dunstan Arm. But we're looking for first 3 to go through. So if we had to choose the first 3, there'd be no doubt about Dana Leishman. She'll be going through. So great work there from Natalie and Leon as the coaches. From there, we would go probably back into Aramahu Wanganui's Abigail Roy and also North Shore's Kayla Paladin. Those would be the 3 scullers as we come inside the 500 to go that will qualify for the semi-final in the women's intermediate single scull. Heat 1 of 4 on the track at the moment. Heat 2 is underway, but we'll come to that shortly. Let's have a look at the rating that these girls are doing on the course, these ladies. And it is still Dunstan pushing down towards the change of colour in boys as they get closer to that 250. And that must come as a relief to these single scullers knowing that they're nearly finished. And it's 31.5. And through they go now. So it's Dunstan. Dunstan's still in that first place. Then we look at North Shore. Kayla Paladin should be sitting in second. Then we come back down on the inside. And third place would be Aramahu Wanganui, Abigail Roy. So that's the 1, 2, 3 looking good for the semi-final. From there, desperately trying to push up, but potentially running out of water, I would say, is going to be Invercargill's Mia Brown. So Mia Brown from Invercargill trying to close the gap. She just looked over her left-hand shoulder at Abigail Roy and realised that there was clear water there. So it's going to be a little bit difficult within the last 250 to pull her in. But just cruising down towards the finish now is Dunstan Arm. We have picked Dana Leishman up in the lead right from the beginning. And she's cruising down through that 100 to go now. Nice and long, relaxed in the shoulders. And she's just heading down towards the finish line. North Shore's going to hold on for that second place. Invercargill's really pushing up on Aramahu Wanganui, but Abigail Roy will protect that third position into the semi-final, and she will go straight through to the semis, whereas Mia Brown will go through to repechage. So that's how they'll finish. Going across the line now. Dunstan Arm take about 1.5 lengths win over North Shore Rowing Club's Kayla Paladin. Kayla Paladin about 1.25 lengths ahead of Aramahu Wanganui's Abigail Roy. We move out to heat number 2 now. We still have a couple of scullers just coming through to the line, Petone and on the far side, Otago. But heat number 2 is into the third 500. And just making sure no one's scratched there. We should have Waihopai number 6, Mackenzie Milne. North End 1, Brianna Patterson. Cure number 1, Jojo Baldwin. Cure 3 has scratched out. We have Waihopai number 3, Lila Jack, Otago number 2, Maya Still, and Petone number 2, Elizabeth Cadell. That's the makeup of heat number 2 in the women's inty single. And we'll just see who's right out the front there. It looks like Waihoapai's Lila Jack. As mentioned from heat number 1, we do need 3 scullers to go through to the semi-finals. So we would come back down on the inside, and Waihopai as Mackenzie Milne is travelling pretty well. And then trying to go with her as Cure's Jojo Baldwin. Sorry, that's North End that's sitting up there. I'm trying to get my colours right. It's North End and Cure. So Brianna Patterson and Jojo Baldwin pushing up down on the inside there for 2nd and 3rd. So North End and Cure in lanes 2 and 3. But clearly out in front at the moment is Waihopai's Lila Jack. So just official confirmation of the heat number 1, the winning time for Dunstanarm, Dana Leishman, 8:38.19, and then another 5.97 seconds back to Kayla Paladin from North Shore, and then a further 2.83 seconds back to Abigail Roy from Aramaho Wanganui. So the only time we can compare right now, 8:38.19, is the winning time for Dunstanarm in heat number 1. And out in front of us, coming down inside the 250 now, is Heat 2's leader. That is lane number 5, Lila Jack from Waihopai, well coached by Danny Young and Scott Cundall. And then we come down inside of them to Jojo Baldwin, who's just looking to do a big push on Brianna Patterson from North End. So these two have been locked together most of the way through that middle 1,000, but now they change into the yellow boys, and it looks like there's a bit of a push going on there from Cure to try and break clear of North End. But these two have probably got about 3 boat lengths now over Petone and Otago to put themselves straight into that semi-final position. Lila Jack coming down through the 100 now, really smooth, very long on the slide as she comes out to the catch, rowing quite a long stroke, looking super relaxed as you would be with a lead like this. She's not under any pressure for that lead to be taken off her, and she's got about another 30 metres left to travel, sitting on 31 rating as this battle between Cure and North End continues. Both of them will go through to the semi-final, but North End having another go. North End's coming back now. So Brianna Patterson, coached by Mike Goldsmith and Gordon Tucker. What a good finish from her as she comes down towards the finish. She's not a big girl, but she looks really fit, and she's coming down towards the finish. And North End's going to take a really good second there off Cure, and Cure will come through for 3rd place to also go through to the semi-final. Heat 3 of the women's intermediate single sculls will feature the South Island champion Charlotte Klein from Waihopai out there in lane number 5, so I'm expecting her to be looking pretty good. But back in lane number 1 is Tanisha Chinnery from Union, lane 2 Nikki Rue from Mercer, lane 3 Lucia Yates from Twizel, lane 4 Jessica Taylor from West End, lane 5 the South Island champion Charlotte Klein from Waihopai, lane 6 Hannah Shadbolt from Cure, and lane 7 Emma Baskerville from North End. Same as the previous 2 heats, we're looking for top 3 to go through to the semi-final, and all the other single scullers will progress through to repechage. I actually think West End's got this. Jessica Taylor has rolled over the top of the South Island champion, so it's Jessica Taylor from West End over Waihopai's Charlotte Klein. Official time for Waihopai's Lila Jack, 8:44.16. So that is slightly slower than heat number 1. So 6 seconds slower. So the fastest time still currently sitting with Dana Leishman from Dunstanarm. So down we come inside the last 500, and it's West End Rowing Club who's had a really good 1500 here in the Inti single, and Jessica Taylor, coached by Tanya Doniani and Nick Dorr. So it's West End Rowing Club holding an advantage over the South Island champion Charlotte Klein, coached by Danny Young and Scott Cundall. And these two are pretty clear of 3rd place as we come down on the inside to Mercer. So Mercer's Nikki Rue, coached by Ashley Clatt, she will also be looking to qualify for a semi-final in the women's intermediate single scull. Nice to know that all the other scullers are not finished with their competition. They will go through to repecharge tomorrow, and they will have a good chance to continue on in the New Zealand Rowing Nationals with another race tomorrow. Well, I hope I'm just closing the gap a little bit here as we transfer into the last 250. But West End have they taken that rating down? Something's changed in her rhythm there in that West End boat. And Waihope's gone a little bit longer on the slide. She's got her confidence up. And it looks like Waihope is having a go at West End now. So here comes the South Island champion. South Island trying to roll over the top of the North Island here as we come down with about 150 to go. And I'll be keeping an eye on that Waihope sculler. She's just really lengthened out and really powered through that finish. And what West End's had to do is take that rating right up. Goodness me, she's gone to 3/4 slide. She's going to have to be careful there. And here comes West End now. So she will go through in first place, but she's really had a little bit of a fright there by taking that rating up to 35, 36 and really wanting to protect that win. So West End will take the win, and Waihope is not going to respond to that challenge from West End on the rating jump. She's going to keep it long and strong, and Waihope is happy to come through for that second and go through to the semi-final. From there, we will go nearly 3 lengths back to Mercer down there in lane number 2. From Mercer, we have the other 2 scullers locked side by side, which is Twizel in 3, and in lane number 6 is Cure. So Twizel's Lucia Yates and Hannah Shadbolt from Cure, pretty close together. Then we come down on the inside to Tanisha Chinnery from Union, and then over the outside to Emma Baskerville. Oh, who's gone in? Mercer. Hopefully she's crossed the line. I think Felix saw that. So as long as she's crossed in and she's safe.
Is that the red boy? Oh, no, it's just fine.
But she's done the right thing. She's holding onto her boat. She looks safe. No one's anywhere near her. And she will be rescued. And hopefully the Mercer coaches can charge on down there and help their young lady out. Shoot, watch your blades. That was close. Oh my goodness, that sculler nearly got pretty close to her, but she's all right. She's got the safety boat there, so all is safe and well. Goodness me, drama. Is that our first flip today? Yeah, must be. I thought the white was the finish line. No, yeah, it is. A red buoy. Thank goodness. So she's safe. She's good. All right, let's head back up the course. We've got another race coming, but just relieved to see that the officials are there super quick and they've helped her get out of that water, which I imagine will be slightly cooler than what is up on the Waikato River. Right, heat number 4, Twizel number 2, Marley O'Keefe is in lane 2. We have Lily Dwyer from North Shore in 3. Our South Island bronze medalist, Caitlin Whittaker from Waihope is in 4. Louise Goodwin from Waikato in 5. Sophie Kundle from Waihope in 6. And Mia Wilson from North End is in 7. This is heat 4 of the women's inty single. And then we move into the men's intermediate single. So let's have a look. We've got Waihope, Caitlin Whittaker going well, and then over there to Waikato number 1, Louise Goodwin. Those two looking really good, and then we're looking for that third spot to go through to the semi-final, probably right down on the inside here. Might be Twizel. So Twizel's looking pretty good there for a semi-final spot. Marley O'Keefe. But it's Waihope over Waikato over Twizel. That's your 1, 2, 3. Then we go over to North Shore's Lily Dwyer. Then we go over to... Just trying to see who's on the far side there. That's the other Waihope sculler, which is Sophie Kundle. Down we come, about 180 left to travel here in the women's intermediate single sculls, the very last heat for them, and it is Waihope cruising down here. Caitlin Whittaker is the bronze medalist from the South Island Championships, in lane 4. And then we go outside of her, just a little bit of a higher rating for Waikato's Louise Goodwin. She is sitting in second place. And then I would say that we're actually going to go out to Sophie Kundal, who is ahead of Marley O'Keefe for that third spot. Well, it's quite close, mind you, for that last spot into the semi-final. But still, Waihopai coming down over North Shore. Those two very clearly going through to the semi-final. And then we will go over to Waihopai number 4, who will also qualify. So we're looking for heat number 3, 8:52.95. 8:52. And that still leaves the fastest time with Dunstan Arm from heat number 1. They're still sitting on the fastest time of the heats as they head into repechage and semi-final time.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
I'll just turn that off. So, heat number 1 of the men's intermediate single sculls is well and truly into the last 500. Apologies for that. We'll go out onto the course. We're not going to do a roll call there because they're almost finished. We are looking at Clifton. Clifton going really well here. And Oliver Colhase in lane number 3. We're looking for 1 to go through to the semi-final. So, Liam Collins from Canterbury not able to hold on to the speed of Clifton here. And Clifton is going to take the one and only position into the semi-final of the men's intermediate single scull as it stands at the moment. Second place will go back to the South Island gold medalist Liam Collins from Canterbury. Then from there we will go outside of Liam to Otago's Alexander Hattrell, who's sitting in third place. So the lead sitting with Oliver from Clifton. He's looking pretty comfortable. He's inside the last 100. No one else is at the moment. And it looks like Canterbury, for some reason, is happy just to keep that rating really low and cruise down in second place instead of taking that position directly into the semi-final. Pretty close on the line here. Looks like Otago might just, Canterbury and Otago are going to cross together there. Pretty super tight for second and third in the men's intermediate single heat number 1. So long way down the track is heat number 2. They look like they're not quite yet at the 1K, but that will give us time to update you on who's in that race. We have lane number 2 is Wellington 1, Bladen Rowe. Lane 3 is Cures Ethan McGrath. Lane 4 is Waikato's Jasper Mailing. Lane 5, Avon 1, Luke Todd. Lane 6, Twizel 1, Bryn Smith. And lane 7, Timaru 2, Cooper Gordon. So Waikato number 1, Jasper Mailing, is our North Island champion in this event. So he is racing at the moment and doing pretty well. And then we will come down on the inside maybe to Wellington, going pretty well as well. And this is heat number 2 of the men's Inti single. quite a commanding lead there currently for the North Island champion Jasper Mailing from Waikato in lane 4. He's looking pretty comfortable over Luke Todd from Avon and then back inside to Wellington's Bladen Row. Those three looking really good here, but very unlikely for them to catch the Waikato champion Jasper Mailing in lane 4. He's looking pretty good for that semi-final berth. Only one to go straight through. Then I will have one more heat of this to call through, and then we have another 3 heats and into the men's senior single, which will be another great event to watch. So it's still Waikato, the North Island champion Jasper Mailing holding on here, but right down on the inside, pushing him hard now. This might be Wellington. Wellington, for all the reasons that they don't get on the water up there, they seem to do pretty well when they go racing. And I would say that they're exceptionally fit, but they are performing very well on the water as well. So Wellington, Bladen Row is going pretty well there in lane number 2. But North Island champion, Waikato out in front. But a big push coming from Wellington. You can see that there's almost overlaps, probably slightly deceptive. I would say Waikato's still got open water there, an open water advantage. But then we come down on the inside to Wellington, and then we go over on the outside of him to maybe Twizel or Timaru. Who was that on the outside? Timaru. Okay, so down we come inside the 250. It is still Waikato, the North Island champion Jasper Mailing. He's keeping an eye on this Wellington sculler, but he's just covering his bases. He's holding on to that first place. Then we come back down inside to Wellington for second, and then we go over to Avon for third. That's Luke Todd. From Luke, we go over to Timaru's Cooper Gordon. And then we come back inside to Kewer's Ethan McGrath in lane number 3. Beautiful long reach onto the catch there for Waikato. So Jasper Mailing looking really comfortable there as he reaches for that catch, places those blades really gently. There's no rock on that boat, and he's pretty comfortable. He's going to take this pretty easy, probably a length and a half now over a sprint from Wellington down there in lane number 2. Wellington will come through for second, but he'll have to go to a repecharge. Avon still sitting in third, but a really good sprint coming from Cooper Gordon from Timaru on the outside. Then we come back about 3 lengths inside to Kewer's Ethan McGrath, and then we go over to Twizel's Bryn Smith, who is out there in lane number 6. So heat 3 now is in the third 500 of the men's intermediate single scull. We have Achilles Paikea from Aramaho Wanganui in lane 2, Joshua Drake from West End in 3, the South Island bronze medalist Jed Tisdall from Dunstan Arms in 4, Brennan Keane from Dunstan Arm in 5, Liam Barrett from Kewer in 6, and Jack Wassell from Avon 2 in 7. So Aramaho Wanganui, Achilles Paikea, he is going really well. I've seen him in a couple of races today already, so super fit, this young man, well coached by Axel and his coaches at Aramaho Wanganui, and it is lane number 2. Great effort from this young man, and he is holding on here in the intermediate single scull to try and get that one and only berth into the semi-final directly. From him we go to Dunstan Arms' Jed Tisdall, who'd be sitting in second. And then from Jed, potentially over to the Avon Sculler, Jack Wassell, or back into Brennan Keane from Dunstan Arm. So inside the last 500, pretty close to the 250, comes Achilles Paikea from Aramaho Wanganui. I'm pretty sure I saw him in a quad a bit earlier, and it wouldn't surprise me if he's already done a double as well. So pretty fit young man, and we'll see him at the North Island Secondary School Championships in a couple of weeks up at Lake Karapiro. So good work from Achilles. Down he comes into the 250, and he's actually extending his lead now over Jed Tisdall from Dunstan. So good work there from Aramaho Wanganui. He's sitting on 32.5, but really sending that boat through the finish. Pretty dynamic around that finish there. He's getting that weight out of the finish and sending that boat between the strokes really nicely. as is Jed Tisdale from Dunstan Arms sitting in second place, but he's about 2.5 boat lengths back now. And then from Jed, we would come inside to West End, I would say now. Is that West End? Yes, it is. So West End will be sitting in third, Josh Drake. And then from him, we would go out to Avon and then back into Dunstan Arm and Cure. So down we come towards the finish. Achilles Paikea is going to take this win. And then second place, but through to the repechage will be Jed Tisdale from Dunstan Arm.
Thanks very much for Kirsty for doing that. Now we're moving on to Heat 4 of the men's intermediate single sculls. So only one go through to the semi-final and the rest go to the repechage. So a lot of strategic racing going to go on here. So in lane 1 we got Timaru, George Talbot. Lane 2 we have Aramaho Wanganui, Charlie Brofham. Lane 3, we have West End, which is Sean Brooks Adam. He got bronze at North Island Club Champs. In lane 4, we have Mercer, Von Cameron. And lane 5, we have Union, which is Harry Pierce. And in lane 6, we have Waikato, which is Andrew Mitchell. So they've just gone through the K here, about 1.2 through. And right now, it's looking like it's Timaru or Aramaho Wanganui, Charlie Brofham. Let me just check here. Sorry, it's got the live stream. But yeah, so I believe that is Timaru, George Talbot, coached by Brian Smith and Mac Brown. Then we go back to West End, which is Sean Brooks Adam. And then we go to Aramaho Wanganui, which is Charlie Brofham. So it's close racing here. Sorry, I'm just looking through my binoculars. And yep, so Timaru in that Marty winning boat. Then we go to Sean Brooke Adams and Aramaho. Then we go back to Mercer. Yeah, so Timaru's got quite a convincing lead here. So that is George Talbot, coached by Brian Smith. We've heard his sister's name, Elise, and he's definitely got a family with rowing. And you can see just a beautiful stroke, very long. And yeah, you can see definitely he's quite relaxed here. I think he knows he's going to get the win, but you know, you can never count out a single, especially in the last 250. Anything can really happen, especially a sprint. But I think with this distance, I think that's pretty rare. Yeah, he's got about 2 to 3 clear boat lengths. Goes back to Sean Brooke Adams. I think Sean's definitely going to take second, and Aramaho is going to take third. Mercer fourth. Yeah, strategic, because if one goes through and you know you're not going to win that race, you know, a lot of people are saying, why push? You can rest yourself for the rest of the regatta, and you can fox it, you know, upset a lot of people. So it's interesting to see. So, yeah, that's going to be George Talbot of Timaru, coached by Brian Smith and Mac Brown. He's going to convincingly come in with a win. He's going straight to the semi-final. Then we've got West End, Seansbrook Adam, coached by Ethan Blight and Nick Dorr. He's going to be coming in second. the bronze medalist. And then we're going back to Charlie Bropham, Aramaho Wanganui, and Mercer is going to be fourth. It's impressive to see what Aramaho's really doing with their sculling program. Axel's definitely has something to do with it, so it's great to see how they're doing, and especially for me, the crew that I want to watch is probably the senior quad. Yeah, so they're one of the favorites, so it's good to see what Axel's done. Okay. Okay, now we move to Heat 5. If you've known me, I've never really been good at reading, especially English, so excuse me if I get your name wrong. So in lane 1, we have Omaru 2, Mana Fisalau, coached by Ivan Dockery. In lane 2, we have Cure Boating Club, Hamish McIntosh, coached by Alex Kennedy. In lane 3, we have Clifton 1, Jack Hurley. In lane 4, we have Otago 2, Brendan Isles. And in lane 5, we have Hamilton 1, Caden Talfa. So looking at it now, looking through my I think, yeah, that's a Mighty Cup winning boat, and I think that is Clifton 1, so Jack Hurley. Jack Hurley's got about, he's got a lot of clear water. He's got about 3 to 4 boat lengths of clear water. Then it's about neck and neck for second. So that's between, sorry, my eyes are recalibrating here. That is Cure. That is Cure Boating Club and Otago 2, so Brendan Isles and Hamish McIntosh. But yeah, definitely Clifton 1, Jax Hurley is miles in front here in that Mighty Cup winning boat. Maybe that's the recipe to winning in the single. But yeah, he's got about 3 to 4 boat lengths of clear water here, but it is the battle for second. Sadly, they'll go straight to the rapid charge, whereas Jack will go straight to the semi-final. It's quite harsh racing, but a lot of heats. The intermediate grade, especially in smaller boats, is definitely harder because you have a lot of people who are older age group coming back after an extended time period off of rowing. But no, it's good. It's good to see the sport being increased. So Jack is way in front here. He's still got the rate up. I would have slowed down by now, but Jack's definitely got it. So Jack, and then we go back to Cure here. So that's Hamish, and then it's going to be Otago Brendan. Yeah, very, very widespread heat here. But Jack's about to cross the line here, looking very nice here. Long and relaxed. Nice catch there. And I think Otago, yep, Otago has slowed the rate down. Cure, I believe, will do the same soon. He's still looking nice and clean. But Jack, yeah, an incredible performance. I don't know if he was going for times. Nice tailwind here, and he's just crossed the line. Then we're going to go back to Cure and Otago. Otago's looking nice and relaxed now. So he's going to cross the line. And here comes Cure. It's Hamish, coached by Alex Kennedy. And now we're going to go back to Otago. Brennan Isles, coached by Gareth Vaughn. And then we go back to Hamilton 1. So that is Caden Talfa. And then we go to Omaru, who slowed right down, but give him a cheer anyway. It's a hard event, the single. And much respect to anyone who races it. So that is Mana Fisalau, coached by Ivan Dockery and Shane Carter. So he's coming in now, just relaxed rowing. I think he's going to rest himself for the rest of the week. So here he goes. He's coming across the line. Give him a round of applause, folks. And here he comes. And across the line. There you go. So thanks, folks. I'm going to hand it over to Ian now. So,
Thanks, Felix. Race 95, heat 6. So this is the last heat of the men's intermediate single sculls. One going through the semi-final, the rest the repechage. Just looking out here, lane 1 is North Shore 1, Oscar McFarlane. Lane 3, Daniel Cara from Union. And then Takapuna Grammar is in lane 4, Leonardo Bacchus. In lane 5 is Porirua, Jack Clark, and he has about a 3 boat length lead. Just watching Oscar McFarlane from North Shore starting to push up on him now. Then we go across to Jacob Rohrbach out there from Oamaru in lane number 6. So this is the last of the men's intermediate single sculls. One through to the semi-final. The rest have another crack at it in the repechage later on in the week, and then underway very shortly. In fact, the first one is heading up towards the 1,000 metre mark. Is the men's senior sculls heat number 1. That has a progression of 1 and 2 through the semi-final, and the rest through to the repechage. But out in front of us, this last heat of the men's intermediate single sculls. Nice job being done here by Jack Clark from Porirua as he heads up towards the red boys, and 1,000 metres to go, 100 metres to go. And making well sure of his way through to the next stage for him, which is into the semi-final. He goes. So that is Jack Clark here, about 5 nice easy strokes, maybe a wee bit more as he comes down to the line to take that for Porirua, and North Shore will finish second, making their way down. That means senior single sculls. I'll give you the start list for that just as we make sure of that. Yep, that is. Well done to you, Jack. Men's senior single sculls in lane 1, Aramaho Whanganui, Nicky Maxim. Lane 2, Auckland 1, Jack McDonald. Scratched in lane 3 from Waikato, and then in lane 4 is Ryan Gass from Auckland, number 3. He'll be in there in the middle of it, as will Sam Barnett from Dunstanarm, number 2. And then lane 6, Tauranga 2, Luke Burquist. My word, there's some good scullers coming in front of us shortly. Lane number 7, Avon 3, Sam Cleland, and lane 8 is North Shore 1, Simon Gertzma. And it is in Auckland, Ryan Gass. He's down there in lane 4, leading the through, just behind Dunstanarm, number 2, Sam Barnett. Sam's got about a boat length in front of him, just over Ryan. Outside of him to Luke Burquist from Tauranga. Into the 750 metres to go, they go now. So Sam doing a good job from Dunstan. And looks like North Shore might not be there. Haven't quite got that up there. The men's intermediate single scull, that last heat, Jack Clark going through in a time of 6:57, but he'll be happy just to be through. Time is not what we're worrying about too much at the moment. And good to see in that men's intermediate single sculls another from the Vashon Islanders out there. Zach Merrigan, coached by Richard Parr. Visitors from the US. Good to see them here. So 1 and 2 through to the semi-final from the men's single sculls. There are 4 heats. Second heat is just gone, so they're through the first couple of 100 metres. And it still sits out here in front of us, lane 5, Sam Barnett from Dunstanarm, coached by Simon Smith. Ryan Gass just on the inside of him, coached by Peter Mills, John McDermott. Race 97 is the second heat, just underway. That field there, lane 1, Auckland 2, Logan Turrell. And lane number 2 is Tasman Coastal 1, Murdoch Smith. And lane number 3, Canterbury 1, Angus Cole. Lane number 4 there will be Aramaho Whanganui, Herbie Austin Baker. He was silver in the North Islands recently. Bronze in the South Islands. And in lane 5 is Dunstanarm number 3, Hamish Yateman. And in lane 6, Waikato 2, Sebastian Fulton. In lane 7, Hamilton 1, Ethan Claridge, and Aramaho Whanganui 4. In lane 8, Eli Kuhn will complete the field as they go through 500 metres now. Less than 500 metres to go in front of us is the first heat, looking for our 1 and 2. So 1 right in the middle, looking pretty comfortable there. got the pink cap on today. Sam Barnett from Dunstanarm. 2 boat lengths now over Ryan Gass. Now Ryan's under pressure because on the inside here, you look down on the inside, you can see Jack McDermott from Auckland just making his way through in the red and black horizontals. He's now pushed up past Ryan Gass, his stablemate, and he's starting to challenge now into Sam Barnett. Sam's just starting to wind up a little bit compared to where he was. On the outside of him is Sam Cleland from Avon. He'll have to move now if he wants to get into straight through or go to the semi-final. Otherwise, he's into the repechage. And Auckland now moving nicely into second is Jack McDonald. So Peter Mills and John McDermott coaching both the Auckland Scullers. And Ryan just starting to wind up a little bit too. He's got some work to do to get back. Sam's well in control out there in front, I think, because nicely still moving through here on the inside, Jack McDonald. Less than 120 metres to go now. He's still pushing through on Sam. Sam's just started to move those hands a little bit quicker and wind up when he sees the challenge coming from Jack. And then still in between them will be Ryan. Looks like he'll be heading through to the repechage, along with on the outside of him, Sam Cleland from Avon. But just inside of him and ahead of him, Luke Burquist from Tauranga, who's sitting there nicely in 4th. Then we come back down to Aramaho Whanganui, Nicky Maxim. 50 metres to go now for Sam. And heading through to the semi-finals of the men's senior single sculls, he will go. Joining him there will be Jack McDonald from Auckland. Through to the repechage goes Ryan Gass from Auckland. Joining him will be Luke Burquist from Tauranga, and then across to Avon. Inside to Aramaho Whanganui completes that field. Looking at that second heat as they hit the second 1,000. It's coming out of Canterbury and Aramaho Whanganui and Dunstanarm right in the middle of the course. But well ahead of him is Sebastian Fulton from Waikato. Out there in lane 6. Still great conditions for sculling. They'll be pretty happy with this as they come through into the second half of the course in the second heat of the men's senior single sculls. Just wait for a time to come up. Give that to you when it does, but just sitting there nicely, probably 2 boat lengths ahead of the field is Sebastian, just over Hamish Yateman. On the outside of him is Hamilton. That's Ethan Claridge. Then we go further out to Aramo Whanganui, just ahead of him. So sitting in the front there still Waikato from, well, Dunstan's now in behind Aramaho Whanganui. Herbie Austin Baker, the silver medalist in the North Islands. And Angus Cole at Canterbury coaches their Masters, does Angus, doing a good job sitting out there in lane number 3. This looks like it'll be a little bit more competitive than the previous one. That first heat of the previous one going through in 7:31. Sam Barnett from Dunstanarm. So into the business end really for this first day at New Zealand Rowing Championships for 2024 here at Nationals. Manky old start, but it's finished spectacularly. It's quite warm and muggy out there at this time. You won't notice it through the live stream. Thanks for joining us and watching us all day. Thanks to Milford for making it possible. And some fantastic coverage that we enjoy with the drone shots as they go up and down this wonderful facility. Enjoying his row out there will be Sebastian from Waikato. He's just got this under control. Aramaho Whanganui second. No, third. Canterbury second. Now, Angus seems to have second under control. Will Herbie come back at him? And then if we look outside of Sebastian, it's Hamilton will be the next on the outside. Still a bit of work to do. The rest will be going through to the repechage. That third heat's underway. They've gone through 200 metres now. You can just see the umpire boat making its way up the course towards that 500 metre island, and there in lane 1 in the heat number 3 is Cure Boating Club 2, Lewis Mates. In lane 2, Dunstanarm 4, Jed McIntosh. In lane 3, Waikato 3, Leander Calazan. In lane 4, Avon 1, Jimmy Middleditch. Lane 5, Clifton 1, Liam Cox. Lane 6, Clifton 2, Clayton Potts. Clifton looking strong today already from what we've seen. Lane 7, Wairo 1, Finn Allison. And in lane 8 there will be Mercer 1, which is Alexander Sharp. So we'll follow their progression. Right out in front of us now, though, still is with Sebastian Fulton from Waikato, and Angus Cole just under a little bit of pressure on his outside from Herbie Austin Baker from Aramaho Whanganui. That's where the battle will be for the second spot, but Angus starting to push through. He's held on well all this way, has Sebastian Fulton out there in lane 6 from Waikato. He's done all the work. Has he got it left in the last 250 metres to get himself straight through into the semi-final, or will it be a repechage? Because he's under pressure on the inside. Up goes the rating there from Herbie Austin Baker, trying to pull back Angus Cole on the inside of him. him. Still looking across to his left will be Sebastian Fulton from Waikato. I don't think the rest of the field have too much of a chance of catching him. We go back to Ethan Claridge from Hamilton, across to Hamish Yateman from Dunstanarm. But this is where we're looking at, right in front of us. It is the Cantabrian trying to push out the North Islanders. He's still pushing through nicely in lane 3. Nice run on his boat, Angus Coles. He comes up with 110 metres to go. Still has an advantage on the outside, it does Sebastian Fulton. And Angus has just pushed to put away that wee challenge there from Herbie Austin Baker from Aramaho Whanganui. Through to the last 50 metres go these two scullers. Timed their runs nicely. They have coming down to the finish, and another half dozen strokes will be Sebastian Fulton from Waikato to go through to the semi-finals of the men's senior sculls. He'll be joined there by Angus Cole. Nice finish there from Herbie Austin Baker, was serving well on the repechage. Then on the outside will be Hamilton. Back we go into Dunstan. And then on the inside here will be Logan Turrell from Auckland, and then back down inside of him will be Tasman Coastal's Murdoch Smith, just heading in behind Eli Kuhn from Aramaho Whanganui out there in lane number 8. That third heat's into the second half of the course. Look for Liam Cox in lane 5 to be in the middle of it. He was the bronze medalist of the North Island. Looks like he is just out there to the right of the umpire's boat. Sitting right in front of the umpire's boat is Jimmy Middleditch. He's coached by Liam Barracroft. Of course, Jimmy did some rowing last year for New Zealand under-19s. This is looking very even out there. Jimmy's just sitting there. Right alongside him is Liam Cox and Clayton Potts outside of him. And then we go out to Wairo, Finn, Allison. There's a lineup of 4. Those 4 sitting right in a line with each other. Then we go back into lane 1, where we see Cure Boating Club number 2, Lewis Mates. He was in the pair earlier today. Back inside to Dunstanarm number 4, Jed McIntosh. And then Leander Calazan from Waikato number 3, just sitting further back from him. And now we go across to lane 8, Alexander Sharp from Mercer 1. This is the third heat of the men's senior single sculls. Was due to go at 3:34, so we're still running nicely ahead of time. We'll finish early tonight, team, which means we can get ourselves ready for the rest of the week. That fourth heat going into the blocks now. Up towards 500 metres to go. And we're looking at Jimmy Middleditch, we're looking at Liam Cox, we're looking at Clayton Potts, and then we're across, we're looking at Finn Allison from Wairo. 2 of them are going through the semi-final if they finish now. The other one's looking at repecharges, so the pressure's just come on the last 200 metres there from Liam Cox, the North Island bronze medalist in lane 5, just pushing ahead of Jimmy. Just looking down lane 1, watch Lewis Mates from Cure Boating Club. What's he got to come? He looks like he's just drawing up alongside Jimmy Middleditch. On the right-hand side of him is Jed McIntosh from Dunstanarm. Across on the outside, Mercer, still there. Wairo still there. Under 500 to go. Oh, this is going to be close, isn't it? He's starting to move a little bit now. Jed McIntosh down there in lane number 2 for Dunstan. He could get into the mix here. We've got to have 6 of them sitting across the field. So he's pushed, oh look, the hand speed's starting to go there now from Liam. So he's obviously moved when he gets to 300 to go. Put some pressure on Jimmy, bringing Clayton Potts from Clifton with him. Just starting to hang a wee way back now is Finn Allison. He's got some work to do out there. Jimmy pushing up alongside Liam Cox and still watching Lewis Mates from Cure Boating Club down there in lane 1. Then we go back to Jed McIntosh. Next heat's underway. Race 99, heat 4. Give you the field for that. In lane 1, Cure Boating Club 1, Didier Marks. Lane 2, Tauranga 3, Luca Harris. Lane 3, Tauranga 1, James Hollard. Lane number 4, Dunstan Arms, Matthew O'Meara. Scratching in lane 5. Lane 6 is Aramaho Whanganui 2, Jake Newton. And lane 7 is Avon 2, Joshua Clark. They've just finished their starting. They're heading up towards that 500 metre mark, I think. Out in front of us is the Jimmy Show with Liam. Just pushing ahead. Liam's in between Jimmy, and on the outside of him from Clifton also Clayton Potts. I think Lewis has got a bit much work to do down here in lane number 2, and same for Finn Allison out there in lane 7 from Wairo. So it is between Liam Cox, Jimmy Middleditch, Clifton and Avon. And on the outside, will it be a Clifton 1-2 to keep out Avon, or is Jimmy going to push through? Started to wind up again. There goes Liam, look at that. Hand speed starts to go. Nice push. Nice and long he is. Just lengthening now is Jimmy, trying to get some more run on that boat. It's still with Liam. The outside, though, it is Clayton Potts from Clifton 2. Starting to draw up alongside Jimmy Middleditch. They've all got less than 100 metres to go. Clifton in the middle, Liam Cox. Jimmy Middleditch this side. Other side is Clayton Potts. The 3 of them are going at it. It's still with Clifton in the middle, Clifton up the top, and Avon down below. Just starting to get more of a run on his boat, I think, is Clayton Potts on the outside over Jimmy. Jimmy will need to push again. It's in the middle with Liam Cox. Clayton Potts from Clifton still has it. Jimmy coming down the inside. Oh, that's a duel. I'm going to go Liam Cox, Jimmy Middleditch, and then Clayton Potts. I think on the line, Avon by a bow ball. Nice finish, gents. Down here is Lewis Mates in lane 1. Across the top to Wairo. Then we'll finish with Jed McIntosh from Dunstan. Down here to Waikato, Leander Calazan. And across on the outside will be Alexander Sharp from Mercer. We'll keep an eye on that one. I can tell you that the previous heat, Sebastian Fulton won that in a time of 7:30. I think the previous heat was 7:31, and we'll see what we get the result there for that one. Oh, and unofficially it is Clifton 1-2. Liam Cox finishing first by 1.35 seconds, then 0.29 of a second back to Jimmy Middleditch from Avon. Unofficial. Men's senior sculls, the 4th heat. Tauranga 3 and Tauranga 1 off to a good start. That's Luca Harris in lane 2 from Tauranga 3. James Hollard from Tauranga 1. That's good, but I think it is right out in the middle. It is with the South Island champion, Matthew O'Meara from Dunstan. Just outside of him is, because there is a scratching there in lane number 5, Jake Newton from Aramaho Whanganui. And right alongside him actually is Joshua Clark from Avon 2. Oh, this looks like it's official. Clifton 1, 7:28.61, so a faster heat. 0.88 of a second back to Clayton Potts from Clifton 2. And then the distance back to Jimmy Middleditch from Avon 1, 0.03. Close. Live to fight another day, they do. Of course, there's a repechage. Not a bad place to have it. Matthew O'Meara leads this field down. He has a boat length over on the outside of him, Jake Newton from Aramaho Whanganui, out to Joshua Clark from Avon 2. This is the 4th heat of the men's senior single sculls, and then we will move along to the women's senior single sculls, which will be race 100 for the day. And event 59 for those that are following us. This is event 58. So if you're watching the live stream and you've got row it up, you'll need to know the event number, whereas we work off day sheets here and have the race number. He's just sneaking along the outside there, Joshua Clark in lane 7, trying to put some pressure up there on Matthew O'Meara. He's moved past Jake Newton from Aramaho Whanganui. So moving himself into second. You'll need to go again, Jake. We go across further back to Tauranga 1. They were pretty handily placed at the 1,000, but just started to drift off a bit now. And Tauranga number 3 down there in lane number 2. And I'm not sure that we had a start from the Cure Boating Club sculler. Doesn't show to me as being a scratching, but looks like he might not be there. So still under control here, Matthew O'Meara. He'll have a little bit left in the tank if he feels under any pressure, but that nice second move coached by Alice Drummond by Joshua Clark out there in lane number 7. As they start to make their way through. The women's senior single sculls heat number 1 is underway in lane number 1. Twizel 1, Sadie Mason. In lane number 2, Wairo 1, Lexi Timpson. In lane number 3, Twizel 2, Kiara Thine. In lane number 4, Waikato 5, Emily Gordon. In lane number 5, Dunstanarm 1, Olivia Key. Lane number 6, Canterbury 1, Becky Chuk. Lane number 7 is a scratching. And then lane 8, India Nichols from Dunstanarm number 2 will be out there. And she is pretty even in the middle there. I think Waikato Emily Gordon's got the jump on the field early doors. You can see where the umpire boat is down there. And Dunstanarm just outside her, the 2 Twizel ones, and Wairo just on the inside. But we'll watch the rest of this race out here for the men's senior single sculls. 7:30, 7:28, 7:31 have been the times in the previous heats. Let's see where these guys finish up. Nicely under control here is Matthew O'Meara, lane 4, Dunstanarm. He has got a boat length over Joshua Clark from Avon 2. Trying to push up on him is Jake Newton from Aramaho Whanganui. Then further back in a late run here from James Hollard, Tauranga number 1. 100 metres to go now for Matthew. Looks pretty comfortable, doesn't he? Nice and long. There's hardly a splash at all out there. Very clean at the catch. He's got a lovely connection from fingertips through to the foot plate. On the outside, just winding up a wee bit more is Joshua, but he's got himself through to the semi-final along with Matthew O'Meara from Dunstan. Goes down to take the buzzer now. Joined by Joshua, and then through to the repecharges will be Jake Newton from Aramaho Whanganui, along with James Hollard, Tauranga 1. Tauranga 3, Luca Harris. And across the top, no, that's it. All done and dusted for that 4th heat. Nicely under control in lane 4 is Emily Gordon in the first heat of the women's senior sculls. Same again for the ladies, 1 and 2 through to the A final as opposed to a semi-final. So she's all to play for here. 1 and through, straight through to the A final. The rest to the repechage. So Emily's under control. Sadie Mason doing a good job for Twizel down there in lane 1. Handily placed. Then we go across to Canterbury 1, Becky Chook. Very familiar with this course, just inside of her, Olivia Key. Then we go outside to Dunstan, number 2, India Nichols. She was racing already earlier today. And then we have a look at Wairo 1, which is Lexi Timpson, finished 3rd here in the South Island Championships a couple of weeks ago, right alongside her, Kiara Thine, the other local here from Twizel too. But still sits with Emily, lane 4. And then I'm going to say Twizel second. And then Canterbury, Becky. And we go across on the outside to Indian Nicholson, Dunstan Arm 2. This is heat 1. So heat 4 of that men's senior single sculls. Matthew O'Meara going through in a time of 7:34. A bit more under control he was than some of the early ones, so a little bit less pressure, so that's why the time's slightly slower. Doesn't matter too much at the moment. Women's senior single sculls, heat number 2, heads through 500 metres. In lane 1, Waikato 2, Jenny Lee Marcraft. In lane number 2, North Shore 1, Atlanta Bruce. Lane number 3, Waikato 1, Amelia Barrell. Lane number 4 is Nelson 1, Naomi Robertson. And lane number 5, Charlie's Tutbury from Waikato. And lane number 6, Waikato 6, Tegan Negus. She's already raced today. And lane number 7, Waikato 3, Lauren Wood. It's a pretty strong heat that. Crikey, some bad luck of the draw for some of those scullers. That's going to be interesting to watch. See how they go. They're heading up towards 1,000 metres now. Probably 750 gone for them, just coming through. And it is sitting with, I think, Naomi there actually from Nelson. She won down here in South Islands recently, but right alongside her equivalent in the North Island, Charlie's Tutbury in lane 5. Let's see how they play out as they come on down. So just watching out in front of us though, Emily Gordon, and very comfortable. That yellow single sculls making its way up towards the 250 metre mark. She's got 2 boat lengths over on the outside of her, Olivia Key from Dunstan. Those are the 2. But watch this down here in lane 1. Sadie Mason from Twizel. I think she's moved ahead of Dunstan. Sadie might be ahead of Olivia. These 2 are fighting for that next berth. Right on the outside, trying to come in at late 2 is India Nichols from Dunstan Arm. And cross from her, Becky Chook from Canterbury. Then we go back across and look at Kiara Thine from Twizel 2. Just back from her, Lexi Timpson, the bronze medalist from the South Islands from Wairo. It is, of course, with Emily Gordon, but I'm looking at the race in front of us between Twizel and Canterbury. And Dunstan. It's probably Dunstan more than Canterbury. Up to 150 metres to go now for Waikato. Starting to crank up now is Olivia Key from Dunstan. As you can see over the left, you can see where Sadie is from Twizel. Oh, she's gone up now. So Olivia's just cranked the hands. Hand speed's a little bit quicker, so will Sadie respond? All under control here with Emily. She's up to the red buoy. She's got 100 metres to go. Very powerful at the drive. Look at that. Nice and relaxed up the slide. Good recovery, and away she goes. Less than 80 metres to go. The battle, though, is for the second spot to go through. A bit more of energy coming out with 100 metres to go now for Dunstan. And just a wee bit behind there is Sadie from Twizel. I think she made the move about 50 metres ago, and that just cranked it through. So heading up towards the finish line and taking a spot through into the A final will be Emily Gordon from Waikato. Joining her will be Olivia Key from Dunstan, and then everyone else will have another go at it through to the repechage. In the Sarah Jane coming up the line now will be from Twizel, Sadie Mason. Across we go to, or between Becky Chook and Kiara Thine from Twizel as well. On the outside to India Nichols from Dunstan, and back down inside, fast finishing for Lexi Timpson. So here we look at the second heat. It's heading through 500 metres to go. In lane 3, Amelia Barrell, then Nelson, and then it's Waikato, Charlie's Tutbury. Those are your 3. Just watching Waikato 2, Jenny Lee Marcroft. She's done well here before at age group level. But it is on the outside, I think, with Charlie's and Naomi. But well, Naomi's right actually in between Charlie's and Amelia, so she's breaking up the Waikato combo. Who's going to head through and come and take those spots straight through to the A final? We'll wait and see. Time for that first heat, women's senior single sculls. Emily Gordon, 8:19. Great conditions continue. I'm sure that umpire's boat will stop very shortly and eliminate all possible wake. Done. Amelia has the advantage over Naomi. So that's in lane 3, Waikato 1, Amelia Barrel over Naomi from Nelson. I would think that out there in lane 5, there'll be something to come from Waikato, from Charlize. Just trying to sneak through again here. Waikato 2 is Jenny Lee Marcroft. Just back from her, Atlanta Bruce from North Shore. Interested to see what the time is on this one compared to the other one. Then out the back there on lane number 7 is Lauren Wood, which is all good. She'll get to have another go in the repechage. Just over 250 metres to go. And then we move into the men's club coxless pair oars. They are heading up towards the 1,000 metre mark. Lane 1, West End 1, Alexander Jones, Liam Fox. Lane 2, Avon 3, James Tavendale, Danny Webb. Lane 3, Whakatane 1, Travis Talpos and Alex Ironmonger. Lane 4 is St George's 1, Finley Dickens and Daniel Taylor. Lane number 5, St George's 3, Frank Ison and Zane Cook. Lane number 6, there is Waikato 1, Jonty McIntosh and Charlie Moon. And lane number 7 is Wellington 2, Josh Cassidy and William Hall. They are just about at 1,000 metres. Out in front of us though, heat 2, final heat of the women's senior single sculls. Sitting there nicely with Amelia Barrow, just watching what happens outside her from Naomi Robertson. And Charlie's Topbury seems to have left a little bit. She might just be feeling the pace a wee bit today. Back down here in lane number 1 is Jenny Lee Marcroft. So it is Waikato, Nelson. These two looking to hold those positions straight through to the finals. Naomi Robertson out there in that blue Swift. Just moving ahead of her still and holding that lead is Amelia Barrel. She's just holding on, and these two are starting to march through to that A final. 100 metres now to go for the outside Waikato rowers who'll be heading through to the repechage. So they'll bring to a conclusion our women's senior single sculls heats. It'll be a half boat length margin for Amelia Barrel from Waikato. She takes the buzzer now. Back to Naomi from Nelson. Through they go to the A final. And then we come down to lane number 1, which will be generally Marcroft just finishing in behind Tegan Negus out there in lane 6. And then North Shore Atlanta Bruce down here in lane 2. Across the top to Lauren Wood from Waikato. How many heats have we got of this? We've got 4 heats of the men's club coxless pair. St George's out in front here. This is Finley Dickens and Daniel Taylor. And then their number 3 crew just in beside them, sitting second, Frank Ison and Zane Cook. Very close though to Jonty McIntosh, Charlie Moon. Very competitive this. We're looking for 1, 2 and 3 to the semi-final. Then we head back to the repechage. So those are the 3 right out in front. Then we come down to Whakatane 1 down there in lane number 3. And they're under pressure on the inside of them from James Tavendale and Danny Webb from Avon. So it's still with St George's number 1. They finished second in the North Island Championships 3 weeks ago. Second is St George's number 3, under pressure from Waikato number 1. Then we come back inside to Whakatane and then Avon. So a little bit more work to be done on the outside for Wellington number 2. Josh and William, they'll have another crack in the repechage, as will West End's Alexander and Liam by the look of it. Great conditions for these guys. And St George's number 3, just trying to hold off Waikato. So who's going to take the 3rd spot through? Is it going to be from Waikato? Is it going to be from Whakatane? Still got time down there in lane 2, Avon, if you get a bit of a wriggle on. That second heat is underway. In lane number 1, Nelson 1, Ryan Flintoff, Ethan Steele. Lane number 2, St George's 4, Lucas Duthie, Singyo Chao. Lane number 3 is Aramaho Whanganui, Anton Zebish and Toby Harris. In lane number 4, St George's 2, Luca Tonner and Sebastian Line. In lane number 5, Avon 2, Charles Beale, Benjamin Ashman. In lane number 6, Waikato 2, Ruben Lovell and Antonio Van Dursen. And lane number 7, West End 2, Joel Millman and Jack McSwain. That's that second heat. They are heading towards 1,000 metre mark. St George's number 1, though, extending out here nicely. They've got a boat length now in clear water over their number 3 crew. sitting there in second, and it is Waikato and Whakatane fighting for the third spot. So just starting to crank up down there in lane number 3 is Travis and Alex from Whakatane number 1, trying to move ahead of that Waikato number 1 crew, Jonty and Charlie, to take their third spot. It's still with St George's number 1. Finley and Daniel have got the lead. They're coming back of them though with St George's number 3, Frank and Zane. They're still sitting in second, and it's West End though. West End have got the run, I think, over the top of the Waikato crew. They're going to have to work hard, come back of them. Waikato, West End just started a little bit earlier. St George's number 1 go down, take the buzzer. St George's 3 will take second, and third will be that Whakatane crew. Straight through to the semi-final. Into the repechage goes Waikato. Back down here in lane number 3 will be Avon. Then in lane number 1 will be West End 1, and across on the outside to Wellington number 2. Second heat of the women's senior single sculls. 8:20 was the time for Amelia, winning that. 8:20.91. So a 1 second, a wee bit slower than the previous one, which means they should be even when we get to the business end. The second heat makes its way down for the men's club coxless pair. Out there in lane 4, North Island gold medal winners, St George's number 2. Just tucked in behind Avon 2. So Luca Tonner and Sebastian Line, they won it in the North Island. They're in lane 4. Lane 5 just ahead of them is Charles Beale and Benjamin Ashman. Lane 1, Ryan Flintoff and Ethan Steele trying to do a sneak down at lane 1 from Nelson. Again, we're looking 1, 2 and 3 to go through to the semi-final. Then we come to Aramaho Whanganui. Anton and Toby down in lane 3. Cross on the outside to Waikato 2 in lane 6, just outside of them, West End number 2. Then back to St George's number 4 in lane number 2. Lucas Duffy and Xiang Yu Chao. Underway in that third heat of the men's club coxless pair. Third of 4 heats in lane 1. Chua Yuni, Hauraki Horikoshi and Yuki Seha. Aligned there with the Otago University. Glenn Sinclair helping them out there. Good to see some more of our international people here. So from Chua University Rowing Club. Welcome to you. Lane number 2, Wairo 1, James Ripley, Liam Kirkland. Lane number 3, Waikato 4, Joshua Wilson, Brooklyn Elliott. Lane 4 is Avon 1, Luke Tompkins, B. Guerra. Lane number 5, Wellington 1, Guy Curry Stanton and Ted Henderson. Lane 6 is North Shore 2, Jacob Lorcan and Jackson Mitogaro. And lane number 7 is St George's 5, Xavier Warren and Finley Christensen. That's heat 3. They're through 500 metres. Heat 2 has got 300 metres to go, and we still see Avon just holding the advantage over St George's. So St George's won it in the North Island. Avon right alongside them. We're looking to see just inside in lane 3 is Aramaho Whanganui, and I told you to watch out, but have a look. There's Nelson, lane 1, hoping no one sees them. Just trying to burgle a spot down the inside. It's still sitting with Avon over the top of St George's, but not much between them. And then it is Aramaho Whanganui. Nelson just moving now ahead of Aramaho Whanganui into that third spot into the semi-final. Out in the outside in lane 6, Waikato number 2 trying to come at them and sneak through as well. But it is Aramaho Whanganui. They're going to have to respond because Nelson are going past you. Oh, they have now too. Here they go. So the stroke man for Aramaho Whanganui, he's decided it's time to keep moving. Avon extending their lead. Charles Beale and Benjamin Ashman over St George's, Luca and Sebastian. So 3/4 of a boat length, and going away is Avon over St George's. We come back to Aramaho Whanganui. They've clipped again and gone back past Nelson. Nice battle between Nelson and Aramaho Whanganui. I think the game's up, Nelson. They saw you coming. On the outside is Waikato number 2. Back inside to West End, and then further back and slightly crooked to St George's number 4, but they'll get a go in the repechage. But here we go with Avon. They've gone out to a boat length and a half to take this second heat. Second will go to St George's, and it still is a chance for Nelson, but Aramaho Whanganui, they did the work when they got to 120 metres to go. They've just gone out over the Nelson crew. Second is St George's, down to the buzzer they go now, and then Aramaho Whanganui, Anton and Toby did enough to get themselves through to the semi-final. Into the repechage goes Nelson. Joining them there will be Waikato number 2 on the outside to West End 2, and then back down here to Lucas and Siang from St George's number 4.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients. Find out more at milfordasset.com, official live stream partner to Rowing New Zealand. Milford, invested in you.
Number 4. Oh, Smellers, nice close finish here for the second and third spots as they start to move away. Still does Luke Tompkins and Big Guerra from Avon. They'll be up past the Avon tent pretty shortly. This is heat number 3 of the men's club coxless pair. Heat number 2 went through in a time of 7:10. So heat 2, 10 seconds quicker than the previous heat. That good finish making for a bit of fun for us all. In heat number 4, men's club coxless pair, lane 1, Avon 4, George Kinder, Jackson Drake. Lane 2, Takapuna Grammar 1, Lucas Forsyth, Charlie Talon. Lane number 3, Hawke's Bay 1, George Nilsson and Adam Vanderpeet. Lane number 4 is North Shore 3, Callum Jarvis and Theo Brown. Lane 5, Auckland 1, Lewis Upton and Alex King. Lane number 6, North Shore 1, Thomas Klingon and James Brake. And in lane 7, it's Avon 5, Harry Black, Sam McAfee. They are through 500 metres. It's coming out of the middle of the course here, Hawke's Bay, North Shore, Auckland 1. A long way to go there for those gents. Not quite so far for the ones in front of us. Avon making the most of it with St George's. And just looking at Wellington there in lane 5, Guy and Ted, they've got a bit of a wriggle on. They are now putting pressure on Wairau. Wairau just ahead of Uni. So here we go. Avon holding the advantage, but St George's coming at them. Wellington coming at them. Then we go to Wairau. Then we go Uni. 1, 2 and 3 go through to the semi-final. The rest are through to the repechage. So St George's trying to make sure of their spot. They've moved into second. So who's the third going to be? Third is in between Wairau and Wellington. Wairau just moving ahead of Wellington. Avon still holding a 2-boat advantage over St George's. They come down 120 metres to go. It's with Avon in this third heat of the men's club coxless pair. Out to St George's, back inside to Wellington, working hard, Guy and Ted there, coached by Matthew Hall, will be watching and chewing his nails. Wairau working really hard, James and Liam. South Island champions trying to push their way through over the top of Wellington to hold that third spot. All good there here with Avon. They continue to coast down to the line, but still working fairly hard. Cross there to St George's. Uni just out of it now, so it is between Wairau and Wellington. Through the red boys they go. You can forget about 1 and 2, that's sorted. We're looking at third. Wairau winding up. Matching bucket hats. Oh, they've just quick in the hands. They've gone quicker. They've got a run there on Wellington. Down to come take second at St George's. Wellington coming back at Wairau. Wairau got some real action going on. They've got a run on their boat now. They moved out to half a canvas. Nice work, gents. Down to the line, you take third. Wellington take fourth and into the repechage. Uni after that. Then we go outside to North Shore number 2 and back down into Waikato 4 and lane number 3. Well, they look like they were in a chance there for that third. Wellington might have just had a couple of steering issues right at the end there, which I'm sure they will sort out in the repechage as we look at heat number 4 making its way down the course now into 500 metres to go. Very even, isn't it? Hawke's Bay 1 number in lane 3, North Shore 3 in lane 4. Just leading out there is Auckland 1 though. Just on their right shoulder is North Shore number 1. Oh, this might be even closer. Then we go outside to Avon 5, back inside to Takapuna Grammar 1, and then Avon number 4 in lane 1. Just waiting for time for that third heat to see where we sit, remembering that the previous one was 7:10. Hawke's Bay pushing through and putting some real pressure on Auckland number 1. North Shore trying to poke their way through between those two, and then we go outside to North Shore number 1. So it's North Shore 3 just in lane 4. Those are your 4. Then we go a little bit, probably 2 boat lengths back on the outside to Avon 5, and similarly back on the inside to Takapuna Grammar. Right alongside them is Avon 4. You can see the gold blades of Takapuna Grammar just dipping in and out of Lake Ruataniwha as we draw to a conclusion here on day 1. It's gone quickly. So Lewis Upton and Alex King, coached by Peter Mills, John McDermott, out there in lane 5 for Auckland. Starting to exert their control just in the last 300 metres. They've pushed ahead. Trying to stick with them is Hawke's Bay number 1. Those are the two. Question will be, who is going to get third? And I think it'll be between the North Shore crews. North Shore 3 in lane 4. North Shore 1 in lane 6 as they push away from the rest of the field. Takapuna Grammar, Avon 4, locked together down there in lanes 1 and 2. Then we go across the outside to Avon number 5. Women's Club Coxless 4 is underway. That's race 106. In lane 2, Dunstan Arm 1, lane 3, Auckland 1, lane 4, Waikato 1, lane 5, Waikato 2, lane 6, Hamilton 1, lane 7, Aramaho Whanganui. I'll give you the actual crews once we get this race completed. Couldn't ask for much better conditions, could we? And I'm sure Auckland are enjoying it. It looks like North Shore number 1, Thomas Klingon and James Brake have done the job. At this stage, you've got a chance to come back though, Callum and Theo. North Shore number 3. 100 metres to go now for Auckland 1. Heading on their way through to the Men's Club Coxless Pairs semi-finals. And joining them looks like it will be Hawke's Bay, George Nelson and Van der Peak, coached by Matt Mannington. And just upping their rating on the outside there, North Shore number 1 to make sure that third spot. They'll go through in third. Over the line to take the buzzer now goes Auckland. Here comes Hawke's Bay. And then North Shore number 1 be followed by North Shore number 3. Then Avon 5. And then it looks like it will be, there's a bit of a fight down here on the inside between Takapuna Grammar and Avon number 4. Takapuna Grammar have got half a canvas over Avon number 4. And that looks like that's how they will fall. Just gaining on them, Avon. In the end, half a stroke missed there from Takapuna. And on the line, no, with the push, maybe Avon just over Takapuna. As I sail into the flat, cool waters. Women's Club Cox's 4. Making their way up towards the 1,000 metre mark. So that Dunstan Arm crew, Drew Thomas, Ali King, Micah Pyle, Kate Spriggs. This is the Women's Club Coxless 4. That is the first of 2 heats. Auckland 1, Jemima Dryden, Setai Satoga, Ella Ross, Charlie Barclay. Lane number 4, Waikato 1, Pippa Dixon, Elise Smith, Francis Casey, Madison Wright. In lane number 5, Waikato 2, Ellie Dean, Caitlin Foote, Ava Woodbury, Wrinkle and Savannah Burke. In lane number 6, Hamilton 1, Sarah Healy, Maheri Rademaker, Rowan Giles, Ella Cloak. And in lane number 7, it's Aramaho Whanganui, Te Atakura Potaka Osborne Milner, Ava McDonough and Beatrice Douglas with Ruby Armanshaw. That's in lane number 7. We're looking for 1 and 2 through to the A final. It's coming out of Waikato lane 4 and that's Waikato 1. And then Waikato 2 is in lane number 5. But it looks to me like Waikato 1 have got a hand advantage. So if you look down the course, you'll see the umpire boat. To the left of them is Waikato 1. They would have 2 boat lengths almost over the inside crew of them with Auckland 1 and Waikato 2 just on the outside. And then we go across to Aramaho Whanganui, back into Hamilton, and down there in lane number 2 is Dunstan Arm number 1. You can see them there with the yellow bucket hats on. The time for Heat 4 of the Men's Club Pair is 7:15. Previous one was 7:10, 7:20 prior to that. So a bit of a mixed bag. Enjoying the conditions though. So one more heat to come of the Women's Club Coxless 4. That's underway. They've just started, I think, by the look of it from here. But well under control coming down here in the first heat is the Waikato number 1 crew. So these are the Women's Club Coxless 4. We've got novice double sculls, and then we move into the men's and the women's Premier 8s, and that will be us. A couple of those 8s still making their way up to the start of the course. Up towards 500 metres to go now is the first heat of the Women's Club Coxless 4. Through a bit of a sun patch, you can see the white blades of that Waikato crew, contrasting with their gold and red and green row suits. They've moved clear now of the rest of the field quite nicely, probably 2 to 3 boat lengths as we look on the right-hand side of them, as we look down the course to the number 2 crew in the yellow boat, and on the left-hand side to Auckland number 1. The red and black of Auckland just starting to come into prominence. These are the 3 crews, but there's only 2 of them going straight to the A final. So as we look at it now, the fun will be between Auckland and Waikato. Auckland look like they've got hold of it at the moment. They're a boat length ahead of that second Waikato crew. Waikato number 1 just leading them down. Then we go across on the outside next to the best would be Aramaho Whanganui. Inside from them is Hamilton. Down here in lane number 2 is Dunstan Arm. They'll all go through to the repechage if things finish as they are now. I thought we had a start in that second race, but maybe not. Looks like they're just loading up still. That's not due to go until 10 past 4, and that is 10 past 4 now. So standard rigging on all of these boats as they come down the Women's Club Coxless 4, and well in control Waikato, aren't they? Looking very clean and enjoying the flat water, as will be Auckland. And Waikato number 2 just a wee bit too far behind to catch this Auckland crew. They've just cranked up, have Auckland, just lifted that stroke rate. Nice to see as they come into the finish, trying to get a bit closer to Waikato. No shame in racing it out. You never know what's going to happen later in the week. Hopefully it'll be just like this. But Waikato 1 coming down with around about 70 metres to go in this first heat of the Women's Club Coxless 4. Over the line they take the buzzer through to, straight through to the A final they go. Congratulations. Joining them there will be Auckland. And then through the repechage will be Waikato number 2 on the outside to Aramaho Whanganui, Hamilton, and then Dunstan Arm number 1 down here in lane number 2. So just a small delay with that second heat of the Women's Club Coxless 4. So as soon as that's underway, we will bring it to you. Underway in racing in Heat 2 of the Women's Club Coxless 4. I'll give you the time for that first heat. They went through in 7:17. So this is the second and final heat of the Women's Club Coxless 4. Then we'll have 2 heats of the men's novice double sculls. But here, Heat 2, line number 2, Nelson 1, Gracie Ames, Chloe Steele, Francesca Palmer, Isla Martin. In lane number 3, it's a Star Boating Club composite between Star Boating Club and Wairo. It is Zoe Kung, Maddie Wellington, Alana Johnson and Eve Williams. Lane number 4 is Avon 1, Cara Brignall, Kate Smith, Isabel Williamson and Sienna Godfrey Chatterton. In lane number 5, Star Boating Club 1, Lola Story, Ruhi Powdrill, Gracie Marshall McCaskey and Ella Wellington. And in lane number 6, a second composite crew between Columba College and North End, Lola Castles, Georgia Graham, Isla Nicholson and Kiara Patterson, coached there by Jazz McIntosh and Emily Brown. So as with the previous heat, and possibly a little bit of an advantage for these crews, 1 and 2 through to the A final. So there's only 3 of them are going to go straight through the repechage, and they're pretty even though too. It looks like it is Avon one out in the middle that are leading them down just the right of the umpire's boat. Very little then between Star Boating Club on the outside as they head up through the 750 metres gone. Just outside of them is Columba College Composite. So in that composite you have from North End, Lola and Georgia, and for Columba College it is Isla and Kiara. So just back from them, lane 2, Nelson, and just in behind them is that Star Boating Club Composite. So in there you have Maddie and Zoe. Sorry, Zoe is from Wairo, and then it is Maddie, Alana and Eve who are from Star Boating Club. So looking like Avon, Nelson second, maybe just alongside Avon. Just on the outside of Avon is Star Boating Club. This could be closer. Then we have the Columba College Composite sitting with them. Just battling a little bit already is the Star Boating Club Composite, but they've got 1,000 metres to go. They head past up towards the blue tent. You can see the 1,000 metre start from here. Some of the drone controls that we're using for the live stream there. So still hello to those that are still joining us on the live stream. It might be the end of work, just about for some of you. Couple of cheeky Chardonnays. Do you enjoy the last couple of races? And it is still continuing to move through in lane number 2's Nelson. They're right alongside Avon now. Just watching on the outside Columba College Composite here for the Women's Club Coxless 4 second heat. So not too far behind. They were due to go at 4 at 10 past 4. So just about in there. 1 and 2 to go through. So Avon looking to lead them. And just been watching the last couple of 100 metres on the outside, that Columba Composite, they've got their mojo and seem to be moving quite nicely on the outside, right alongside the Star Boating Club crew, who would have been rowing together a lot more than what the Composite will have done. Both sitting in behind Avon, and down there in lane 1 still Nelson. So they're picking at those 4 crews. We're going to look for 2 spots out of them. Just struggling still a wee bit there in lane 3 is Star Boating Club Composite, but they'll get another crack at it to come through in the repecharges. Due to go shortly next will be the men's novice double sculls. As Avon now fall into second place. Nelson going past them. Avon will have to watch on the outside. That composite crew from Columba still moving nicely. It is Nelson now. Nelson over Avon. So Nelson coached by Tim Babbage. Be watching this intently. I saw him earlier on the course. And then we go back to Avon and behind Nelson, across to Columba, right alongside Star Boating Club, back to Star Boating Club Composite. We're underway in the men's novice double sculls in lane 1, Cure Boating Club number 2, Xavier Laverley and Marcus Laverley. In lane number 2, Aramaho Whanganui, Thomas Dwyer and Harris Whittington. In lane number 3, Hamilton 1, Josh Ireland and Ryan Fleetwood. And in lane number 4, Hawke's Bay 1, Ashton Bell and Felix de Groot. In lane number 5, North End 1, Ashton McNee and Ethan Shirley. In lane 6, Hawke's Bay 2, Lockie Leach and Tom McCarty. And in lane number 7, it is Timaru 2, Sterling Heffernan, Charlie Cooper. That's the men's novice double sculls. They'll love this water for this late in the day. Heat 1 that is. 1 and 2 go through to the A final. The rest through to the repecharge. So Nelson, Avon have come back at them. Avon starting to push up on top of that Nelson crew. And then on the outside, I told you to keep watching them. It's that Columba College Composite crew. These 3 crews. 3 doesn't go into 2. Someone's going to miss out and have to go through the repecharge. Too far back now for Star Boating Club and Star Boating Club Composite. So Nelson, Avon, Columba College. Nelson just with the advantage. Columba now pushing up on the outside of Avon. Nelson trying to keep hold of this lead so they can take themselves straight through to the A final. The batter will be on the outside. So Avon, Cara, Kate, Isabel and Sienna. They're looking at Nelson, Gracie, Chloe, Francesca and Isla. On the outside it's that Composite, Lola, Georgia, Isla and Kiara. And still Nelson with half a boat length over Avon, and Columba right alongside Avon. Oh, lovely conditions in as they head on through. Looking nice and clean is the Nelson crew, working hard. They'll have to start to crank up now, will Avon, if they want to get themselves through, because I think the run is with the outside. So you can see on the outside, North End sitting on 1 and 3 seat. Columba College in 2 and 4 seat. The Columba College with the orange caps on, moving up alongside Avon. Avon will have to move now. That composite boat is moving a lot better than the Avon boat. On the inside, though, is Nelson still holding the lead. Still running, though, is the composite crew on the outside. Avon holding on to third. They need to come back at them now. They need to get moving to Avon. We're going to go straight through into that final. And then we go back on the outside to the Star composite and the Star crew. So Nelson have pushed through and they've kept going. They've rolled over the top of Avon, have the Columba College composite crew, and they might even roll over the top of Nelson. They've kept on moving, and away they go. They're out to a half a boat length over Nelson. Number 2 looks across on Nelson and sees it for the first time. That was a great run down there from Columba College composite. They started about 300 metres out from third spot. They've won it. They're through to the A final along with Nelson. Into the repechage goes Avon, Star Boating Club and Star Boating Club composite. Turn our attention now to the first of the 2 heats for the men's novice double sculls. 4 races to go today. This is the first heat we called the cruise earlier, and we can see that it's coming out of Hawke's Bay in lane 4. Hawke's Bay number 1 right alongside North End number 1, and then Hawke's Bay number 2. Those are the 3. Very close to Hawke's Bay number 2 would be Hamilton 1 down there in lane 3. They just tucked in behind Aramaho Whanganui in lane 2. Then we go on the outside flanks 2 in lane 1, Cure Boating Club number 2, and Timaru 2 out there in lane 7. So same progression, 1 and 2 going through to the A final. Rest will go through to the repechage. Second heat is underway already. They've just started. Looks like they're just finishing their starting sequences, so they'll be starting to go a little bit longer shortly. You know, there's a double negative, go longer shortly. Let's wait and see what's happening with heat number 1. They're still moving though. In lane number 5 though, it is with North End and Hawke's Bay right next to each other. Then we come back inside to Hamilton, Aramaho Whanganui just ahead of Hamilton. Aramaho Whanganui moving through down there in lane number 2, Thomas Dwyer and Harris Whittington. They'll be third, moving up on Hawke's Bay, Ashton and Felix, sitting in behind Ashton and Ethan from North End. Those are the 3. The rest will have to chase them down. Next to the best would be Hamilton 1 at this stage. They'll be looking across and we'll be able to see Hawke's Bay number 2. Those are the 5, so that's where the action will come from. Let's give you the crews for heat number 2. In lane 1, Awamaru 2, Sean Lucy, Samson Ispista. Lane number 2, Timaru 1, Parker Anderson, Thomas Crawford. Lane number 3, Cure Boating Club 1, Fletcher Howden, Tommy Baldwin. In lane number 4, Oamaru 1, Cash Patterson, Ike Newlands Carter. In lane number 5, Waikato 1, Ryland Green and Theo Mailing. In lane number 6, Aramaho Whanganui, Adam Friesler and Ross Lanita. And lane number 7, Dunstan Arm number 1, Jimmy Naylor and Boston Irving Dowling. Past 500 metres they go. It is coming out of lanes 4 and 5 at this very early stage, and also Cure Boating Club in lane 3 in Timaru. So pretty even as they go past Alcatraz, the little island at 500 metres. And if you want to learn a little bit of a history about that island and the course itself, great article on the Rowing Hub written by Andy Hay. One of the many great articles he's put up this week, but a really good one there about the history of Lake Ruataniwha and its construction. This is 40 years since the first New Zealand Rowing National Championships was held at Lake Ruataniwha. So quite auspicious to have everybody here as we watch the North End crew coming on through in lane number 5. I think Fred Strawn's gone home. He would have been pretty happy to see this. It was good to see him earlier today, and he'll be back later in the week. But this North End crew of Ashton McNee and Ethan Shirley, coached by Hayden George, they've got the wood on the rest of this crew, holding Hawke's Bay back by 2-3 boat lengths now. I looked at them before. They're still coming. Aramaho Whanganui. They've got time. They need to put some pressure on this Hawke's Bay crew in this first heat of the men's novice double sculls. Those are the 3. Then we go back inside to Hamilton 1. They've got a bit of work to do. They'll be through the repechage, I think, as will be Hawke's Bay 2 out the right-hand side, and further back to Timaru 2. And down here in lane number 1, back there by the 300-metre mark, is Cure Boating Club. Heading up, though, 150 metres to go, and a nice run on their boat from these 2 scullers. This is the North End crew of Ashton McNee and Ethan Shirley. This would be a lot calmer than some of the Dunedin Harbour days they're used to. Nice and long. He's a big man in the bow. He's coming up to the red lines. They'll give them 100 metres to go. They've extended out to 4 boat lengths now over a nice tidy road there coming from the Hawke's Bay scullers. That's Ashton and Felix. They've staved off the competition from Aramaho Whanganui. They've got a quicker stroke rate. In fact, they look like they've just put a bit more power, a bit more drive in on those legs when they get there. And Aramaho Whanganui third, out to Hamilton. Then we go across to the second Hawke's Bay crew. But down to take the buzzer. Congratulations, North End 1. You are through to the A final of the men's Novice double sculls at Nationals for 2025. And joining you in lane 4 will be Ashton and Felix from Hawke's Bay. Down to take the buzzer now. Congratulations. Through to the repechage goes Aramaho Whanganui, Hamilton and Hawke's Bay number 2, to be joined by Timaru number 2 and Cure Boating Club number 2. Second heat, 750 to go. And it is still with Cure Boating Club and Oamaru. And just outside of them, Waikato. You can see the Waikato yellow sculled skiff just back inside as Oamaru. So Oamaru are threading a needle between themselves. And Aramaho Whanganui sitting out there too. It's actually Aramaho Whanganui leading Waikato from Oamaru. Those are the three. They've all got a bit of yellow in them. Then we come back to Oamaru 2 down there in lane number 1. Timaru down there in lane number 1, lane number 2, Timaru 1 that is, and across the outside to Dunstan Arm number 1, a little bit further back. I can see the men's Premier Coxed 8 is underway. Now this will be interesting because they'll go quite rapidly, you might think. And lane 3 there is Waikato 1. There's some big names in here. Waikato Avon 1 are in lane 4. Avon 2 are in lane 5. Avon 3 are in lane 6. And those gents in the men's novice double sculls could be an endangered species if they don't get a wriggle on. So if we look out there, we can see that Aramaho Whanganui just sitting in behind the Waikato crew of Ryland Green and Theo Mailing. They're leading it just, well, they were. It looks like Oamaru have just gone over the top of them. That's Cash and Ike. So Cash and Ike, Oamaru are leading over Waikato, and then Aramaho Whanganui. 1 and 2 through to the A final. One's going to miss out from these three. It's then 3 boat lengths back to Oamaru 2 down in lane 1, inside to Timaru 1, outside to Dunstan Arm number 1. The Premier Coxed 8s are at the 1,000 metre mark. They might not be going too rapidly, and I'm not sure that all 4 crews are there. I can only see 3. Interesting. We'll see who's there. Yep, it's the 1 Waikato crew and 2 Avon crew. So Avon 3 not making the start there. Heading down though for the second heat of the men's novice double sculls. That first heat went through in a time of 7:32. Not too shabby for novices. And it is sitting with Oamaru. Oamaru and Waikato, they've burnt off Aramaho Whanganui. Looks like those two will go through to the A final. As Waikato lead the 8s down from Avon 1, then Avon 2. Waikato just starting to come back at Oamaru out in front of us here for the completion of the men's novice double sculls second heat. And both those crews now 2 boat lengths ahead of Aramaho Whanganui. Done their work. They're going to get themselves through to the repechage. And just starting to wind up now is Oamaru number 1. Cash and Ike make sure of their placing in winning this second heat of the men's novice double sculls over the top of Waikato, who will join them in the final of the men's novice double sculls. Just holding 3/4 of a boat length is Oamaru as they come down to the line. Take the buzzer, joined by Waikato, and then through the repechage will go Aramaho Whanganui. Timaru just starting to wind up towards the end there. Cure and across the top to Dunstan. They will complete the field for this men's novice double sculls. These crews for the men's Premier Coxed 8 in this Waikato crew: Finn Hamill, Jack Henry, Ari Magasiva, Oscar Rustin, Jack Cooper, Zach Brownlee, Callum Tutbury, James Scott, Bradley Kingma. He's the Cox. And just sitting right along next to them, it looks like they've not quite rating flat out, I don't think. In lane 4, Avon 1, Sam Wilson, Nathan Luff, Harry Galvin, Cody Johnson, Josh Syme, Ben Allen, Oliver Welch, Matthew Glenn, Annabelle Wynne-Williams. They're very experienced Coxed. And in lane number 5, their number 2 crew from Avon, Will Johnson, Scott Shackleton, Toby Robinson, Ted Main, Hunter Pethersboak, William McIntosh, Peo O'Sullivan, Fergus Johnson, Ashley Tarkon. Again coached by Leon Barraclough, but this particular crew with Alice Drummond. Waikato making their way down still, just sitting in beside the crew from Avon, and it's a very relaxed rating. We'll see a lot more later in the week, and I think the draft crews will be drawn to go in with them as well. So Waikato tandem rigged on the stroke side, just at the stern end. And Waikato just moving slightly in behind Avon. Very even between these 2 crews as they go down. Lots more racing to come later in the week for these guys, just going through the preliminary. One more race to come, which would be the Premier Cox Date for the women. There should be an Avon crew and a Waikato crew. So rating in the very late 20s, early 30s, and not too much energy being expended there in terms of what they're capable of. And because these are blokes, we might get to the last 50 metres and put a spurt in. 100 metres to go now for Avon, just sliding ahead of Waikato. And then another 2 boat lengths back to the second Avon crew. So Avon 1 will come down and take out this Premier Cox Date preliminary. Second will go to Waikato, and then it will be the second Avon crew to cross the line. So over go Avon, take the buzzer. Matthew Glenn doing the stroking. And we look forward to seeing these athletes again later in the week. Down go Waikato, and here come Avon number 2 to take the buzzer. Just one more to go, team. Will be race 111 for the day. It is going to be the Women's Premier Cox Date. It's due to go at 4:26, so if we're about 5 minutes behind, that's not too bad. Heat 2 of the men's novice double sculls went through in a time of 7:31. And while we're just waiting for this last race to get underway, big thank you to, they got the orange light, big thank you to all the volunteers here at New Zealand and South Island Rowing, working together with Karapiro Rowing and some visitors from Australia to deliver this regatta. Day 1 all but done and dusted, one race to come down, and then we're back tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning to do it all again. Final race is underway. Women's Premier Cox Date. Avon 1, Alia O'Sullivan, Claudia Kinder, Mania Butler, Jessica Tavendale, Phoebe Collier, Gemma Burrows, Katie Bell, Georgie Bethel, and Isabella Hope Murray is the Cox. That's in lane number 4. Looks like they've just got an early lead at this stage, coached by Tim Hopkins. That lead is over Waikato 1. That crew is Tegan O'Dwyer, Sophie Ignot Johnson, Samantha Voss, Tessa White Parsons, Katie Lush, Isabel Melville, Isla Blake, and Isabel Eliadis Watson. Oliver Duncan is the Cox. I think last time Oliver was coxing down here, it was to cox the Hamilton Boys 8 at Mardi last year. And I think he did it 2 years before. So a very experienced coxswain is Oliver Duncan. And the umpire boat's just pulling him behind those 2 Women's Premier Cox 8s as they make their way down the course. And if the men were anything to judge it by, it will be not quite sedate, but not quite rapid either. So heading up towards the 1,000 metre mark. Just a reminder, your last chance, if you haven't, to hop onto halberg.co.nz, put that vote in for the Sporting Mums, our favourite sporting moment. If it hasn't closed already, it's worth having a crack at it, and then we can see what happens at the Hellboys later this evening. So looking very even between these 2 crews as they make their way down in this preliminary. Looking forward to a bigger field later in the week as the draft comes forward. That means Premier 8, 6:08. Very leisurely. If we get conditions like this later in the week, we're looking for a very good time. So Waikato well ahead of the Avon crew as they make their way into the last part of the course. Past the blue 10 at the 1,000 metre mark. Still rating the early 30s, but they're now up to 750 metres to go now for the Waikato crew. As the flotilla of umpires and safety boats make their way down. Safety boats thankfully not called on to do too much today. .300 metres to go for Waikato in this Premier 8. They'll be back here on Saturday to row in the final for what is the Horowhenua Rose Bowl. Ironically, there was a trophy for the Women's Premier 8 called the Max Smith Ruataniwha Trophy in honour of Max Smith, for whom we are grateful for these facilities, but that's been lost. So there's another trophy to race for. So we'll see who wins it on Saturday when we come through the big final. This will be the last one of the last races, the Women's Premier 8. And Waikato will be in it, of course, as will this Avon crew. And we'll learn later in the week some of the drafts. And that draft announcement will be happening 6 o'clock tomorrow. Tomorrow evening we'll know the rest of the crews that will be taking part in the Premier 8s and the quad races later in the week. But this will be one of them. Waikato, down they come to the line, finishing this preliminary. Tegan, Sophie, Samantha, Tessa, Katie, Isabel, Isla and Isabel, the Cox. Isabel Cox by Oliver Duncan, down to take the buzz they do. Congratulations, through to that final they go for the Women's Premier Cox Day, sponsored by the Jones Family Charitable Trust. Big support of New Zealand rowing. We're very grateful to them, and they'll be joined by Ava, Alia, Claudia, Manaya, Jessica, Phoebe, Gemma, Katie, Georgie, with Isabella, Hope, Murray, the Cox. Taking the buzzer now. That concludes proceedings from Lake Ruataniwha for day one of the New Zealand National Rowing Championships. Thank you for your attendance on course. Thank you for watching us off course on the live stream. A big thank you to Milford Investments for what they've done to make that all possible. Have a pleasant evening. We shall see you all tomorrow for day two of the New Zealand National Rowing Championships here at Lake Ruataniwha.
We are all in the same boat. Our team invests in the same Milford funds as our clients, so we are all invested together. Whether it's KiwiSaver, investment funds, wealth management, or advice, speak to a team with world-class expertise who are committed to the pursuit of outstanding results and are proud to have brought you today's live stream. Find out more at milfordasset.com. Milford, invested in you.